Bai Zemin looked at the female zombie and suddenly sighed. This skill that allows me to teleport behind my enemies really is powerful. Even second-order zombies can't take a single hit. Then he didn't give the female zombie time to think, as his body disappears before the eyes of the creature. The female zombie's red pupils constricted as she noticed the human that a second ago was in front of her disappear. In addition, she felt movement in the back of her body, so she hurriedly tried to turn around while conjuring a huge sphere of air and slamming it backward. However, soon the female zombie realized that something was wrong. Her nose twitched similar to that of a dog sniffing something, and the natural danger sense of a second-order zombie warned her of her approaching death. It all happened too fast, in a matter of 1 second. Therefore, when the female zombie tried to turn around, 2 black chains suddenly coiled fiercely around her limbs, blocking her movements effectively. Hell! The female zombie's eyes inadvertently moved to the ground, and her pupils fiercely twitched as she noticed that the black blood that had previously been used to form the whips that destroyed the air spheres had now crawled close enough that an enemy capable of controlling blood could launch a surprise attack. The blood chains only served to restrain the female zombie for 1/1000th of a second. However, that millisecond in a melee battle was more than enough for a powerful warrior to claim the life of their enemy. Bang! The female zombie broke free and quickly turned around after discovering that she had been tricked. However, all she saw was a crimson-red tip piercing right between her eyebrows before she could do anything else. Bai Zemin looked coldly into the eyes of the female zombie that was looking at him with resentment even in the face of death. His body was slightly leaning forward with his right foot in front and left foot behind, as he used both of his hands to hold onto the golden spear tightly. His 2 outstretched arms accompanied the stabbing motion of the spear, a spear which was surrounded by a bright crimson-red flame that added another shade of mystery to the legendary weapon. He said nothing and put more power into his thrust, causing annihilation of the falling sky to pierce the female zombie's head from side to side, and finally ending her life completely. You have received the soul power of second-order zombie commander Lang Nguyen level 71. Bai Zemin ignored the message flashing in his retina, indicating that the life of his enemy had indeed been taken, and with a swift movement put away the female zombie's body just as the corpse and head of the male zombie. He looked back at the zombie horde and noticed that there was indeed a noticeable change to go unnoticed. Previously, all the zombies were standing still, but when they noticed him, it was not only the zombies in the surrounding area that were advancing in his direction, but even those zombies that were more than a mile or 2 distant were trying to hunt him down. This was extremely uncommon since everyone knew after 2 months of the apocalypse that zombies did not chase zombies just like that. In short, even if a zombie noticed, it did not mean that another zombie a meter away from the first one would also notice you, or that it would chase you just because the first one noticed you. So now that 2 zombie commanders had suddenly been killed by Bai Zemin, the horde at the front of the zombie army stopped their movements of trying to chase him, since he was at a distance that should naturally be impossible for these normal zombies to be able to detect him. Really, the zombies are getting more and more dangerous. Bai Zemin waved his spear and extinguished the crimson flame of his blood manipulation skill as he reasoned in a low voice. Although Bai Zemin at his full strength should be able to defeat any second-order existence with relative ease, this Bai Zemin could not defeat so easily on the bridge, since if he were to completely let go and stop restraining himself, the structure built with pre-apocalypse materials would definitely collapse. Therefore, to avoid trouble and to prevent as much as possible any kind of possible infection, Bai Zemin used his fiercest attacks along with some cunning. First, he used blood manipulation to finish off the female zombie's magical attacks by exploding them before his body was even hit. Then, Bai Zemin used the large number of blood whips to cover his body for a split of a second, and taking advantage of that small gap, he used Shadow Blink to teleport into the shadow of the male zombie. After killing the second-order male zombie with a swing of his spear, Bai Zemin naturally managed to shock the female zombie greatly. It was here that Bai Zemin had to play around a bit for his next move. Using Shadow Blink again was impossible as the skill had barely gone into cooldown at that time. So, Bai Zemin took advantage of the female zombie's shock and made her believe that he possessed a skill that teleported him to the back of his enemies. Bai Zemin firmly believed that if the zombies had regained their ability to communicate and could give orders as he saw thanks to the movement of the male zombie, then he was sure that these zombies were definitely beings with some degree of intelligence. And along with intelligence, fear and doubt came hand in hand. His bet turned out to be correct. After planting the seed of fear, and with doubt taking root in the female zombie's heart, when Bai Zemin verbally tricked her before disappearing right in front of her eyes without giving her time to think, the second-order zombie reacted instinctively to protect herself and turned around to face the danger she believed was imminent. However, Bai Zemin had naturally not teleported behind the female zombie. All he had done was activate the skill invisibility, thus creating the effect he had hoped to create. By the time the female zombie realized that she had been tricked thanks to her heightened senses that were not unlike those of a beast, Bai Zemin had already made sure to restrain her for a brief moment in order for him to grant the second-order zombie eternal rest. Really? It won't be easy. Bai Zemin sighed as his eyes flashed coldly. There, deep within the horde, he could detect an aura even stronger than that of the two zombies he had just faced. It was a weak feeling that only appeared occasionally before disappearing without a trace. It was so ephemeral that Bai Zemin even came to think it was an illusion. However, now he was sure that there was definitely something lurking there. Third order, maybe. Bai Zemin couldn't be sure considering that from the beginning the Earth didn't seem to be behaving the way it was supposed to behave. Although Lilith had told him that it was not possible for a third-order existence to have appeared so fast, Bai Zemin believed that she was wrong from the moment. A first-order beast appeared less than a week after the apocalypse broke out at the university. Let's hope it's second-order max, because if it's a third-order zombie, my current self isn't confident of beating it 100%. Bai Zemin shook his head and turned to leave. Blood bullets. Before he left, his voice floated in the air, and as if his words were the king's decree, blood became the herald that claimed the lives of over 10,000 zombies in a matter of seconds. From the back of the horde, two creatures watched as Bai Zemin disappeared beyond the bridge, going into the thick and dangerous woodlands. One of them was tall, muscular, and instead of arms had tentacles. He had no hair on his head, and his skin was as white as paper with black veins well marked around his body. His red pupils exposed that he was definitely a zombie. "That human killed two of my commanders," said the tall zombie with two tentacles. His voice was clear and no different than that of a normal human. He looked at the creature next to him and said with some anger, "My battle power will drop by at least 10% now if I want to keep control over these 17 million soldiers. Are you sure it's a good idea to fight here?" As for the other one, the other was a small ape about 5 feet tall riding a caiman over 20 feet long over 2 feet tall. The little ape's eyes flashed with a hint of intelligence as it looked off into the distance before looking behind it and observing the beasts awaiting its command. The little ape looked at the zombie with two tentacles and said in a sharp voice, "That human, I've been following him for over a month now. He's not simple to be able to kill second-order beings even while he is holding back, although he is only a first-order. Even you and I, were it not for finding that plant, could not be as powerful as we are now. If we're not careful, the ones who will fall could be us and not him." HMPH, the zombie with two tentacles snorted as an extremely long tongue darted out of its mouth and it swung like a snake. "I want his brain." Kekek. The little ape gave a blood-curdling laugh, and as its eyes took on a deep golden hue, it said calmly, "Here, he'll have to restrain himself whether he likes it or not. In the meantime, we can fight to our heart's content. Even if we lose all these soldiers, that human's pure soul power will definitely be worth it. He'll die once that girl gives the order to her troops, while you and I will be able to leave without any problems thanks to our prior agreement." The tentacled zombie said nothing and simply nodded. Still, anger was visible in his gaze as he looked off into the distance. Backslash backslash backslash. Nahi. Bai Zemin leaned against a tree while panting heavily. His handsome face occasionally distorted at the pain that came from deep inside him, but still, he didn't allow himself to scream, so he could only grunt like a small wounded beast licking its wounds, silently waiting for the moment to attack. It had been 2 hours since he had decided to pause the assault on the bridge and had gone into one of the forests. During that time, Bai Zemin had done nothing but rest, avoiding moving as much as possible and letting his soul recover as quickly as possible. However, Bai Zemin had greatly underestimated what a soul injury meant and had overestimated what his health stat could do to his soul's condition. "Now I understand. Of course, my health stat represents the life of my soul. Since my soul is injured, expecting my health stat to fix things faster is stupid." Bai Zemin sat down and took out a piece of fried chicken meat. In other words, now that his soul was injured, his health stat had indeed dropped. Not only had he lost around 66 health points until his soul fully recovered, but Bai Zemin could also feel that the current him was indeed slightly weaker than before. It wasn't much, but weaker was weaker, and the pain that occasionally hit him didn't help in this kind of circumstance either. Bai Zemin looked at the chicken meat in his hand, and began to eat in large bites without losing his breath. This chicken meat was precisely part of the giant eagle that Bai Zemin had finished killing in Oblong World, the level 99 beast that had been mortally wounded by Shangyuan Bing Zhu in exchange for her receiving an even worse wound. He devoured part of the beast's wing in a matter of minutes, and felt his soul recover slightly, as the soul power remaining inside the beast's body was absorbed and digested by his organism. You have received health plus 24. You have received stamina plus 24. You have received mana plus 24. The fact that Bai Zemin's soul could no longer absorb soul power and was storing it during the evolution process had disadvantages. However, this also had its own advantages, and one of them was that since Bai Zemin technically had not even gone up a level, and his soul power was still the same, he could obtain stats by eating the meat of creatures far above his level and order. The giant eagle had been a second-order level 99 beast, while Bai Zemin was only a first-order level 50 human. Therefore, the giant eagle's meat was a treasure to him. At least with this, I can regain a good portion of my temporarily lost power. Bai Zemin wiped his mouth as he looked in the direction of one of the largest bridges in all of China with cold eyes. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 524. Fighting endlessly and slaughtering plus 600,000 enemies. During the day, Bai Zemin returned to the bridge after having rested until a little after 1 p.m. Although his soul was still wounded due to all the heavy modifications he was making over and over again, without giving his soul time to rest, the irony of life also did not give Bai Zemin time for him to rest and relax a little while the deep wound in his very essence could heal. After all, Bai Zemin needed to eliminate the zombies in the Eastern Dragons back as soon as possible for the sake of opening a firm and direct path to the next district. In this kind of circumstance, resting was not allowed even for the wounded, and if one wanted to make progress, one needed to get out of bed even if one had no legs to stand up. The reality of the past was cruel, not to mention this new reality that humanity was pushed into and forced to live in. Without using overlap regeneration at all to give his soul time to recover, the speed at which Bai Zemin slaughtered the zombies naturally was in no way comparable to the past. Forget about killing 1.5 million zombies or 1 million zombies in an hour. The most he could do was kill a little over 300,000 for every hour that passed. Still, 300,000 zombies per hour was not bad at all. As for how Bai Zemin managed to kill so many zombies in such a short time, even though he could no longer count on the second activation of the skill lightning movement to form 3 clones of himself, the answer was simple, dangerous, and naturally. Bai Zemin was once again being cruel to himself. Maybe, and just maybe, this last factor was the most crucial point why Bai Zemin became so popular and appreciated by so many talented and powerful people in such a short time. // Eastern Dragons back, 40 kilometers deep and 200 meters above sea level. 23:27 p.m. The night was almost completely dark. There were no stars in the sky, and only the faint silver shine of the moon dimly illuminated the surroundings. Growl. The bestial growls of the zombies, capable of sending shivers down the spine of even the bravest one, echoed together, creating a beast-like roar, and completely breaking the natural sound of the wind blowing from all 4 directions. In the midst of that chilling darkness crowded with terrifying creatures, a golden shadow continuously flashed through the small gaps that its attacks created amidst the seemingly endless army of zombies. Bai Zemin swung his spear, completely ignoring the strong winds blowing from the sea, and swept all the zombies 5 meters in front of him. The zombies that were cut in half and survived crawled without any concern at all as they stretched out their hands in an attempt to catch him. However, by the time those zombies tried to enclose him, Bai Zemin had long since left his previous position. He would sometimes move to the right, and after causing chaos in that area, he would hastily move to the left in order to slaughter the zombies that tried to close his path of retreat. No matter how hard the zombies tried, not even one of them managed to take a step beyond the perimeter that Bai Zemin had established. He was just pressing down on an army of millions of zombies, while preventing any of them from crossing beyond, even though the width of the bridge was over 200 meters. No, Bai Zemin was not only preventing the zombies from going any further, but he was even pushing the entire horde slowly backward. Even though every step forward was tremendously tedious, Bai Zemin had managed to push the entire horde back 30 kilometers after an afternoon of killing. Even if at some point he was forced to retreat for superior reasons, and the zombies reoccupied the position he had regained for mankind, Bai Zemin would simply have to continue pushing until there were no zombies present. Putting aside the more than 3 million zombies he had slaughtered earlier while fully exploiting the potential of overlap regeneration, which had damaged his soul, in these little more than 10 hours Bai Zemin had managed to wipe out another 3 million zombies. Compared to killing 3 million in a span of 2.5 hours to killing the same amount in over 10 hours was perhaps a bit too pitiful. However, there was nothing Bai Zemin could do about it, and in fact, he was already pushing himself to achieve this result. Blood spears. The voice of Bai Zemin was carried away by the strong sea winds, and as his hair danced wildly under the radiance of the moon, and his body stood firm against the bone-freezing cold of the night, the dark blood of the enemies he had just defeated floated up into the sky, creating a beautiful but at the same time frightening sight. Spending 100 mana points, and proving that his control over his own skill had increased tremendously compared to 2 weeks ago, 5,000 blood spears of 3 meters each slowly descended, until they were all only between 1 and 2 meters high from the bridge. Die! Bai Zemin roared like an enraged lion, and at the same time as his golden spear beheaded another dozen zombies, the silver moonlight rays illuminated for an instant the steadfast black blood spears that at lightning speed flew out in a straight line one after another towards the zombie army. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. The black-blooded spears became harvesters, claiming the lives of hundreds and hundreds of zombies in just a matter of a second, and soon breaking that number to 4 figures. However, the power of the blood manipulation skill was much more than that. Bai Zemin, tired after fighting for so many hours without even a mere second of rest, and exploiting his agility almost to the limit on several occasions, shouted in a hoarse voice as he thrust the black spears as deep as he could into the endless sea of zombies at the site. The bodies of the zombies exploded like tomatoes being thrown against a concrete wall. Blood and pieces of broken organs flew everywhere along with bone fragments, falling to the ground and creating an extremely unpleasant paint job, or falling into the sea, and becoming food for the unclassified creatures that dwelled beneath the deep, unknown waters. The green messages continued flashing one after another without stopping in Bai Zemin's retina. These messages not only indicated the successful killing of a new zombie, but also showed that his probabilities of inflicting critical hits were not there just for show. More than 150,000 zombies were killed in just 10 seconds. A large patch that was previously filled by zombies and their staggering bodies had now opened up, leaving a straight path leading to even more and more zombies. Bai Zemin's chest rose and fell as beads of sweat trickled down his face, despite the extremely cold temperature of the environment. Even someone like him, who had seen many things over the past 2 months, could not help but feel a tinge of despair, as in a matter of seconds that large straight path that had been opened at the cost of 1/8 of his total mana was sealed off and occupied by more zombies. Soon, however, that feeling of being overwhelmed was swept away by the strong winds whipping through his body and drowned by the sea just below his feet. 6 million zombies on my first day of hunting and counting. Bai Zemin tightened his grip on the spear in his right hand, and a steadfast sparkle flashed in his night-black eyes. If I continue fighting non-stop throughout the night, by dawn I'll be able to eliminate another 3.5 million zombies more. That would be almost half of the total. It wasn't easy to get to this point. If he could unleash all his real strength and didn't have to restrain his skills, Bai Zemin could simply cast 2 or 3 Crimson Blood Judgment and wipe out all the zombies, or he could simply use the fierce shockwaves caused by the explosions of his greatsword to slaughter thousands with each swing. But in this kind of situation, it really hadn't been easy to get this far. 6 million and counting, but Bai Zemin did not stop and continued to fight. He had already launched large-scale attacks like the previous one 3 times, so his available mana currently stood at just over 500 points. Although he still had more than half of his total mana, Bai Zemin did not dare to casually spend all of his mana. After all, if a powerful enemy appeared and he had no mana to activate his skills, then he would be forced to use overlap regeneration again, which could worsen the wound of his soul even more. 2 hours later, when midnight had passed, The war drums continued resonating as the battlefield became bloodier and more fierce with each second that passed. The face of Bai Zemin could no longer be described as handsome at this point, and instead, his appearance was not unlike that of a demon such as parents used to scare misbehaving children. His black eyes were bloodshot after having fought and slaughtered so much, while his body began to move by instinct instead of waiting for the command from the brain. Annihilation of the falling sky turned into a weapon completely destined for slaughter in hands of Bai Zemin, and every swing of this beautiful spear, as well as every stab, took care of claiming the lives of several enemies. Flashes of golden light glinted one after another in the middle of the night, as black blood mingled amidst the beautiful faint but clear light in the midst of such darkness. At the rear of the horde, hidden by the sea of zombies, the two true leaders of this entire area watched in surprise as events unfolded. How the hell does he not get tired? Does he have unlimited stamina like my soldiers? The zombie with two tentacles instead of arms bellowed in anger and confusion. His red eyes were about to spit flames due to the rage he felt as he watched his troops being slaughtered and quickly crushed by a mere human. Even he was no longer enjoying the privilege of possessing endless stamina now that he had regained the ability to think. Along with evolution, there were many benefits, but for benefits to appear, there were often disadvantages that had to appear first, and in exchange for gaining the ability to think and reason instead of continuing being a creature without a mind of his own. This zombie who led the zombie sea had to give up certain privileges that those without the ability to think or who were extremely slow enjoyed in return. After all, the soul record was a seemingly fair existence, and when it took something it gave something else in return, but the same applied in the opposite case. Impressive. The small ape ignored the rage of the zombie with two tentacles, and as it watched Bai Zemin slaughtering zombies left and right, this creature that had been watching him and waiting for the moment to attack couldn't help but praise one of the humans it usually despised due to their clear weaknesses. But in fact, what neither of these two existences knew was that even for Bai Zemin it would not be possible to fight so many battles for a whole day without even taking a single second to rest. The only reason he was able to continue, apart from his own tenacity, was because he possessed skills that increased his overall power, and thus also his ability to resist on the battlefield. Otherwise, he would have collapsed by now, or would have been forced to retreat to rest. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 525, Shang Yuan Bingzu's Suspicion. The next morning, Bai Zemin surveyed the scene before him as his red eyes tried to stay open to the bright sun that rose soundlessly on the distant horizon. Behind him lay countless corpses, smashed organs, pools of blood stretching as far as the eye could see. No matter where, every inch behind Bai Zemin's body was like a hell where the dead went. More terrifying, however, was the scene before Bai Zemin's eyes. The bodies of those who had not been able to withstand the change of organism after the arrival of the soul record were crawling on the ground, digging their fingers into the concrete, without caring whether their long fingernails split in the process or not. Those who still retained their legs and the ability to move their lower bodies staggered as they advanced step by step, stomping on those who crawled in the process and turning them into a pile of meat paste. The smell was extremely unpleasant, and at the beginning, even Bai Zemin had had his moment of difficulty adjusting. However, fortunately or not, he had spent too many hours fighting on this bridge to get used to the rotten smell emanating from the zombie bodies and their organs scattered everywhere. It was currently past 10 o'clock in the morning, and Bai Zemin had accomplished the goal he had set for himself. He had fought without any rest during the whole night. Added to the time he had fought before, Bai Zemin had been fighting without rest for around 24 hours, even after subtracting the time he briefly stopped yesterday when his soul was injured. 94000, Bai Zemin said in a somewhat faded voice. The red veins stood out in his eyes, and the dark circles under his eyelids were irrefutable proof that spending a whole day battling had been hard even for a top-notch soul evolver like him. So much effort, but there are still more than half of zombies left, and among them, the toughest ones are hiding. Mental exhaustion weighed on his shoulders like a great immovable mountain, slowly trying to force him to fall. His legs that didn't have any rest at all during all this time basically begged him to stop his steps for a moment, while his arms that had become like machines meant to accompany the movement of the golden spear were numb after so much war. Bai Zemin had managed to clear almost half of all the zombies on the eastern Dragon's Back in one day and half of another in an entire night. It was an impressive achievement without a doubt. However, considering that the strongest zombies had yet to make their appearance, the real challenge had only just begun. The challenge had only just begun, and the enemy forces had barely taken any real damage considering that their main troops were still relatively safe in the deepest lines. On the other hand, while the enemy was saving their forces, Bai Zemin was getting more and more worn down. Bai Zemin took out a chocolate bar from his storage ring and devoured it in 2 bites. Then, while he's swinging his spear with one hand and decapitating the zombies that tried to lock him up, he pulled out a plastic bottle that was filled with a slightly greenish liquid before drinking the entire contents without hesitation. For the next 40 seconds, focus increases by 10%. After that, for 40 seconds, strength minus 40 points and agility minus 40 points. Using various mutant plants, the newly formed Magical Potions Investigation Team, in support of the Botany Team, managed to create a potion that, while far from perfect, Bai Zemin appreciated very much. After using several prisoners who had committed different levels of serious crimes or prisoners of war plotting against the current regime as guinea pigs, among whom more than 60% died in gruesome ways due to the side effects of some herbal mixtures, the Magical Potions Investigation Team managed to create this focus potion. The focus was an untraceable statistic, and neither Bai Zemin nor anyone in his faction knew much about it. However, the effect of this newly created potion was remarkable in extended battles. Of course, few could afford the side effect that would hit after enjoying the benefits the potion had to offer. Bai Zemin felt his mind become clearer by a considerable margin to the point where even his tired and sore eyes became quite relaxed. He lunged forward, taking advantage of the effect of the focus potion to the fullest, and continued slaughtering zombies left and right. There was no finesse at all in Bai Zemin's movements. He was no different from a barbarian or a berserker from video games, that the more they fought the more ferocious their moves became to the point where even their own lives ceased to matter after giving up defense. 40 seconds was a short period of time, and after slaughtering around 900 zombies, Bai Zemin felt the muscles in his body weakening overall. His declining strength was most noticeable as the temporary loss of 40 agility points did not affect Bai Zemin too much. After all, he had not used 100% of his agility at any time, even until now. 5 hours later, Bai Zemin had drunk around 100 focus potions and had finished off approximately 1 million zombies, 500,000 less than he was normally managing to kill within the same time limit. You have received the soul power of Strength Zombie level 22. You have received the soul power of Speed Zombie level 23. You have received the soul power of Maniac Zombie level 21. You have received the soul power of Normal Zombie level 24. At this point, every zombie that fell under Bai Zemin's golden spear was a creature that had at least level 20. Many of them were level 24 and others more than level 25, in the process of evolution. Dealing with all these zombies naturally increased the difficulty level by several folds, as the variety of creatures that specialized in different areas attacking him at the same time caused Bai Zemin could not afford to simply swing his spear carelessly for fear of receiving a scratch. While 90% of his body was protected by his armor and the rest of his defensive equipment, Bai Zemin's neck, face, and the junction between each limb were unprotected, so he needed to keep those areas away from any possible zombie damage. 3 hours later, the night was descending once again. When this night came to an end with the rising of the sun, Bai Zemin would have spent 2 full days and 2 full nights fighting tirelessly against the endless sea of zombies. That night, Bai Zemin received a call from Shangyuan Bingzu. "How are your business?" she asked from the other side of the military radio with direct satellite connection. Although it was not possible to control the satellites since Bai Zemin's faction had no control over a satellite station, the intercoms that were already connected directly to the satellites would continue to function smoothly until many years in the future, until the satellite station's backup power was completely cut off. Unlike normal cell phones that were connected to antennas, satellite radios were directly connected to the satellite instead of going through the hassle of needing an intermediary to get a signal. Therefore, despite being a few hundred kilometers from each other, communication between the radio at Baekwon Camp and the radio that Bai Zemin carried on his body was smooth. "I guess not so easy, but somehow I'll manage," Bai Zemin replied loudly as he continued slaughtering enemies. Blood splattered everywhere, and the sound of corpses falling to the ground, along with the bestial grunts of the zombies, were clearly audible to Shangyuan Bingzu on the other end of the radio. Are you fighting even now? It will become increasingly difficult to fight the zombies at night. You should retreat to rest, she said in a flat voice. Although her voice was indifferent, Bai Zemin couldn't help but imagine her with a frown in the distance. Bai Zemin was silent for a moment before he silenced the weariness in his voice and said in a clear voice, "Don't worry, I will be retiring soon." Shangyuan Bingzu was slow to respond this time. She seemed to be thinking about something. However, in the end, she simply said a short sentence. "That's fine then. How are things on your side?" Bai Zemin asked, trying to get some information regarding Baekwin Camp. "The migration from Beginning Village to Baekwin Camp began on the night of the same day you left," Shangyuan Bingzu replied. The relief in her voice was noticeable as she slowly explained. "Lu Ziaya managed to communicate very well with Yijin, and with the support of the Soul Evolvers and several armed troops, over 1,000 modified transport vehicles departed from the north. I assume that by tomorrow night at the latest, or by dawn next day, they should be here as long as no unforeseen events happen." "That's good." Bai Zemin gasped for a moment for air as he decapitated a first-order zombie. "As for me, I've managed to finish off quite a few zombies, but I still don't know how long it will take me to finish them all." "I see. It's normal considering that unless you want to destroy the bridge you wouldn't be able to break loose completely," Shangyuan Bingzu replied. She believed that Bai Zemin had killed maybe 2 million or 3 million zombies at most. However, she would never have expected that that number was far from being the true death count, because she would never have thought that Bai Zemin would continue attacking without sleep for 2 days and 2 nights. "Bingzu, rest for today. I'm sure you've done a lot," Bai Zemin suddenly said. "It's okay. If you need anything, feel free to contact the base. I will do my best to help you," Shangyuan Bingzu replied. "All right, talk to you later." Bai Zemin ended the communication immediately before he started panting slightly between each breath. The reason why he didn't tell Shangyuan Bingzu that he had been fighting day and night without rest was because it would be difficult to explain how it was possible for him to have accomplished such a thing, to begin with. On the other hand, he also did not need someone to feel sympathy for him, nor did he need to add weight on the slender shoulders of a woman who already tolerated too much in her life. Bai Zemin knew he was being stubborn and that perhaps his path might not be the best. However, what human did not make mistakes? In his eyes, this was the best way to avoid trouble. Difficult, yes, but not impossible. With his passive skills and titles that boosted his overall battle prowess, Bai Zemin was no different from a nearly inexhaustible machine. He could maintain this pace for at least another 2 days. Thus, while he forced a path south before the world evolved, Shangyuan Bingzu and the rest could secure the base and consolidate the government. Bai Zemin believed that the best option was to leave the front to him, while the others made sure to protect the house behind. However, Bai Zemin was perhaps too mentally exhausted to remember that Shangyuan Bingzu had not been the #1 student at Beijing University for nothing. She was not an empty beauty or talent, but her intelligence and ability to analyze were top-notch. Baekwin Camp. In one of the most luxurious rooms on the 3rd floor of the villa that formerly belonged to Mayor Bai Yang, Shangyuan Bingzu was wearing a beautiful white dress as she gazed at the night sky. Her beautiful face had a slight frown on it that, with the passing seconds, deepened more and more as her blue eyes, that shone as stars, became more and more disturbed. She began to repeat her previous conversation with Bai Zemin, but the more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, as if an idea struck her, Shangyuan Bingzu muttered under her breath, "Don't tell me." She was unwilling to believe it, and in fact, even if she wanted to believe it, accepting the thought that had just given birth in her heart became more and more plausible the more she thought and analyzed it. Shangyuan Bingzu went to Wu Yijin's room and told her that she would be left in charge of the situation in case something happens during the night. "Bingzu, where are you going?" Wu Yijin was wearing pink pajamas and her hair was damp. She was clearly getting ready for bed just before Shangyuan Bingzu rushed into her room. "Don't worry, I'll be back by noon." Shangyuan Bingzu didn't explain too much about it, and under the dumbfounded gaze of her good sister, jumped out of the window and floated like a butterfly. When her little feet touched the ground, she became a flash of silver light that in a matter of blinks disappeared from all eyes. //////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 526, Pillar of Fire rises skyward. In the middle of the sea of zombies, flanked by the most powerful creatures under their command, the two-tentacled zombie and the little monkey riding the huge alligator observed for a couple more minutes as Bai Zemin unleashed a deluge of death on the zombies. It didn't matter if the last two commander zombies under the control of the two-tentacled zombie sent countless unclassified zombies, or if they used zombies with different characteristic skills to try to overwhelm Bai Zemin. All of them were beheaded, or their bodies were torn apart in such a way that they had become powerless, even if they had miraculously managed to survive. "He's running out of steam," the monkey said in a high-pitched voice. Its eyes flashed with a glint of cunning as it said word by word, "His movements are becoming more and more predictable and less sharp than before. I think he might soon try to retreat. We must catch him just then." The two-tentacled zombie narrowed his eyes and suddenly shook his head, confusing the little monkey. "That's not good." "Not good." The intelligent monkey looked at the mutant zombie with surprise. As if it had thought of something, it asked, "Do you have a plan?" Although it was usually the smart monkey that came up with plans, this didn't mean that the tentacled zombie was dumb by any means. It was just that, while the monkey kept its rational mind most of the time, the tentacled zombie simply crushed everything with brute force. Different preferences. That human is strong, however. His fatal weakness is that he is alone. On the other hand, we have armies backing us up, said the tentacled zombie in a deep voice. While looking at his soldiers, he slowly said, "There are over 10 million normal soldiers here, among which 3 million of them are mutant soldiers with skills or specialties. Apart from those 3 million of them, there are also 200 first-order soldiers and 2 second-order commanders." Taking advantage of the tentacled zombie pausing for a moment, the little monkey added, "Let's not forget that I brought with me 100 first-order and 3 second-order beasts. They are the most powerful powerhouses I could gather in over 5,000 kilometers to the north of the district. Not to mention..." Seeing the little monkey pointing down, the tentacled zombie nodded before slowly saying, "That human just conquered a human base, so his rule isn't that firm yet. That's probably why he's all alone here. Although I don't know why he's so eager to cross the bridge. Let's use that to our advantage." "You mean..." "Right." The tentacled zombie nodded, and his red eyes flashed with vicious light as he said, "There's no need to wait any longer. That human definitely won't destroy the bridge. Let's send our most powerful warriors to take advantage of his weakness. We can play at our leisure at that time." The little monkey lowered its head and looked thoughtful. After more than a minute of silence, the beast raised its face and gave its response. "All right. But remember that if possible we must not destroy the bridge. Otherwise, we will lose contact with the South completely unless we are willing to face others like us as we seek another way through." /////. After cutting off his call with Shangyu and Bingzu, not even 2 minutes passed when a change that Bai Zemin did not expect occurred. The horde of zombies that were tirelessly advancing like inexhaustible waves of the sea suddenly stopped their advance as a wave of mana charged with magical power spread out in all directions. "Heh!" Bai Zemin chuckled under his breath as his eyes filled with exhaustion narrowed. "So the Horde Lord finally can't continue tolerating the loss of so many zombies," he said quietly. "But that's good as well." Bai Zemin leaned his body forward with his left foot in front and his right foot slightly behind. Annihilation of the falling sky was brought behind his body by his right hand parallel to the ground. A deadly flash shone in his black eyes as he said coldly, "Now I can end this quicker than expected." His words had barely fallen when the horde of zombies slowly backed away, as they would have been sideways like the legend of Moses opening the seas. The first thing that came into Bai Zemin's line of sight was 3 beasts which were too conspicuous to be ignored. One of these beasts was a creature that crawled on the ground with an extension of over 400 meters long. Its body was surrounded by silvery scales that looked extremely beautiful under the moon's glare, and its emerald green eyes glowed viciously as they looked in his direction. But the most striking thing was that on its head was a single horn of approximately 30 centimeters that was beginning to grow. Although this creature was clearly a snake, the horn on its forehead made it look like a legendary flood dragon in the midst of growth. The second beast was a kind of dog, but calling a 4-meter-tall beast a dog was probably not too correct. Furthermore, this dog-like beast seemed to be covered in a coat of fire instead of fur as its surroundings lit up brightly, and the heat around it even seemed to greatly displease the zombies that moved away as they growled. The third and final beast was an alligator that, while its height was not much compared to the heights of the two aforementioned beasts, its ferocity gave Bai Zemin special creepiness. The alligator's eyes glowed with almost human intelligence, and its jaw seemed to be powerful enough to tear a battle tank to pieces if not devour it whole. Although it looked simple, this alligator had a sturdy tail and extremely powerful legs that allowed it to move at great speed across the terrain. Bai Zemin's attention switched quickly to the two zombies walking among the beasts. Two males. Their appearances were not too striking, but the most striking thing would be that they did not look unpleasant to the eye when compared to the apparently decaying bodies of the normal zombies. Zombies and beasts. Bai Zemin frowned tightly as he suddenly felt that things might be a lot more complicated than he thought. Although he didn't want to believe it and found it hard to comprehend how such a thing could happen, the reality in front of his eyes was irrefutable proof that these two races that hated each other as much as humans hated them were in some sort of alliance. Regardless of how such a thing happened, and regardless of whether the alliance was only temporary or not, it was indubitable that the weight on Bai Zemin's shoulders had suddenly shot up enormously to the point where his legs almost sank to the ground. 5 second-order existences. Counting the two commander zombies from before, that would be 7 of them. How can this even be possible? Earth is only in its first evolutionary stage, but there are already so many second-order existences among the other races. Bai Zemin was truly shocked in his heart. No, wait a second. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, and while carefully observing the two zombies and the 3 second-order beasts, Bai Zemin realized that, although these beings were undoubtedly second-order enemies, the aura from their bodies was strange. Unfortunately, he failed to understand the reason, and the situation did not give him time to think too much either. Bang! The fire dog was the first to make a move. The creature stomped the ground in such a way that cracks spread 10 meters across the length and breadth of the bridge, and as the flames from its body shot skyward, small pieces of broken rock fell into the ocean 200 meters below. Bastard! Bai Zemin shouted angrily as he had not expected such a move at all. His anger boiled over as he saw the damage the bridge had received, even though he had been trying not to damage it all this time. Bai Zemin flew forward at lightning speed as he activated lightning movement. He burst out with all his movement speed, leaving none of his agility points untapped, and before the fire dog could even bark, he stabbed with his spear in an upward motion. Bai Zemin didn't even restrain his strength in this attack. Just as his spear and the beast's fire body were about to collide without the latter even noticing its enemy's approach, Bai Zemin silently triggered the second activation of his blood manipulation skill. Arriving just below the fire dog's body, Bai Zemin activated gravity manipulation in reverse X 3 times and jumped up nimbly. Crimson flames burned on the surface of his spear as he roared out at the top of his lungs. Die! Boom! A thunderous explosion rumbled in the middle of the night. The fire dog's body burst into a fiery blaze that was blown skyward by a fierce hurricane of wind that started with a small eye with annihilation of the falling sky as the center, and expanded just like a huge funnel for every meter in height. Amidst the sea of zombies, the intelligent little monkey who was now using a balloon-headed zombie to be able to see what was happening in the distance as it had sent its mount to the battlefield trembled, as its furry face lit up brightly at the pillar of blazing fire rising high in the sky as if it were a pillar trying to defy the gods. What a terrifying human, murmured the ape in shock. To think that he would actually find in such a short time a way to use 100% of his stats without having to fear for the bridge's destruction. Truly impressive. On the other hand, while the shocked ape was praising Bai Zemin from the bottom of its heart, the tentacled zombie had a dark expression on his face. Looks like we were wrong, said the zombie in a serious voice. If we don't head out ourselves, I'm afraid that human will continue to give us headaches despite being clearly exhausted. Bai Zemin waved his spear and mitigated the flames dancing on the surface as a green message flashed in his retina. You have received the soul power of second order, giant fire dog level 70. He looked at the 4 second-order existences that seemed to freeze after seeing his attack and snorted. Bai Zemin pointed his spear to the front and arrogantly shouted, "For you monsters, even if I have to limit myself, I still have 1,000 ways to deal with each of you in an instant." Bai Zemin might have to be careful, but this did not mean that he did not have his means. For the past 48+ hours, he had not only been swinging his spear or activating magical skills to slaughter zombies. Bai Zemin had been racking his brain trying to think of different methods which could be of use in urgent moments. One of them was that, as long as his pure strength and attack power were enough to overwhelm his enemy at 200%. Then he didn't have to fear destroying the bridge. All Bai Zemin had to do was to push all his power into the sky so that every ounce of power would hit the clouds without disturbing the bridge beneath his feet. So what if they were second-order existences? The strongest of them possibly didn't even have 500 points in a stat. How could they be able to take on a Bai Zemin with almost 1,000 total strength points and over 1,000 points of agility thanks to his treasures? It was simply impossible. Now that he had devised several plans, even a third-order existence would have to suffer in a head-to-head against him if they wanted to damage the bridge in a confrontation. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 527, Human Leader, Zombie Leader, Beast Leader, Sea Princess. Fatal War Part 1. Bai Zemin dashed forward, exploding with a monstrous speed that a second-order existence should not possess, let alone a first-order existence like him. The snake with a horn on its forehead hadn't even managed to react when the heat of an approaching body glowed for an instant in its pupils. Out of pure instinct, the snake lashed out fiercely with its tail in an attempt to defend itself from what appeared to be an attack capable of taking its life. The swinging of a tail that measured over 300 meters in length was nothing to scoff at as the wind exploded when the tail cut. More frightening, however, was the fact that the bridge was only 200 meters wide. Therefore, when the tail swung from behind to try to reach the front, the columns supporting the bridge were in the way. Blood barrier. Bai Zemin's voice echoed in the middle of the night at the same time, as a golden flash with crimson edges traced a straight line of over 100 meters in an instant. Boom! Bai Zemin's attack, powered by crimson flame, directly smashed the giant snake's head without giving the beast time to show too much of itself. However, even though the creature had died, the previous attack was still in progress. Under the shocked gaze of the two leaders flanked by zombies and beasts, the giant snake's tail ferociously struck one of the upper columns of the Eastern Dragon's back. Boom! The bridge shook ferociously as if it were going to collapse at any moment, while thousands of zombies were sent flying into the sea as a result of the fierce shockwave. However, the bridge did not collapse. A thin but shiny layer of black blood illuminated the outline of the bridge 1 km long and 200 meters wide. No one had noticed when, but at some point, the blood of nearly 10 million zombies had spread 10 km across the length and width of the entire bridge without leaving even a spot uncovered. Perfect. Bai Zemin couldn't hide his excitement as he laughed out loud, seeing another one of his plans working excellently again. To prevent the bridge from collapsing in case one of his attacks went wrong, or in case his enemies attacked the bridge, Bai Zemin had silently spread out much of the blood he had accumulated so far as his limits would allow. That way, if the situation was urgent, he only needed to boost the blood to form a magical and physical barrier capable of withstanding enemy attacks. What had left Bai Zemin ecstatic, as well as the fact that he only consumed 20 mana points to have the snake's strike completely suppressed without letting the bridge suffer the consequences. In short, the physical attacks of a second-order existence wouldn't give the current him much trouble, thanks to his extremely high magic stat and high magic attack power capable of bringing out the true power of the blood manipulation skill. Bai Zemin rushed without delay towards his next target, one of the two zombie commanders. The zombie commander did not stand around waiting for death, as from the first second the human disappeared, the beast immediately sent a mental command to the zombies with special characteristics waiting near him. Bai Zemin was forced to stop his charge when 4 giant fireballs flew in his direction. He stomped the ground beneath his feet with vigor and leaped skyward in a hurry as the 4 large fireballs completely covered the 200-meter-wide bridge. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying explosions of the 4 powerful magical attacks shook the bridge fiercely, and waves over 200 meters high rose into the sky. Forms of marine life were dragged down as a result of the fierce battle on top of the bridge, and soon the scene turned into a slaughterhouse. 1 meter tall, 3-meter long fish with small legs crawled along the ground in a manner similar to a 100-footer. Their teeth were extremely sharp as they began to attack the zombies on the bridge, devouring their bodies and becoming more powerful. There were even 3 lobsters 5 meters tall and over 50 meters long with first-order auras emanating from their bodies turned into harbingers of death. Its tongues were like harvesters claiming the lives of the zombies, and even a first-order zombie was cut in two halves by it. But the zombies were not idle either, for when they sensed the arrival of sea life they also became excited. Those that were still standing slowly staggered while grunting. Every time they encountered a fish, they quickly began to viciously bite its body, while those that had lost their lower bodies crawled to viciously scratch their enemies. The mutant fish were far fewer in number, but despite this, and the fact that they were out of their natural environment, the fish were actually giving the zombies a good fight, as their bodies were surrounded by some sort of viscous liquid that made it difficult for zombies below level 15 to break through their defenses. Kill it! The other zombie commander raged as he watched a first-order mutant lobster massacring his subordinates, so he pointed his hand and sent an order directly to the fat balloon-headed zombies. One of them opened its mouth wide, and a glowing magic circle appeared inside its maw. A second later, and without much buildup, a fireball over 50 meters in diameter flew towards the mutant lobster that was unleashing hell among the zombie army. Boom! The bridge shook fiercely again, and several tiny stones broke loose to fall and be lost forever in the deep sea. Fortunately, the magic blood barrier that Bai Zemin had prepared once again withstood the attack at the cost of another 20 mana points. Having jumped off the bridge and still in full ascent, Bai Zemin watched the scene below with fierce eyes. His gaze flashed across the battlefield until he finally found his target and pointed his finger as he said in a low voice, "Blood spike." The mutant lobster staggered back and roared in pain as one of its limbs was sent flying. Blood trickled down the creature's broken carapace, and its gaze automatically darted to the balloon-headed zombie that had just attacked it, to only find that that same zombie was preparing a second imminent attack. Swoosh! Just as the balloon-headed zombie was about to launch its attack, a black stake rose from the blood-covered ground and pierced the back of its head without warning. Its brain was crushed and bashed as its skull split into two halves. You have received the soul power of First Order Destroyer Zombie level 42. As the green letters flashed in Bai Zemin's retina, the destroyer zombie fell heavily onto the ground. The mutant lobster did not stop to thank Bai Zemin, as the sea beast immediately began to slaughter more zombies with a new rage born in its core. Just as Bai Zemin began to descend, his danger sense skill suddenly activated to the maximum extent possible, and all the hairs on his body stood up cat-like, warning of impending danger. Swoosh! Bai Zemin's black pupils reflected as a 2-meter-tall slender creature appeared right above him a little over 10 meters away. As Bai Zemin descended due to gravity, the bald creature, whose skin was as white as paper and whose face was covered with black veins in strange patterns, ascended as proof that it had jumped after Bai Zemin. Time seemed to slow down for an instant to Bai Zemin, and his eyes trembled as he noticed how this strange zombie that was staring at him with burning anger slowly opened its mouth full of extremely sharp animal-like teeth. Bai Zemin gritted his teeth and out of pure instinct shouted, "Gravity Manipulation X-15." The tentacled zombie opened his mouth as wide as no normal human would be able to do, and an extremely hoarse and powerful voice came from inside him. Thunderous stun roar. Boom! A shockwave sent a sound wave in Bai Zemin's direction, flying at a speed that even he could not match. However, just as his body was about to be hit, the gravitational law surrounding him increased tremendously to the point where he was dragged down like a comet passing through the world's atmosphere. The sound wave traveled more than 5 kilometers before it impacted powerfully on the distant sea, raising more and more waves that ended up attracting more and more sea beasts that soon began to join the fray. Red blood began to pour from inside Bai Zemin's ears as his eyes dimmed for a brief moment. His mind went blank for a split of a second at the powerful, thunderous stun roar of the tentacled zombie, and by the time he recovered, he cursed the zombie in his heart. How was that a stunning roar? If that attack from before hit him, Bai Zemin would have to thank all his ancestors if he didn't lose part of his body. Fortunately for him, it seemed that the tentacled zombie's thunderous stun roar had its own cons, as after that attack the zombie was briefly stunned as the gravity of the world slowly dragged him down. Unfortunately for him, the tentacled zombie was not the only enemy that was waiting for the optimal moment to attack Bai Zemin. While the tentacled zombie had decided that the best time to attack was when his enemy was in the middle of the air and could not move freely since his agility stat had been temporarily sealed, the cunning little ape decided that the best time to attack was right after Bai Zemin had been attacked in mid-flight. Bai Zemin felt again that death would be upon him, and as his body plummeted towards the bridge he turned to look down as he got ready. There he watched as a relatively small creature just over 5 feet tall looked up at him with glowing eyes. Bai Zemin could even swear he saw a smile on the animal's face. However, his pupils soon twitched fiercely as he watched the ape open its mouth wide, and the surrounding wind instantly gathered in its lungs. With its body swollen like a balloon, the ape that now had its mouth closed, and its cheeks puffed out opened its mouth. Roar! A roar that should not come from the mouth of an ape broke completely in the middle of the night, and under Bai Zemin's astonished eyes, a wind hurricane of more than 1 km in diameter shot up into the sky, straight towards him. If one were to look from afar at the current scene, one could see a huge wind tunnel rising towards the clouds that were slowly beginning to obscure the sky right in the middle of the bridge that stood in the middle of nowhere. Damn! Bai Zemin cursed aloud as he realized he didn't even have time to do anything but cross his arms in front of him, and that he did a split second before his body was swallowed up by the ferocious whirlwind. Bai Zemin was engulfed by the ferocious enemy magic attack, and the wind blades whipped his body in staggering quantities. In just a matter of 1 or 2 seconds, over 20,000 wind blades had sliced through his body. Were it not for the fact that this was a rather scattered magical attack due to its magnitude, and were it not for Bai Zemin's defensive equipment as well as his own silver skin, his body could have been cut into thousands of tiny pieces. Bai Zemin's mind raced faster than a racing car as he carefully thought of what to do, and while all this was happening, his body was being dragged back and forth, as more and more bloody wounds of irrelevant size began to appear on his body as a result of the endless wind blades. Blood manipulation. Bai Zemin could surround himself in a giant blood armor or sphere. However, this was not a viable long-term option as he could not stay in a turtle shell forever. Gravity manipulation. Unfortunately, the power of the enemy's magical attack was powerful enough to send Bai Zemin's body flying, even though he was falling from over 1,000 meters high with the Earth's natural gravity boosted x15. Therefore, it did not seem to be possible either. Shadow blink. Bai Zemin could not see any shadows at this point. In fact, except for thick white walls created by the enormous buildup of wind, he could see nothing. In the end, Bai Zemin could only find one method, the simplest and craziest way to do things. The air in his lungs began to be stolen due to the pressure he was experiencing, and as he closed his eyes and kept his mouth tightly sealed to avoid serious injury, Bai Zemin reached forward and pulled something out of his storage ring. It was his greatsword, his main weapon, Crimson Thunder Dragon's last words. Bai Zemin clutched his weapon with both hands and let himself be swept away by the wind. His body began to spin wildly to accompany the movement of the windstorm around him, until he reached a point where his body was a mere blur. Taking advantage of that fierce momentum, when the wind hurricane seemed to want to change its course, Bai Zemin viciously struck the wind wall without holding back in the slightest. Boom! The fierce windstorm was completely broken when an explosion that shook the ocean 3,000 meters below carried with it a huge shock wave in the shape of a giant hoop, and swept away the clouds that were beginning to gather in the sky. Waves over 600 meters high rose into the sky and battered the bridge in such a way that over 2 million zombies were swept into the deep ocean, and more sea creatures began to take up their positions. In the sky, after hitting with over 900 strength points, Bai Zemin watched as for a split second a thin, tiny space crack formed and soon disappeared without a trace. This surprised him tremendously, as he was confident that an attack with his greatsword would definitely damage the Earth's space barrier. However, Bai Zemin soon realized that, with Earth's evolution around the corner, his attacks would soon not be as dangerous to the world as they were at present. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 528, Human Leader, Zombie Leader, Beast Leader, Sea Princess. Fatal War Part 2. As Bai Zemin used his blood manipulation skill in order to control his injuries and assist the natural healing of his body in such a way that, at a glance, the superficial cuts made by the windstorm that had enveloped him were beginning to fade. He took the chance of shock that his previous attack had caused on his enemies to think carefully about what to do next. After all, the fact that the earth had now become strong enough to withstand an attack from his rank 3 greatsword, with 10,000 physical attack points, had opened a new door for Bai Zemin. However, with his mind racing at full speed, Bai Zemin decided that unless it was really urgent and necessary like a moment ago, he should not use Crimson Thunder Dragon's last words. After all, in Bai Zemin's memory, what had happened in Oblong World and the invasion of the Usra race was still fresh. Although he couldn't be sure that one of the causes of the Usra invasion was the spatial crack that inadvertently opened for a couple of minutes when he used his Void Fist for the first time, Bai Zemin felt that these two events were somehow interconnected with each other. Suddenly, Bai Zemin sensed danger, and as he looked below him, he noticed that the zombie from before had leaped into the sky in pursuit. Bai Zemin's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he perceived the tentacled zombie's murderous intent. He fashioned a platform of blood beneath his feet, and with a swift motion kicked with every point of strength to fly downwards, straight towards the zombie in full ascent. Crimson Flame. Gravity Manipulation X-15. Bai Zemin immediately set off the second activation of blood manipulation, before increasing the gravity around him X-15 times its natural. For the first time, Bai Zemin achieved the unthinkable. The tentacled zombie extended both limbs forward, and strange poisonous spines extended from each tentacle as he lashed upward with ferocity. However, the beast suddenly noticed that his enemy's body seemed to disappear. Danger! The tentacled zombie realized that his enemy had moved too fast, and just then an explosion shook the sky as a clear white line straight down towards the ground appeared in the middle of the night. It was just that, by the time the tentacled zombie sensed danger, it was already a little too late to react. This was because Bai Zemin had managed to break the sound barrier. Using over 900 strength points after kicking the blood platform, gravity manipulation X-15, the momentum of falling from over 3,000 meters high, and last but not least with the golden spear in front of him cutting the wind, obstructing his advance in two halves. Bai Zemin had managed to break the sound barrier that had become tremendously powerful due to the evolution of the world. The tentacled zombie felt overwhelming pain in the chest area, and when he looked down his pupils twitched fiercely. A hole big enough for a person to pass through head first had opened up from his abdomen to his chest. All the internal organs had disappeared without a trace as dark blood gushed out from within. Bai Zemin turned around at the same time as he activated gravity manipulation in reverse to its maximum extent. That beast really didn't die. He gritted his teeth at not receiving a message, indicating the gaining of enemy soul power. Knowing that the tentacled zombie was severely damaged due to his previous attack, Bai Zemin decided to take the bull by the horns, and unwilling to let go of such an opportunity, he prepared to throw his spear. However, just as Bai Zemin was aiming at the zombie's head, he perceived mortal danger, therefore he had no choice but to turn his body around again and stab fiercely with his spear downwards. Boom! Bai Zemin's attack was met with a blue lightning flash over 1 meter wide and over 1,500 meters long. On the bridge, the little ape had its mouth wide open as it roared a huge lightning pillar into the sky. From a distance, one could watch in terror, as in the middle of the starless night the lightning spread everywhere in a disorderly fashion, with a large blue column impacting against an object that was simply too small in comparison. Bang, 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 bang. The seas grew rougher and rougher, and as if the god of the sea had become enraged, waves over 700 meters high rose up and began to lash the bridge indiscriminately. Rumble! In the middle of the nothingness, the bridge rumbled as the dark blood glowed in an attempt to hold it steady without letting it collapse. Bai Zemin's downfall had been interrupted by the fierce magical attack of the short ape, and in mid-flight he found himself fighting the powerful lightning that was trying to break beyond his spear to strike his body. He gritted his teeth trying to keep the magic from coming forward, as the consequences would be dire. But just then Bai Zemin seemed to receive some kind of enlightenment. Unbeknownst to him, due to the heat of the moment and the mortal danger he was in, something sleeping deep in his soul lit up for a moment. During that brief instant, the gas that represented his soul was tinged crimson with flickering jet-black flashes. Scram! Bai Zemin roared, and as if he had done it 1,000 times he swung his spear in a strange motion, striking a certain part of the enemy's magic attack. Boom! What? The little ape on the bridge cried out in a high-pitched voice as it witnessed its magic lightning being slashed and crushed as if a giant had squashed an ant. Blue flickering snakes lit up the sky 10 kilometers around with the aerial battlefield, as the center and the seas shimmered at the electricity spreading through the atmosphere. You have learned. Bai Zemin removed the messages from his retina in irritation, and soon his feet were back on the bridge. He dashed forward furiously, as he glared at the little ape with eyes brimming with murderous intent. The intelligent little beast was too dazed by what had just happened, as its elemental skills were one thing it was most proud of aside from its high intelligence and reasoning ability. Therefore, by the time Bai Zemin stabbed with his spear towards the small ape's head, the latter had lost its chance to dodge the attack or respond accordingly. Unfortunately for Bai Zemin, this was not a fair 1 versus 1 battle. Roar! The alligator, and the only second-order beast among those that had appeared earlier that still alive, roared at the sight of its master in danger. With no other choice, the beast ferociously swung its tail forward. The wind exploded at the pressure exerted by the power behind the whip-like movement of the giant tail that moved at lightning speed, and before Bai Zemin's spear reached the intended target, the little ape's body was sent flying to the side as if a giant truck had hit a rag doll. The little ape coughed up several mouthfuls of fresh blood as its body flew and fell towards the sea, sinking into the deep water. "Damn lizard, I should have killed you first," Bai Zemin snorted, and his eyes seemed to spit fire as he charged towards the alligator. This beast definitely had a very high level. Its intelligence was even enough to judge that Bai Zemin would not abandon his previous attack, even if it meant he had to receive the alligator's attack with his physical body. It was precisely for this reason that the alligator decided to strike the little ape's body and help it in this way to avoid death. However, the alligator completely ignored Bai Zemin, as in a couple of leaps and agile movements, the creature jumped off the bridge and plunged into the raging sea. All this happened in a matter of only 2 or 3 seconds at most, so when Bai Zemin saw the beast disappear into the bottom of the sea, all he could do was temporarily give up and focus on other enemies. After all, even he did not dare to bravely jump into the sea. It would be no different than courting death. Bai Zemin had no time to worry about the short ape capable of launching powerful magical attacks that had escaped his spear, nor did he have time to feel anger towards the alligator that had caused one of his greatest opportunities to go to waste, as immediately his danger sense skill again warned him that staying in that place would lead to him suffering severe damage. Bai Zemin saw out of the corner of his eye 3 spheres of fire over 50 meters in diameter flying in his direction, and he didn't have to think too hard to realize that these were the attacks of the destroyer zombies like the one he had killed before. However, he didn't dodge this time. "Ha!" Bai Zemin shouted as he slashed with his spear at lightning speed. The golden spear under his control left overlapping images in the sky as they connected with the fire magic attacks, and just like with the pillar of lightning from before, the 3 spheres dispersed after 3 powerful explosions that turned over 200 zombies and over 400 sea creatures into mortal debris. Swoosh! In the next instant, Bai Zemin sensed imminent danger, one that was completely different from the one he had just sensed from the fire spheres. He did not dare to take the oncoming attack casually, so knowing that he would not have time to turn his body and slash with his spear, he simply spun and used that momentum to strike with his left fist forward. Boom! Under Bai Zemin's shocked eyes, the tentacled zombie that had just been severely wounded 4 or 5 seconds ago was now standing before him, staring at him with red eyes that were filled with burning rage. Rumble! The bridge rumbled again, but this time with more ferocity than before, and even though Bai Zemin had just spent 50 mana points for his blood barrier to withstand practically all of the resulting impact, that little was enough for a large rock more than 5 meters wide to break off from a part of the bridge and fall into the ocean, raising another large wave in the process, which joined a 2,000 meters high water tube that rose into the sky surrounding Bai Zemin and the tentacled zombie. The tentacled zombie was forced to move back more than 20 meters as his feet dragged backward, while Bai Zemin was forced to move back a bit more than 10 meters. The tentacled zombie was shocked to the bone. This was the first time he had been defeated not once but twice in a direct confrontation, and by a first-order existence at that. On the other hand, Bai Zemin was also shocked as he looked at the creature before him. The tentacled zombie that should have a mortal wound on his body, and at the very least should be agonizing on the ground, taking his last breaths, was actually standing alive and strong enough to force him back despite having over 900 strength points and gauntlets with over 1,000 points of physical attack power. The most surprising thing was that even though one of the tentacles that the zombie had as arms was missing, the deadly wound that Bai Zemin had inflicted on him earlier, which had practically made his upper body disappear, was no longer there. While all this was going on, in the distance, a beautiful woman wearing light leather armor and a sky blue sword was getting closer and closer to the bridge. She was Shangyuan Bingzu, who had been talking with Bai Zemin 10 minutes ago, but due to her apprehension and suspicion, decided to go and check some matters for herself. Boom! A thunderous explosion coming from the distance caused the expression on Shangyuan Bingzu's beautiful face to change noticeably, and she did not hesitate to activate lightning movement to increase her movement speed tremendously. Fuck! Shangyuan Bingzu gritted her teeth, and even with her good manners she couldn't help but curse under her breath. She had just arrived at the edge of the giant bridge, but all she could see there were shattered corpses and blood. There was no sign of Bai Zemin or any other zombies present. Boom! A terrifying explosion traveled over 40 kilometers, reaching the northern edge of the bridge and reaching Shangyuan Bingzu's ears. She looked ahead, and under her worried eyes, huge waves rose into the sky before falling heavily again. Practically the entire area was in a mess. Even the nearest forests had been torn apart by the giant tsunamis that swept over the land as a result of the fierce battle that was raging in the middle of the sea. Shangyuan Bingzu did not even stop to think about her own safety. She did not need to think about who the person fighting in the distance was, and precisely for that reason, she did not hesitate to charge towards the bridge like a whirlwind of icy wind, disappearing in a matter of seconds from the area she was in. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 529, Human Leader, Zombie Leader, Beast Leader, Sea Princess. Fatal War Part 3. Back to the bridge. Bai Zemin was the first to react, as without giving the zombie leader time to respond, he rushed forward at lightning speed, closing the distance of just over 30 meters in an instant. Swoosh! His golden spear transformed into a flash of bright light piercing towards the zombie's head. However, the creature was by no means one to be dealt with easily. Human, I will definitely eat your flesh and will drink your blood. The lead zombie roared and slammed forward with his right tentacle. Boom! The beast's tentacles seemed to be made of metal and not flesh or any other substance, since when annihilation of the falling sky met the zombie's thorn-filled weapon, it transmitted a slight numb feeling to Bai Zemin's hands. Boom, 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 boom. Bai Zemin did not respond to the leading zombie's threat, and instead continued pressing fiercely forward. His golden spear was like a ferocious hurricane hitting the leading zombie and passively forcing him back slowly as the explosions became more and more violent. Both exchanged blows in an attempt to take the life of the other, and in just 1 second both had attacked at least 500 times. The lead zombie immediately tensed up as he used his one tentacle to try to keep Bai Zemin's fierce attacks at bay. However, more and more bloody injuries of varying depths began to plague his body. Rumble! The bridge suddenly shook with a loud rumble, and this brought Bai Zemin out of his raging state in which it didn't look like he would rest until he saw his enemy's head rolling on the ground. Blood chains, he shouted out loud. The zombie leader immediately used another strange skill, and his body was surrounded by purple thorns. However, something surprising happened. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Far from being blood chains, what came out from the ground were hundreds of giant spikes that pierced into the body of the leading zombie under Bai Zemin's control. The leading zombie realized that the human before him had tricked him, and to avoid major problems, he simply stomped on the blood barrier he was standing on and jumped with all his power into the sky. It was clear that the fierce battle and deadly attacks that Bai Zemin was launching nonstop had silently told the zombie leader that even though his enemy was a first-order existence, his actual combat power was something that even he needed to fear. Even though the zombie leader only had to scratch Bai Zemin to win, if his attacks didn't reach their target it was of no use. Bai Zemin's gaze was as cold as ice. He did not know the reason, but he was in a state where both his mind and body seemed to be in sync in such a way that his movements had become more refined than before. Bai Zemin kicked the ground and flew in pursuit of the zombie leader. His strength stat was clearly superior as despite jumping later, he still caught up with the intelligent creature in a matter of a second. Their gazes met for an instant just as they crossed, and at that moment the zombie leader opened his mouth wide. Bai Zemin noticed how the creature's throat moved strangely, and again felt a flash of illumination hitting him. A simple but at the same time ridiculous idea that not many would think of crossed his mind, and in a state of total calm, he decided to put it into practice even though he was in the middle of combat. Both the zombie leader and Bai Zemin opened their mouths, and then, At an altitude of over 2,000 meters, they both let the air out of their lungs while staring at each other. Roar! Roar! Two fierce roars shook the tympani of the zombies, beasts, and sea creatures that were clashing fiercely on the bridge. The sound waves met in midair and exploded like bombs, sending the bodies of Bai Zemin and the zombie leader flying several meters backward as the Earth's gravity pulled them back down. You have learned. Again, Bai Zemin removed the message from his retina for later inspection, and by looking down for an instant, he was able to get a wide view of the battlefield. The war on the bridge was getting fiercer and fiercer with each passing second. The zombies and beasts seemed to be working as a team, while the sea creatures were under no one's leadership, so not only were they killing zombies and beasts, but they were also killing their own kind when one got in the way of the other. A strange creature standing on 2 feet similar to a human, but with a shark head and shark torso, was engaged in a death fight against the 2 zombie commanders, who despite having the numerical advantage in reality, barely had any advantage over the second-order sea creature. The shark man did not fear like the humans feared the infection of the wild mana that dwelt within the zombies. Therefore, the sea creature with its physical superiority and water skills managed to fight against 2 second-order existences despite receiving increasingly severe injuries as time went on. Bai Zemin saw that even though the zombies and beasts overwhelmed the sea creatures with their numbers at an approximate 5:1 ratio, gradually things began to balance out more and more as the zombies were washed away by the resulting waves from the main battlefields, and as more and more sea creatures jumped onto the eastern dragon's back. Just at that moment, a mind wave was released by the zombie leader that also plummeted towards the bridge, and then 3 giant fireballs flew in a straight line towards Bai Zemin. However, that was not all, as immediately after that Bai Zemin was also assaulted by the attacks of other first-order zombies, wind blades, earth spades, ice cones, lightning balls, and more. Although these attacks were not as powerful as the attacks of the 3 destroyer zombies that remained alive, they could by no means be ignored. In full flight, it was naturally impossible for Bai Zemin to dodge so many attacks focused on a single point. Just as he planned to use gravity manipulation to increase his falling speed to evade as many elemental attacks as possible, as well as activate blood manipulation to erect shields in front of him, another change happened. Blizzard. An extremely beautiful voice like the song of angels, but also chilling just like the whisper of a demon, broke out amidst the war cries and bestial growls. Bai Zemin noticed out of the corner of his eye that 1,000 meters below him, running from the northern area of the bridge, the silver moonshines entered in sync with the platinum white hair of an incredibly beautiful woman running at lightning speed into the battlefield. His eyes widened in shock as this beautiful woman brandished that sword with which he was extremely familiar towards the sky, and on the surface of the sword 3 light blue magic circles lit up. Swoosh! The frost energy burst powerfully outward from the magic circles on the blade, and the fierce but beautiful swing of the sword pushed all that frost energy into the sky. With a huge range, the frost energy quickly turned into a fierce blizzard that soared over 2,000 meters high and traveled for another 1,000 meters in a straight line towards the bridge in a southerly direction. Crack, 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 crack. Wherever the blizzard passed, everything froze. The air particles were no exception as a thin layer of frost formed in the middle of the empty space, but the most chilling thing was that, when the blizzard came face to face with the magical attacks that were heading towards Bai Zemin, they were completely frozen to the point where even the giant fire spheres that the 3 destroyer zombies had cast were completely frozen in midair. Bang, 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 bang. All of the elemental attacks exploded in midair after being frozen, and tiny fragments of ice slowly fell from the sky, scattering in all directions and creating a beautiful sight that was witnessed by the moonlight. Furthermore, regardless of whether they were scary zombies, beasts several meters tall, or strange-looking sea creatures, all living things within a range of 1,000 meters in a straight line were affected by the effect of the blizzard. The first-order existences lost over 60% movement speed as a thin layer of frost formed on their bodies, and although they were doing their best to shake it, it was clear that it would take them some time to achieve it. As for those unclassified existences, all of them, regardless of race, were frozen to death. Bai Zemin's feet touched the bridge again, and like all those with some intelligence, he glared at the platinum-haired woman approaching with delicate steps. "Bing Zhu," he said in astonishment, It was clear that he hadn't expected to see Shangyuan Bingzu here when 5-10 minutes ago she was at Baekwon camp. The moonlight fell on her and Bai Zemin was forced to admit that, leaving aside a higher existence, and even a succubus whose charm was simply colossal like Lilith, Shangyuan Bingzu was by far the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Even the beautiful and sexy third-order Glynera he killed in Oblong World could not compare. However, the expression on the face of Shangyuan Bingzu said that she wasn't very happy at the moment. Her usually ice-cold eyes had transformed into the embodiment of volcanoes, as they seemed to be about to erupt and spit out burning lava. Moreover, it was clear from the line of her delicate jaw that she was clenching her teeth hard enough to snap them. How could Bai Zemin not understand the reason behind her anger? He forced a smile into his heart, but just when he thought she was going to say something or complain, Shangyuan Bingzu said a thing that surprised him one more time. "You take care of that zombie over there. Leave the rest to me. I'll see to it that the small ones don't bother you." Bai Zemin looked at her in awe before a flash of appreciation passed through his black eyes. "You really are a great woman," he said from the bottom of his heart as he clenched his spear tightly and fixed his eyes on the zombie leader, who seemed to be giving orders as he waited for his missing tentacle to grow to speeds visible to the naked eye. Shangyuan Bingzu raised her slender hand and tidied a strand of hair behind her ear as she casually said, "It's good that you know." Bai Zemin chuckled before his expression grew cold. "Then I'll talk to you later." Just as he charged towards the zombie leader to pick things up where they left off, he heard, "Be careful." Bai Zemin nodded imperceptibly and soon entered into fierce combat against the zombie leader. Shangyuan Bingzu watched with narrowed eyes the battle between what in her eyes were two monsters out of their current league. Although she could not follow every move the leading zombie and Bai Zemin made, she mostly saw flashes of golden light and flashes of ominous-looking purple lights. The fact that the powerful zombie was backing away again and again, while Bai Zemin was advancing more and more ferociously left, it exposed who had the upper hand in hand-to-hand battle. Seeing that all seemed to be well now and feeling relatively more relieved, Shangyuan Bingzu faced the battlefield that belonged to her and silently cherished the beautiful crown that adorned her hair. The crown was mostly a jewel in the shape of a lily flower with a teardrop-shaped sapphire which fell silently and rested in the center of her forehead. The lily flower with the sapphire was held in place by two large, deep blue rose-shaped clips, roses which were held by the sides of her hair, just to both sides of her forehead. Two braided chains linked the lily flower to each rose at both ends, and in the light of the rising moon and matching Shangyuan Bingzu's silver hair made her look like a true goddess. This was the treasure she had received from the Soul Record as a reward for having partially completed part of the quest under the name Destroyer of Destroyers. After she and Bai Zemin invaded Oblong World and discovered that the races there had committed taboo. This was an epic grade treasure, however. It was a treasure that barely bordered on legend grade. Although it was a big difference compared to Bai Zemin's storage ring, the Soul Record had also given Shangyuan Bingzu what she needed the most, just like it did with Bai Zemin. The name of the treasure was Elf Queen's Frozen Pride. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 530, Human Leader, Zombie Leader, Beast Leader, Sea Princess. Fatal War Part 4. The battle raging in the upper part of the bridge known as one of the largest in all of China, and the whole world under the name Eastern Dragon's Back, was becoming more and more fierce with each passing second. Constant explosions were occurring one after another, and terrifying shock waves destroyed everything in their path. The sea waves were rising to the sky as if they wanted to defy the gravity of the world, and the rules of nature more and more frequently than at the beginning, as the death count grew without stopping even for a moment. Zombies were undoubtedly the numerical majority, counting over 6 million zombies, among which there was no shortage of first-order existences, and among which there were 2 second-order zombies with the ability to command armies of up to 5 million, as well as the support of over 20,000 mutant beasts whose bodies had become tremendously robust after reaching level 20. The army of the Zombie Beast Alliance was holding a small lead at the moment. However, it was clear that the number of deaths on the Zombie Beast Alliance's side exceeded the total death count on the Sea Creature's side. Therefore, it was unknown whether the trend of advantage that the Alliance had would continue, or if it would disappear in the next minute. The Sea Creatures were tremendously tenacious and fierce. Despite being out of the waters and fighting on dry ground, the territory of bipedal beings, It didn't matter if it was fish or crab. They all took at least 3 or 4 zombies and maybe even a beast to the grave before perishing. Blood of different colors had turned the surface of the bridge into a kind of canvas. A canvas on which only a lunatic would ever want to draw, and which only a deranged person would appreciate seeing. Limbs of different species and of assorted creatures were scattered messily everywhere, while pieces of white broken bones marked a detailed contrast with the red blood of the beasts, blue of the sea creatures, and black of the zombies. There were different battlefields, even though they were all fighting on the same bridge. On one side was the least important, but at the same time the most sanguinary battlefield of all. This was the battlefield where unclassified existences and first-order existences fought for supremacy. This was the battlefield where, regardless of race, regardless of whether it was zombie, beast, or fish, the victor and survivor devoured the body of the defeated and slain. On the other hand, there was the secondary battlefield. However, despite being only the secondary battlefield within this great war, and not the main stage of battle, this secondary battlefield was undoubtedly fierce. Fierce enough that the shock waves of the encounter among the attacks of those fighting on it would crush to the bone any existence of the less important battlefield that came too close in an oversight. This battlefield, despite being only a secondary battlefield, had the potential to influence the main battlefield, as those fighting here were almost all second-order existences. Finally, and apart from the 2 battlefields mentioned above, there was the main battlefield. The main battlefield was the fiercest and most terrifying of all, even though only 2 existences fought on it. This battlefield had no fixed space, since the 2 combatants could be on the bridge now, but the next instant they could be exchanging blows and magic attacks thousands of meters above. The night sky, vaguely covered by clouds, was now completely clear, and although there were no stars visible, the full moon witnessed the loss of thousands and dozens of thousands of lives being lost in a matter of seconds. The night that should have been dark was pushed aside by bright lightning and fire chains that illuminated the surroundings. The already fierce winds in the middle of the sea became even more powerful when wind-like magical skills hit the bridge in such a way that even standing on the structure would be an impossible task for an unevolved existence. Bang! A wave over 600 meters high rose into the sky with a diameter of over 300 meters, covering part of the battlefield. This wave had formed as a consequence of the fatal clash between the physical attacks between the 2 existences facing each other in the middle of a deadly dance, in which a single misstep would cause the music to stop, as one of its participants would be destined to fall not long after. The wave was soon pulled back by gravity, but much of it was scattered everywhere. As it hit the bridge, the bodies of some zombies and even some sea creatures were turned to flesh pulp due to the pressure with which the torrent fell, and only the beasts whose bodies were more powerful managed to endure. However, there were many more zombies, sea creatures, and even mutant beasts that were swept into the deep waters. The zombies and beasts that fell into the sea fought as long as they could, but their efforts were completely futile as the same sea creatures that had been dragged back into the water devoured them. In the water, the sea creatures were king, and could finally exhibit 100% of their strength. How can this be possible? The zombie leader shouted indignantly and furiously at the same time. His red eyes glared at the human in front of him, intensely enough to imprint every feature of his body as he said, "You're just a first-order human. I'm a zombie who broke through the third-order barrier 2 days ago, and I even have the Duke subclass. I refuse to believe that a human can beat me." Saying that, the zombie leader kicked the bridge with all its power, causing thick cracks over 100 meters long to spread out. The zombie leader was like a mad beast that wanted nothing more than to tear Bai Zemin into 1,000 chunks as it charged straight at him. The zombie leader flatly refused to accept it. With so many zombies under his leadership, he was an existence that enjoyed a 200% increase in his battle power. How could he accept that a first-order human was defeating him? It was simply impossible. Even if the zombie leader did not know the difference between human and zombie subclasses, he was not willing to believe that, with his entire army numbering in the millions, the boost he received was no greater than the boost a human received from a few tens of thousands. Bai Zemin advanced to meet the zombie leader's attack instead of retreating. His spear was like unstoppable golden lightning flashes, as no matter what his enemy did, Bai Zemin's attacks always pierced his skin. Foul-looking purple blood began to stain the leading zombie's body, and even though his high health helped his wounds recover at surprising speeds, it was clear that Bai Zemin's attack speed was high enough to overcome the beast's recovery. Boom! 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 Fierce explosions, one more terrifying than the other, shook the atmosphere. If this battle was not happening in the middle of one of China's largest mouths, then the world map would probably have to undergo several modifications. A first-order existence possessed enough power to turn a street 100 meters around into a pile of rubble, with one physical attack, or one magical attack. A second-order existence possessed enough power to turn an entire village into a disaster of destruction with one simple attack. As for a third-order existence, a large village with more than 50,000 inhabitants could be devastated under the attacks of such a being. Were it not for the fact that Bai Zemin was taking the force resulting from the attacks of the zombie leader with his body, and was it not for the fact that he was sending out most of the resulting energy between the clash of the attacks of the two, all living beings on the bridge, except those second-order existences, or those first-order existences specialized in defense, would have already been turned into chopped meat. Of course, Bai Zemin would be more than happy to let them all become chopped meat, as this would make things easier for him as well. However, if he allowed such a thing to happen, he would be taking the risk of the bridge collapsing. Besides, Shangyuan Bingzu was there. In fact, Shangyuan Bingzu was the main reason why Bai Zemin was practically crushing the zombie leader. Swoosh! Shangyuan Bingzu swung her sword covered in a faint but beautiful silver radiance, and with a swift movement, she took advantage of the momentary carelessness of the zombie commander she was facing. Her blue eyes, as clear as the moonlight that shone brightly hanging over the sky, flashed with cold light within, as the male zombie commander's head appeared in her pupils, flying along with a raw torrent of uncontrolled blood flowing from the neck of the creature. You have received the soul power of second order, Zombie Commander Yi Yuan level 74. Shangyuan Bingzu turned her body nimbly, and with a fierce kick, sent the lifeless body of her enemy flying towards the less important battlefield, and causing the death of several zombies that were struck by the sturdy corpse of the zombie commander. She had been fighting for only 5 minutes but had already managed to take the life of a second-order existence. As if killing a second-order existence in just 5 minutes wasn't enough, Shangyuan Bingzu was only a first-order existence of level 50, and zombies were the race that humans feared the most for obvious reasons. Shangyuan Bingzu's cold gaze carefully scanned the different battlefields without moving from her current position. She only had 2 objectives at present. Her first objective was to prevent any creature present from intervening in the battle Bai Zemin was fighting. As long as there were no zombie, beast, or sea creature trying to affect the course of the clearly won battle that had not yet culminated, Shangyuan Bingzu would not attack and let them kill each other, as this would make things a little easier for the humans. Last but not least, by no means least, Shangyuan Bingzu's second target was perfectly leveling up with one of Bai Zemin's targets. Ice ground, she whispered softly. A magic circle of over 1,000 meters shone under her feet for a second, and from within, it emanated a large amount of frozen fog. The frozen fog soon transformed into a thin, but at the same time extremely hard layer of ice that stretched over 2,000 meters along the bridge. Shangyuan Bingzu made sure to synchronize her ice maker skill with Bai Zemin's blood manipulation skill as best as possible, so that the ice ground and the blood barrier became tough defenses for the bridge. Above all, she made sure to cover the areas where the shark man of the marine race and the last zombie commander clashed against each other, and the possible points where Bai Zemin and the zombie leader would exchange blows. If not for her, not only would Bai Zemin be in a death grip due to his physical and mental exhaustion, but the bridge he was desperately trying to protect would probably have already collapsed at this point as a result of the fierce shockwaves and physical or magical attacks that missed their course and ended up hitting the bridge. Eggs. The attention of Shangyuan Bingzu was quickly attracted by the cry of pain from the zombie leader. She could easily recognize it now, after having heard the creature screaming and roaring his anger non-stop for every time Bai Zemin inflicted wounds that could not be ignored. However, this time it was different. In full upward flight, Bai Zemin's golden spear traced a beautiful golden arc. In full descent, the left leg of the zombie leader was detached from the rest of his body, as more and more blood flowed out from the severed flesh. Great! Shangyuan Bingzu clenched her small fist excitedly as she stared at Bai Zemin with shining eyes. On the other hand, the zombies became frenzied, and their attacks became more ferocious as the second-order zombie commander roared furiously and stopped worrying about defense, attacking with the intention of killing the second-order shark man, even if in the process he suffered severe damage. It was clear that the zombies also sensed that things did not look good for them and their race. Just at that moment, and precisely when the body of Bai Zemin was beginning to be dragged down by the gravity of the world, the sea that was raging violently suddenly calmed down. The sea creatures that were furiously fighting zombies and beasts did their best to force their enemies back before retreating to one end of the bridge and jumping into the water as if by prior agreement. Bai Zemin frowned hard and suddenly had a bad premonition. He decided not to chase after the zombie leader and instead stood next to Shangyuan Bingzu. At the first instant, his feet touched the frozen bridge. Shangyuan Bingzu also tensed, but she said nothing and stood firmly by his side. Regardless of what would happen, things were already as they were, so there was no need to fear. Besides, she also had no plans to run away and leave Bai Zemin fighting alone, not now that she had enough power to assist him. Swoosh! The sea suddenly underwent another change again. As if singing a beautiful melody, the waves danced gorgeously as one of these waves slowly rose into the sky, only stopping once it reached 300 meters high, just 100 meters above the bridge. Standing onto the wave were two creatures. One of them was a beautiful woman, beautiful to the point of being able to steal the breath of any living being. She had dark blue hair, blue eyes, white skin without imperfections. Her upper body was partially naked, and only had two seashells covering her generous-sized bosoms. The most surprising thing, however, was that her lower body was not like that of a normal human woman. She had a long fishtail. She was a mermaid. Backslash, 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 backslash. As everyone probably knows by now, BW may receive an adaptation in the future. Although nothing is certain, the chances are there. If support continues or, better yet, grows, we could be in for some good news in the future. Thanks to all who support this novel and me. Chapter 531, Human Leader, Zombie Leader, Beast Leader, Sea Princess. Fatal War Part 5, Last. The mermaid at the top of the wave had a strange charm, one that Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu were not used to dealing with. She not only had a beautiful face and a sculpted curvaceous body, but because of her tail and the shimmering blue scales that covered part of her arms, she had a touch of exotic beauty that was too alluring to take one's eyes off her. However, the gaze of Bai Zemin only lingered for a second on the mermaid's body before moving to the creature riding the wave right next to her. And when he saw this creature, he not only tensed slightly, but the murderous intent within him exploded in such a way that everyone on the bridge felt it. This was because the creature standing next to the mermaid was none other than the little ape who not long ago had been thrown into the sea by the alligator in an attempt to save its master from Bai Zemin's fatal attack. In fact, Bai Zemin knew that the little ape was still alive despite having fallen into the water. After all, the little ape was the leader of the beasts, and if it wasn't because it was sending orders by unknown means, the other unintelligent beasts would have definitely started to kill themselves and fight against the zombies instead of simply attacking the sea life. It was just that Bai Zemin did not expect the little ape to suddenly appear with a mermaid coming from the deep sea, and from what he could see, it seemed that they were in some sort of alliance as well. Bai Zemin did not understand why the mermaid, who clearly had great prestige among the sea creatures, would join forces with the leader of the beasts. After all, so far, the beasts and zombies had joined hands to slaughter the sea creatures. However, even though Bai Zemin didn't understand too much of what was going on, he didn't care either. Since that was the way things were, he would probably be forced to use overlap regeneration again. This would place a heavy burden on his currently wounded soul, but Bai Zemin would rather wound his soul more deeply than let himself be hunted alive and die. Besides, he was not alone here. Shangyuan Bingzu would die if he did not have such determination. The battlefield on the bridge had become silent when the mermaid made her appearance, as from the moment the sea creatures jumped into the water, the zombie-beast alliance lost their targets to fight against. The mermaid that had appeared was the 7th princess of the Eastern Sea race, and her name was Xian Meier. The first thing she did after arriving on the surface was to observe the battlefield, and somehow what she saw confused her. However, that confusion slowly turned into anger as the blue eyes of Xian Meier flashed with chilling light at the sight of the corpses of so many soldiers of her race. Just as the 7th princess clenched her magic staff so tightly that her knuckles turned white without a trace of blood, a chilling aura enveloped the area and forced her back to her senses. The mermaid princess was slightly surprised to notice the spine-chilling look the male human was giving her, but when out of the corner of her eye she saw the little ape, she naturally understood everything. Mermaids were a legendary race, and there were many theories regarding this mythological race that had haunted human myths and legends since ancient times. In some myths, mermaids were creepy creatures that sang beautiful songs to cause ships to crash into each other and sink to the bottom of the ocean, or to lure fishermen with their charm. In other myths, mermaids were extremely beautiful and shy beings that hid in maritime areas unreachable for mankind. However, all these myths had something in common, and that was that mermaids were undoubtedly extremely intelligent creatures. The mermaid princess looked at the zombie leader who was gasping for air and noticed that one of his tentacles was nowhere to be seen. His body was riddled with wounds, and one of his legs was gone. Then, she looked at the human male and then looked at the human female before her gaze settled on the male again, as while both were tremendously powerful, it was clear that the leader between the two was the male. The mermaid princess suddenly looked down at the sea below her and shouted words in a language that none of those present could understand. Her voice was gentle, but at the same time had a slight tinge of natural arrogance similar to that of a person from a wealthy family, yet charming and pleasant to listen to. Swoosh! The sea opened up and a new wave rose. On top of the wave, the second-order shark man who had been fighting to the death against two zombie commanders at the same time before Shangyuan Bingzu took one for herself emerged. The body of the shark man was riddled with wounds, and the dark blue blood flowing out of his body seemed to be fighting against something as the visible flesh occasionally twisted. Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu noticed that deep in the flesh of the shark man were strange purple rashes that began to slowly grow. It was probably the product of some venomous skill or some side effect of the zombie's natural infection. The shark man knelt on his right knee and lowered his head. His loud and clear voice rang out, and even though no one could understand what he was saying, the respectful tone in his voice had laid bare to Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu that the beautiful mermaid had great status among the sea creatures. The beautiful mermaid and the shark man were talking for almost 2 whole minutes. Mostly, and even though no one could understand the content of the conversation, it seemed to be that the mermaid was asking questions as the shark man occasionally nodded his head and looked towards the bridge, pointing to some places and looking at the zombies and beasts with anger in his big eyes. After about 120 seconds, the mermaid seemed to have gotten the information she was looking for as she simply nodded, and with a wave of her hands said something to the shark man. The shark man lowered his head in shame, and after bowing to the mermaid looked at the zombie commander with murderous intent before sinking back into the waters and disappearing without a trace. "See, princess, since you are here, why don't you honor our agreement and help us kill this human?" The zombie leader looked at the beautiful mermaid with his red eyes and inquired in a deep voice. The little ape, before the mermaid could say anything, stomped on the wave it was standing on and fell back onto the bridge. The little creature looked at Bai Zemin with bloodshot eyes as a deep bloody wound littered its chest, probably the place where the second-order alligator had struck earlier. A blue-colored pearl that was embedded in the skin of the mermaid's forehead glowed faintly, and she opened her plump lips. For the first time, Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu understood the words of this beautiful sea creature. "You dare to ask me questions," Princess Xian Mayer said. Although her voice was gentle, the hidden anger could not go unnoticed from those who had taken the lives of hundreds of thousands of living beings, which was why the zombie leader knew that the 7th princess was displeased. Your zombie race, the beast race, and my sea race, our 3 races had reached a clear agreement, Xian Mayer said as her whole body trembled and she struggled to contain her anger and frustration. "In exchange for helping you kill a human and destroy his forces, you would deliver sacrifices to my subordinates. However, what happened here? You formed an alliance, and over 10,000 of my precious subordinates were mercilessly killed. If you don't give me an explanation today, then none of you will be able to leave this place safe and sound." The anger of the 7th princess seemed to be felt by the sea as dozens of waves hundreds of meters long began to agitate. From the distance, giant tsunamis could be seen rising and dying in the same spot over and over again, creating an extremely terrifying image. The zombie leader was already angry after being humiliated and beaten by the attacks of the humans, so, when the princess threatened him, his anger naturally did not let him think rationally about the consequences of continuing to offend her. Fortunately, the little ape was able to keep its mind composed despite its inner rage. The little beast stepped forward and said in a high-pitched voice, "See, princess, I can assure you that we will give you an apology for this. I'm even willing to offer 100,000 unclassified beasts for you to feed your populace. However, before that happens, Would you mind helping us to kill these two humans? The little ape pointed at Bai Zemin and said seriously, especially the male, that human must die or else in the future there will be no room for us in China. The mermaid princess might not be aware of how terrifying the human known as Bai Zemin was, but the little ape and the zombie leader knew it perfectly well. Despite having fought for 48 hours without any rest, despite having slaughtered nearly 10 million zombies, despite having fought and killed several second-order enemies, Bai Zemin still had enough power to overwhelm the little ape and the zombie leader in such a way that they both ended up in miserable states under his physical and magical attacks. HMPH. The seventh princess snorted and said with ridicule and disdain, I Xian Mare might be nothing more than a second-order mermaid. However, this princess stands out as being very clever. Do you think you can fool me, beast leader? You and the zombie leader clearly joined hands to fight that human and were still defeated. It's because you somehow expected this to happen that 3 days ago you requested my help, isn't it? The little ape frowned and the face of the zombie leader sank. Neither of them liked where things were heading. Bai Zemin decided to seize the opportunity, and using the information he had managed to gather from this short discussion, he said in a deep voice, Mermaid Princess, if you forge an alliance with me, I will offer you an even better deal than the one these two offered you. Xian Mare looked at the human standing on the bridge from a superior position. She asked with apparent interest, and what do you have to offer, human leader? Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes and his eyes flashed strangely as he listened to the way the sea princess referred to him. After thinking about it for a moment, Bai Zemin slowly said, It seems that you need food for your subordinates. Although I don't know your motives nor do I understand the situation under the seas, it is clear that you and your race have your own problems just like all of us here. So, how about this? After murdering everyone here, I, Bai Zemin, swear to give up 30% of all the zombies here as well as 50% of the beasts present. 30%, 50%, the mermaid princess sneered. The beast leader is wounded, the zombie leader's battle power dropped below 70%, and you, human leader, are clearly exhausted. As for the woman next to you, even though she is strong, she definitely won't be able to fight against me and my subordinates. I can take whatever I want right now. Why in the world would I accept a deal like this? That's because if you reject my offer, I'm afraid that you and all your subordinates will be sent to the bottomless abyss from which you will never be able to get out. Bai Zemin said in a cold voice. The blue eyes of Xian Mare flashed with chilling coldness, and the murderous intent in her began to grow. Just as Shangyuan Bingzu was beginning to grow anxious, Bai Zemin continued. Over 7 million zombies fell into the sea, regardless of whether they were alive or not. Your race devoured them, and with it also took large amounts of soul stones. Giving you 30% of the 6 million that are here is my limit. As for the percentage of beasts, my human race needs them too, so the percentage is out of the question. However, in return, I can give you the corpse of a third-order existence. Bai Zemin noticed that the mermaid princess's eyes shone brightly when she heard his last words, and his lips curved imperceptibly upwards. What do you think, Your Highness? /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 532. Entering into an alliance with the mermaid Princess Xian Mei. Bai Zemin was not being a coward, far from it, in trying to offer an alliance to the 7th princess. On the contrary, he was being extremely careful with this matter and trying to handle it with his head as level-headed as possible. Bai Zemin was a proud person even before the apocalypse broke out in the world with the arrival of the soul record on Earth. He did not know the reason why he was always proud and even slightly arrogant after all. Bai Zemin was only the son of a truck driver and an elementary school teacher, and even though his grades were always excellent, he was aware that his pride seemed to come from deep inside him for unknown reasons. However, the pride of Bai Zemin grew explosively when the mana of the world flowed into his body. With the attainment of skills such as God of War's will, and under the constant praise of a not only beautiful but tremendously powerful woman like Lilith, Bai Zemin slowly grew into an existence that would not allow anyone to try to step on him, and if anyone ever tried to take advantage of him, he would definitely make them pay 1,000 times the price. Until now, the only reason he could keep his calm in most situations was due to his passive skill Stoneheart. In this situation, Stoneheart helped Bai Zemin once again, as it was a skill that, apart from suppressing his emotions to others, also helped him to keep his mind somewhat cooler than usual when the situation warranted it. The current situation was far from ideal, and Bai Zemin was perfectly aware of this fact. His stamina stat had fallen below half. His soul was wounded, causing his battle power to drop by 10%. His mind was exhausted, which clouded his senses. His slightly numb body, due to having done nothing but fight for so many hours on the run, was causing his reaction speed to plummet, and many more. Bai Zemin was confident that even with his current situation he could defeat the zombie leader and the beast leader. However, if to these two third-order beings was added a mermaid princess, which despite being only a peak second-order existence for some reason gave him a slight feeling of danger, then Bai Zemin could no longer guarantee his victory 100%. If the mermaid princess joined the zombie leader and the beast leader, unless Bai Zemin was willing to destroy the bridge and risk his life, his best option would be making a run for it. After all, activating Crimson Blood Judgment in the middle of the sea would destroy the bridge, and he would lose his foothold, which would eventually lead to him being surrounded by countless sea beasts. All of this was even without taking into account the fact that Shangyuan Bingzu was there. While she was undoubtedly a powerful and proficient warrior and mage, she probably wouldn't be able to fight the mermaid princess long enough for Bai Zemin to finish off at least one of his enemies. Therefore, he needed to prevent the mermaid princess from joining hands with the zombie leader and the beast leader at all costs. Only then would Bai Zemin be able to prevent the destruction of the bridge. But more than anything else, only in this way could Bai Zemin prevent his life from being plunged into danger at the same time, as he would end up preventing Shangyuan Bingzu from probably dying. Now that Bai Zemin knew that for unknown reasons the mermaid princess needed food for her subordinates, then he would take advantage of this fact. Delivering several million zombie corpses was not a loss to him, and the only thing that hurt him was the loss of the possible tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of soul stones that could be found in their heads. But since Bai Zemin was not an all-powerful being capable of moving through the heavens and earth freely, he had to be prepared to sacrifice some things for the greater good. At least, until the moment he had the power to control all destiny in his hands, Bai Zemin would have to be willing to give up some things to gain others. That was life. When we chose one path, we often gave up another. In fact, that was how the soul record worked as well. Indeed, when he mentioned the corpse of a third-order existence, the mermaid princess was immediately tempted. The zombie leader and the little ape naturally noticed the strange glint in the mermaid princess's gaze when she looked at them. It was as if she was looking at two shiny gold coins waiting to be collected. "See, princess, are you going to break your word? Is this how your sea race does business?" The little ape took a step forward and shouted noisily in panic. Things were already very tight, and no one knew who could win. If the mermaid princess joined forces with a monster like Bai Zemin, then these two leaders would probably have no hope of getting out of here alive. However, the little ape did not know that his words were all it took for Xian Mayer to make her decision. "Break my word," said the mermaid princess in a low voice. She looked at both the little ape and the zombie leader with disdain and sneered. "The ones who broke their word were you, yet you dare to besmirch the name of my race. I really must be blind for forming an alliance with an ape and a strange creature like you two." Bang! The mana burst out of the mermaid princess' body, and in response, the sea 5 kilometers around responded with what seemed to be a ferocious bestial roar. "Human leader, I accept your offer. We'll discuss the details later. For now, let's get this over with once and for all." Under the stupefied eyes of Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu, as well as the furious and disbelieving gaze of the zombie leader and the little ape, the mermaid princess waved her staff, and her voice traveled several kilometers into the deep sea. "Attack!" Maybe it was because of the glowing blue pearl embedded in the mermaid princess' forehead, but this time, everyone understood what she said. In return, thousands of waves of different sizes rose up with noisy bangs. The night sky seemed to be covered by several layers of water for a brief moment, and as these layers of water began to descend, the moonlight illuminated the terror approaching the bridge. At least a few 100,000 sea creatures leaped out of the waters in the direction of the bridge. There were fish, there were lobsters, there were crabs, there were seaweeds, sea lice, etc. At very least 30 different species of sea creatures planted their feet firmly on the bridge, creating a noisy boom. Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu were amazed when the sea creatures did not take long at all to show up, as once they arrived on the bridge, they immediately got to work. Following the mermaid princess's orders to the very letter, the creatures from the sea charged like an angry wave towards the army of the Zombie Beast Alliance. The numbers between the two armies were disproportional in great magnitude. One side had over 6 million while the other side had just over 500,000. Moreover, the side that had numerical superiority was also fighting on solid ground, which gave them even more of a natural advantage over the army whose total was more than 10 times smaller in comparison. However, despite being outnumbered, and despite the fact that the place in which they were fighting was not advantageous in any way, the sea creatures proved to be terrifying to the point that even Bai Zemin wished that mankind would not have to face them in the near future, and if possible, never. The fish over a meter tall that were unclassified existences were barely over level 10, but their teeth were so powerful that even a level 15 defense-focused beast would be split in half. The unclassified crabs and unclassified lobsters with their powerful pincers had the ability to break the defense of any first-order zombie that was not careful and fell into their clutches. But the most terrifying were the sea lice. These ugly creatures numbered over 200,000 and were nothing more than level 5 unclassified existences, but their special characteristic was that they always followed the leading organism, which was level 15. The leading sea lice would attack, and like magnets with opposite poles attracting each other, they would immediately attack the same target. In a matter of a few seconds, most of their enemies were turned into a pile of bones. These previously small sea lice had grown to over 20 cm each, while some of them were over 30 cm long, the leader being a creature over 50 cm long. While such sizes were insignificant when compared to any of the other living creatures on the bridge, the fact that they all attacked together was simply horrifying. The same shark man from before also seemed to be called by the mermaid princess, as Bai Zemin heard him yelling something in a language he could not understand. The shark man charged towards the zombie commander with decisiveness, and immediately both existences created their own battlefield where they became entangled in a deadly battle. Only a couple of seconds passed, but the top of the bridge became a slaughterhouse filled with bestial roars and shrieks. Although the sea race was temporarily at a disadvantage, it seemed that given enough time they would be able to turn the tide with their own efforts and sheer tenacity. "You bastard bitch!" the lead zombie roared in anger, and suddenly made a move that left Bai Zemin a little at a loss for words. The creature tore off half of his single tentacle and brought the severed half to the leg that Bai Zemin had cut off with his spear just before the mermaid princess made her appearance. Then, something breathtaking happened. "So that's how that monster managed to recover," Bai Zemin muttered as he watched the severed tentacle join the severed flesh of the leg of the zombie leader. A strange purple light glowed above the tentacle, disintegrating it in a second. Then, that light entered the flesh of the severed leg, and a moment later a completely healthy new leg was born. Bai Zemin had always wondered how it was possible for the zombie leader to recover from the deadly wound he had inflicted. After all, unlike any kind of regenerative skill, the only wound that had healed on the body of the zombie leader was the mortal wound of the torso that had been almost completely torn off and the internal organs destroyed. Now the doubt had finally been cleared. However, Bai Zemin now had a new doubt, and it was, how would the zombie leader fight now that he had lost his two upper limbs? Soon, this doubt was cleared up as well as the other. Sacrifice. The zombie leader roared towards the sky and activated a skill. Flash, 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 flash. Flash, 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 flash. Blackish-purple lights illuminated the bodies of over 2 million zombies. Moments later, a large part of the bridge was suddenly vacated, as those zombies that were being surrounded by the blackish-purple light disappeared without a trace. This caused the pressure on the sea creatures to be greatly relieved, and at the same time, the zombies and beasts felt the terror of the sea creatures even more strongly. All that blackish-purple light flew to the places where the tentacles of the zombie leader should be, giving shape to something that was soon revealed. Swoosh, swoosh. The corner of Bai Zemin's mouth twitched a couple of times as he saw two new shiny black tentacles bleeding on the leading zombie's body. A third-order existence really is too difficult to deal with, he sighed in his heart. The eyes of the zombie leader flashed with a hint of exhaustion after activating his skill sacrifice. However, the weariness was being fought by the anger he felt, so he pointed at the mermaid princess and roared, "I'll take care of catching you, and by the time that happens I'll eat your body piece by piece while leaving your consciousness intact." HMPH. Xian Mayer didn't look convinced. Despite being a second-order existence, this mermaid princess was actually brave, and with a swing of her magic staff, the mana inside her body began to tremble in response to her magic power. "Come, zombie leader," she said in a cold voice. "I will finish you before the sun rises. From tonight onwards, zombies from all over this district will be left without a permanent leader." ////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 533. The Human Who Will One Day Rule Over the Universe. After I'm done with you, let me see if you can continue with that arrogance of yours, shouted the zombie leader in anger, and ignoring whatever the little ape had said, he stomped on the bridge with such force that the ice floor Shangyuan Bing Zhu had created to support Bai Zemin's blood barrier practically cracked all the way through. The mermaid princess snorted in retaliation to the aggressive outburst of the zombie leader. The gemstone on the top of her magic staff released a faint blue glow, and the large wave beneath her body receded at the same time as Xian Mayer waved her staff. Her soft voice resounded in the middle of the night. Water dragon. Bang! The sea exploded as the waters gathered, and in an instant a beast over 300 meters long and over 30 meters tall took shape. Although the creature was just pure water, the power of a true flood dragon seemed to emanate from its silhouette, and as it soared skyward in pursuit of the advancing zombie leader, the air began to blast repeatedly due to the pressure caused. Scram! The zombie leader roared and lashed his two hardened tentacles forward, using them as whips to lacerate the body of his enemy. The water dragon let out a low roar in response, and using the momentum with which it came out of the water, swung its long tail straight ahead. Boom! The waves rose up, forming a beautiful but terrifying natural phenomenon, as the shockwave spread out with the point of impact as its center. The water dragon and the zombie leader seemed to freeze for a moment in mid-flight, but that stagnation was soon broken, as the zombie leader was sent flying in such a way that his body only stopped once he extended and enlarged his right tentacle to cling tightly to one of the pillars of the bridge. On the other hand, the water dragon exploded and turned into millions of tiny water droplets that shot up into the sky before falling swiftly back into the sea, creating small ripples of water. It was clear that, although the water dragon looked quite majestic, at the end of the day, it was just a skill that belonged to the mermaid princess. Unless the mermaid princess was tremendously more powerful than the zombie leader, or her skill was, at very high stages, it was completely normal for the water dragon to be destroyed by the attack of an enraged third-order creature. However, Xian Mayer did not panic at all. She kept her distance from the bridge, and using the now more than 500 meters high wave, she chanted one more time, "Water dragon." Bang! Again, an oriental dragon made of pure water came out of the sea and charged towards the bridge. However, this was not all, as the mermaid princess waved her staff, and as the mana in her body fluttered, she activated a second skill. Electrified body. The voice of Xian Mayer had only fallen as countless lightning flashes of different sizes surrounded and began to dance over the water dragon's body. The night sky lit up, and from a distance the bright gold-colored light could be seen illuminating the sky vault. The lead zombie roared, and with a strong kick, launched himself forward again. Boom! Boom! This time, even after two powerful blows, the zombie leader failed to destroy the water dragon despite forcing it back with the first attack and sending it flying with the second one. However, it was clear that the zombie leader was also having his own difficulties, as sparks of golden lightning flashed over his two tentacles, causing his muscles to slightly atrophy. Human leader, you don't need to stand there watching. The voice of the mermaid princess traveled to the bridge, successfully reaching Bai Zemin. Even though I am just a second-order existence, in the sea, there is no way a filthy third-order beast that only advanced using strange means can defeat me. The voice of Xian Mayer not only sounded confident, but also contained a tinge of ridicule clearly directed towards the zombie leader. However, regardless of the content of her message, this served to soothe Bai Zemin. Although Bai Zemin did not care whether the mermaid princess died or not, he hoped that she would be able to restrain the zombie leader at least long enough for him to inflict major wounds on the beast leader or even kill it. Otherwise, things would once again become very difficult for him, more so considering the zombie leader's sacrifice skill that allowed him to sacrifice zombies in exchange for regenerating his body. "I'll go help you when I'm done here," Bai Zemin shouted back. Xian Mayer did not respond and instead continued to create water creatures using her magic. Every time one was destroyed, she simply waved her staff and spawned a new one. Sometimes, the mermaid princess would even become daring enough to empower her water monsters with other skills such as electrified body, ancient endurance, royal blessing, etc. The zombie leader, despite being clearly a lot stronger, had no way of reaching the mermaid princess as his skill of extending his tentacles only had a range of 300 meters at present, and because of the water summons that repeatedly obstructed his route, the zombie leader was unable to reach Xian Meier. Xian Meier was not stupid. She knew that in a face-to-face confrontation against the zombie leader her defeat would be a matter of time. Therefore, she backed off when she needed to back off and moved forward when she found the opportunity. Using her ability to summon artificial creatures from the sea, Xian Meier managed to keep the zombie leader at bay while slowly draining his stamina and mana. Stamina and mana which were currently quite low after the creature used sacrifice. Seeing that the mermaid princess seemed to be able to fight against the zombie leader without too much trouble, Bai Zemin let out a sigh of relief in his heart. His cold eyes moved to the little ape that was muttering continuously things that neither Bai Zemin nor Shangyuan Bingzu could hear from a distance. Bai Zemin frowned and took a step forward. His murderous intent was completely released from his body, and an intangible crimson aura seemed to take shape around his silhouette. This was the result of having slaughtered and ended the lives of so many existences in such a short time. You have learned. Again, leaving the records obtained for later, Bai Zemin looked at the little ape and said in a chilling voice, "Stop babbling, little rat. It's you and me now, with no one intervening." The little ape ignored Bai Zemin and instead continued muttering under its breath. "How is this possible? How is this possible? How is this possible?" Shangyuan Bingzu approached Bai Zemin and whispered, "What do you want me to do?" Bai Zemin gave her a sidelong glance before turning his gaze to the front and whispering, "Stay alert. I feel something is not right, but I can't infer what it is." Shangyuan Bingzu's blue eyes flashed, and she nodded sternly after hearing what he said. "Leave it to me," she said softly. As she looked at his serious profile from the side, she added, "Go and fight without worrying about anything but your own well-being." Bai Zemin smiled slightly in return, before stomping hard on the ice floor that enveloped part of his blood barrier and protected the bridge. Bang! The wind generated by the explosion at the sudden movement caused Shangyuan Bingzu's flowing hair to dance under the glare of the moonlight, and even though Bai Zemin's silhouette was but a blur in her eyes, she seemed to be able to see him, since in her pupils, the only thing reflected was him. The little ape naturally sensed mortal danger from the moment Bai Zemin focused his gaze on him, a danger which escalated to colossal levels once he lunged forward to start the fight. How the hell did this happen? The little ape roared in a high-pitched voice as its magical power went berserk. The response of Bai Zemin was to stab forward with his golden spear directly between the beast leader's eyes. The little ape roared skyward, and a tremendous wind blast formed a kind of dome that quickly spread outward, growing larger and larger. Boom! Bai Zemin's spear hit the huge wind barrier, and a thunderous explosion caused the entire bridge to rumble. The wind barrier shattered after withstanding the impact and stopping Bai Zemin's charge. Thousands of wind blades indiscriminately slashed the ice floor, the blood barrier, and even took the lives of several hundred of the creatures fighting their own war on top of the bridge. This wasn't how things were supposed to be. The little ape stretched his hand skyward, and a dark cloud 100 meters wide and 400 meters long formed out of thin air. The beast leader looked at Bai Zemin with bloodshot eyes and roared, "Today, I was supposed to fulfill my wish to take your life. My plan was perfect." Bang, 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 bang. Purple lightning flashed around the dark cloud, and Bai Zemin barely had time to react when a lightning flash as thick as a vehicle fell from the sky with the intention of striking him. Bai Zemin merely snorted coldly, and when the purple lightning came into range of his spear, he simply stabbed out at a strange angle. Boom! The lightning exploded as the spear tip slammed against it, and small snakes of lightning scattered through the air, illuminating the surroundings for a brief fraction of a second before disappearing. But it was not all. After the first lightning flash struck and was destroyed, a second one descended from the sky. Then a third, a fourth, a fifth, 6, 7. More than 1,000 violet lightning flashes descended from the sky with short margins between them. The sight from the distance was magnificent as well as terrifying. The golden radiance and the purple shine intermingled with each other to form a kind of artificial aurora in the sky that looked beautiful despite the danger that approaching it represented. Were it not for the thunderous explosions and bestial roars that could be heard even more than 50 km away, and were it not for the world being as it was, many would probably have approached the eastern dragon's back in search of answers. Bai Zemin lashed out with his spear. Sometimes he would stab, sometimes he would swing, sometimes he would even use the back of his weapon to finish off some lightning. All of this seemed to be a simple thing for him. It was as if the elemental skill of the little ape was nothing more than a joke in his eyes, as the expression of Bai Zemin remained impassive at all moments. "Why?" the little ape roared as it leaped skyward and stretched both hands forward. "Why don't my magic attacks work on you? Why are you so strong? You're just a human. Your body should be weak and your talent shouldn't be so high. What the heck are you?" Bai Zemin, annoyed with the little ape's strange behavior, suddenly tensed the muscles in his arms and legs. With a fierce stab forward, and not holding back his strength stat at all, a thunderous explosion followed by a huge air cannon propelled by annihilation of the falling sky flew into the sky, struck the black cloud from which the lightning flashes fell without pause. Boom! The cloud dissipated on the spot, and as a consequence all the lightning flashes it contained also dispersed across the sky, vanishing without a trace a moment later. Bai Zemin swung his spear around his body, before pointing the tip at the ape that was holding itself in the air, using the gusts of wind to its advantage. "Looks like you've been observing me. Oh well, never mind that." His cold voice reached skyward, and with indifference he emphasized, "Regardless of your motives and regardless of the reason behind your strange behavior towards me, from the moment you decided to be my enemy you were destined to fall. You ask who am I? Let me answer that question before I kill you." Blue lightning flashes crackled over the body of Bai Zemin at the activation of lightning movement. The power of crimson flame immediately encircled his spear, and as he leaned his body slightly forward in preparation for what seemed to be an imminent leap, he said coldly, "I am the human who will one day rule this universe. You shouldn't feel bad now that you know who I am, should you?" His voice was arrogant and proud, and even the mermaid princess and the zombie leader fighting in the distance heard it. However, neither of them felt anything but ridicule in their hearts. However, the same could not be said of the little ape. The little ape felt for some reason that what the human before him had just said were not mere words but facts. And this chilled its blood because it had a very special skill attached to its soul. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 534, Magic Ignition. Bang! The little ape did not have time to think things over, nor was it given time to feel surprised or stupefied because, after saying such extravagant words, Bai Zemin stomped on the ground beneath his feet and turned into a flash of golden light charging straight up into the sky and soaring more than 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. However, just like a corralled rat, the fear of the little ape began to turn into anger, and with a vicious glint in its eye it roared sharply, "Don't underestimate me, human." The mana inside the body of the little ape surged like a torrent in such a way that even Bai Zemin felt small for a second. It was more than clear that the amount of mana the little ape had inside its body was without a doubt considerably higher than Bai Zemin's total mana. If one were to take into account that Bai Zemin's mana statistic could be compared to an early third-order existence, then the little ape's mana could be compared to a middle or perhaps late third-order existence. And this was so even though the little ape was barely level 101. Bai Zemin did not respond to the roar of the little ape, at least not verbally. All he did was stab forward with his spear as his eyes tried to anticipate where the next magic attack would be launched. However, nothing was easy when it came to facing a third-order existence, and that was multiplied infinitely when it came to facing an existence of such magnitude while you were 2 stages below. Magic ignition. When such words reached the senses of Bai Zemin, all the hairs on his body suddenly stood on end, and out of pure instinct, he activated gravity manipulation, increasing the gravity around him x 15 times, and causing the course he was moving on to change in an instant. Boom! The space around the little ape shuddered ferociously, as if the world was trying to warn about the difficulty it was experiencing in withstanding such pressure. However, how could the little ape care about such things? At this moment, the beast leader wanted nothing more than to tear the human in front of it into 1,000 pieces, even if the price was its own life. After using blood manipulation to control several blood chains that coiled around his body and led him back to the bridge, Bai Zemin frowned, and a glint of worry flashed in his gaze as he looked up at the sky. For a moment, even the battle of the mermaid princess and the zombie leader came to a halt as both existences looked skyward with shock in their eyes. The body of the little ape was surrounded by a faint red light, and while using the natural and magic air currents to its advantage in order to stay floating, the beast leader felt a scorching energy burning in its abdomen even though there was no flame at all. Magic ignition. This was a third-order skill that had mutated after the little ape found a treasure in the middle of the forest, a treasure which also helped it to lower the difficulty of its evolution requirements from second order to third order. Of course, the consequence had been that before reaching level 150, the little ape would only be able to use 90% of the power of a true third-order existence, and even after reaching level 150, the purity of its soul power could no longer be the same. Magic Ignition was an advanced self-polishing skill that after reaching third order could not evolve any further. This was its limit. As an advanced skill, the effect was naturally outstanding. However, any increase in power that was not natural to the soul or body had its own consequences, and as the name suggested, Magic Ignition was a skill that burned the little ape's magic power. For the little ape, the mana cost of all elemental skills doubled in addition to consuming 2 mana points every 4 seconds. The duration was only 3 minutes while the cooldown of Magic Ignition was 6 months. In addition, Magic Ignition would cause a colossal 30% decrease in the stat's health, stamina, strength, mana, and an even worse 70% in magic for 180 days. However, for such a severe punishment, there were naturally high-grade rewards. Magic Ignition was a skill that increased the power of elemental skills plus 300%. It also increased the magic stat plus 50%, and the casting speed of magic skills plus 100%. A skill that granted the user overwhelming godlike power for a short 3 minutes in exchange for practically leaving said user on the verge of death for half a year. Die, the little ape roared to the sky as a huge fireball formed above its head. The little ape needed nothing more than to kill the human on the bridge. Everything else was insignificant in its eyes. The fireball started out as just that, a fireball. However, in a matter of blinks of an eye, that fireball transformed into a sphere of fire over 100 meters in diameter that at the same speed continued growing. 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters, 500 meters, 600 meters. The darkness was completely erased from the surroundings by the illumination of the flames, and the seawater began to evaporate so fast that 3,000 meters around a kind of concave hole appeared in the middle of the water. As the water spun in the form of a spiral, a fierce whirlpool of water that the ships were so afraid of began to take shape. As the water began to disappear so quickly, the surrounding sea began to spin counterclockwise, and had it not been for the fact that most of the surrounding sea creatures were on top of the bridge, they would have been torn apart by the pressure in the center of the swirling water. The sphere of fire did not stop expanding and soon reached 1,000 meters in diameter. At the same time, the whirlpool of water had grown to a beast of over 5,000 meters in diameter. Xian Meier had difficulty to control the water wave she was resting on, and even though she was doing her best, the heat of the fire sphere was such that all she was succeeding in doing was preventing the water around her from disappearing. The power of the sea creatures plummeted, and at the terror of the fire energy gathering in the sky above their heads, many of them began to shriek and roar. Had it not been for the mermaid princess, command to them being absolute, these creatures would have definitely jumped into the water in an attempt to get away from the heat, which would end their lives as the swirling water would tear them apart immediately. Swoosh! Shangyuan Bingzhu slaughtered all the enemies that got in her way, and in just 2 seconds she arrived at Bai Zemin's side after having opened a path of blood by herself. "And now what?" she asked in a cold voice while in her blue eyes reflected a huge, slightly orange circle with shades of yellow of varying magnitudes. Bai Zemin did not respond immediately. He was weighing the pros and cons of each possible action. However, Bai Zemin knew that first of all he needed to do something, or else the bridge would soon be destroyed. Rumble! Indeed, even though the magic attack had not been launched and had not touched the bridge at all, the tremendous pressure that the swirling water 200 meters below was so great that the gravity in the area increased considerably. If not for the blood barrier and ice ground that Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzhu had prepared, this bridge that had been built with normal post-apocalypse materials would have already collapsed. "Bingzhu," Bai Zemin called out in a serious voice. As he looked at the little ape, his eyes flashed strangely. "Days ago, you told me that the second activation of your Ice Maker skill allowed you to create traps which would activate only when you wanted them to, didn't you?" "Yes," Shangyuan Bingzhu said somewhat uncertainly, as she did not understand what Bai Zemin was getting at. After all, It was absolutely impossible for her ice maker skill to be of any use in this kind of situation. Explain to me how it works, hurry. Bai Zemin pushed as he noticed that, after reaching 1,800 meters in diameter, the expansion speed of what now looked like a fire plant slowed down. From where Bai Zemin and the rest were standing, all they could see was fire as the sky was completely covered by the magic skill of the little ape. It was more than clear that the beast leader wanted to die with everyone here, as it was even ignoring the zombie leader's shouts and curses. No one dared to approach the little ape to stop it. While it was possible to kill it, it was more likely that the magic power of the surroundings would turn anyone into a pile of bloody pulp. In addition, thin black lines continuously appeared in the environment as proof that the spatial barrier of the world had no way to handle this pressure. Shangyuan Bingzhu quickly gave him a summary of how the second activation of her ice maker skill worked, and once Bai Zemin understood the scenario, he realized that his plan was plausible. Bingzhu, make for me a temporary magic circle with an ice pillar at least 2,000 meters high. Can you do that? Even though such a huge pillar will consume practically 70% of my remaining mana, it is possible, she said after thinking about it for a second. Then Shangyuan Bingzhu closed her eyes and focused on her skill. Bai Zemin looked at her out of the corner of his eye and noticed that on her beautiful face that seemed to be made of porcelain like that of a doll, the beads of sweat were moving tantalizingly. The temperature of the area had reached at least 200 degrees Celsius, and more than 60% of the sea creatures had died. Of course, zombies and beasts had also suffered. The beasts to a lesser extent thanks to their powerful physical bodies, but they were fewer in number to begin with, so there were only around 10,000 creatures standing alive right now. Were it not for the fact that they were all 50 kilometers away from the mainland, and were it not for the fact that the night winds in the middle of the sea were extremely fierce and cold, the forests would have caught fire at the slightest contact with this kind of environment. Bai Zemin took a deep breath, and the seductive fragrance of a female body sweating clouded his senses for a fraction of a second before he regained his composure. Just then, Shangyuan Bingzhu opened her eyes and looked straight at him. She extended her small hand forward and calmly said, "Here." Bai Zemin looked down and saw a 5-centimeter diameter ice circle, enclosed by countless small, unreadable magic runes that joined together to form strange lines. The magic power coming from the small circle was considerable in comparison to its size. Bai Zemin took the ice circle in his left hand, and then said something to Shangyuan Bingzhu, using a voice that only he and she could hear. She looked at him in confusion, but her confusion was soon swept away by her preoccupation. Shangyuan Bingzhu hesitated for a moment before softly saying, "You, take care." Bai Zemin stared at her for a moment before smiling and say in a joking tone, "Do you want to buy kiss? Do you want to die?" Shangyuan Bingzhu replied calmly as she tidied up a section of her hair. "Haha, I'm sorry, but no, I still have many things I want to do." Bai Zemin laughed out loud, and while looking at the almost finished huge magic attack with narrowed eyes, he said with a hint of determination, "I have so many things to accomplish. So many people trust me that I can't die." Then he looked at Shangyuan Bingzhu and said arrogantly, "Don't look at me being so handsome and charming. If I am honest, I never had a girlfriend. So my standards are too high after all." Shangyuan Bingzhu glared at him before bursting out laughing. She laughed loudly, so loudly that in the middle of the stony silence, the beautiful sound of her laughter traveled far and wide for all to hear. "Maybe you haven't had a girlfriend because you haven't been able to get one," she joked in between laughter and tears. "Who told you about it?" Hearing Bai Zemin's bitter tone, Shangyuan Bingzhu laughed even louder. The two of them, far from worrying about the seemingly horrible situation they were in, joked with each other like two old friends who had just reunited after years of being apart. "Even when death is imminent, can you laugh? Let me see how much more you can continue smiling." A roar charged with anger and pain resounded, practically completely suppressing the beautiful laughter of Shangyuan Bingzhu. Looking up at the sky, the eyes of Bai Zemin met the rabid eyes of the beast leader, who seemed to want to devour his flesh, drink his blood, and scatter his ashes until no trace of him remained. Where did all this hatred come from? Where did this pain come from? Bai Zemin could not understand the reason why the little ape was willing to go so far as to create such a suicidal attack. Bai Zemin racked his brain to the point where it hurt, but no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't come up with a possible answer. Bai Zemin had gone so far as to think of silly reasons such as, could it be that this little ape was my pet, and I abandoned it years ago, so now that the world evolved it is releasing its anger on me. After all, in many novels this kind of trope happened frequently. However, he never had a pet monkey, so such a thing could not be possible. Such was the degree of Bai Zemin's confusion. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 535. Death is the fate of those who are blinded by power. Even when death is imminent, can you laugh? Let me see how much more you can continue smiling. Bai Zemin returned the little ape's cold stare, and instead of replying to the creature, what he did was to look briefly at Shangyuan Bingzu and say in a low voice, "Remember my words." Then, after seeing her nod towards him with a serious expression on her face, Bai Zemin did something unexpected. His body seemed to flash due to his high movement speed, and in an instant he crossed 200 meters, reaching the end of one of the widths of the bridge. Then, with a stomp that not only cracked and pulverized a large portion of the ice ground and cracked the blood barrier, but also caused the bridge to tremble fiercely, his body flew off in a straight line to the west. The speed at which Bai Zemin had shot out was basically the same as the speed of a cannonball fired from the main cannon of a war tank, and in an instant, he disappeared from the line of sight of all the living beings on the bridge. The zombie leader and the mermaid princess for an instant thought that the human leader was fleeing the scene. However, they soon realized that this was not the case. "Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will find you and will kill you." Like a rabid beast, the little ape let out a terrifying roar that was at odds with its relatively diminutive body. Using its high magic power, the beast leader changed the course of the fierce air currents, and at speeds no less than Bai Zemin's speed charged westward with a whirlwind of wind and a huge blazing sun above the palms of its paws. Although the giant sun was a colossus of approximately 2,000 meters in diameter, the displacement speed of the little ape was simply too high, and therefore, in a matter of seconds, all they could see from the bridge was a glowing ball that became smaller and smaller as it disappeared into the distant horizon, until it reached a point where it was no longer visible. With the disappearance of the powerful magic skill of the beast leader, the swirling water slowly began to calm down as the sea finally stopped evaporating once the temperature began to plummet. With the coldness of the winds in the middle of the sea and with no structure to obstruct them, it didn't take long for the temperature to return to normal. However, apart from a dense cloud of steam that was being rapidly dispersed by the wind, in the distance could be seen the faint radiance of something bright becoming fainter and fainter, as a result of the distance flattening out more and more. Shangyuan Bingzu took a deep breath, and her eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. She seized the opportunity, and with a graceful sway of her waist, her body flashed, and she appeared right behind the second-order zombie commander. The zombie commander, who was stupefied by everything that was happening just like every other existence on the bridge, did not even have time to react before Shangyuan Bingzu's explosive speed, and all he knew and saw the next instant was that the world was spinning and his body no longer had a head. Moments later, the light faded and the spark of life in his gaze dimmed until it finally disappeared. The sound of the zombie commander's body falling heavily onto part of the ice ground was like a noisy alarm going wild at 6 a.m. Everyone seemed to wake up from the dreamlike state they were in, and as if by prior agreement began to massacre each other viciously. Roar! The shark man let out a dragon-like roar, and now that the only second-order existence on top of the bridge capable of holding him back had fallen, there was no longer anyone free capable of stopping him from venting his anger and frustration on the zombies and beasts. Shangyuan Bingzu was naturally ignored by the shark man as well as the rest of the sea creatures. Knowing that at least temporarily the humans and their race were in an alliance for survival, Shangyuan Bingzu watched as several tens of thousands of sea creatures passed by her, and began to fight the now just over 900,000 army of zombies. The roars and shrieks again broke the silence that had previously reigned for a brief period of time when the beast leader activated magic ignition. Bodies were dismembered under claws and teeth, blood of different colors and varying thickness flew everywhere. Broken bones fell on the ground causing chilling sounds. For every second that passed, there were several living beings that lost all their soul power as it was absorbed by the one or ones that had killed them. The mermaid Princess Xian Mayer and the zombie leader did not remain indifferent either, as once both sides began a fight, the two leaders of their respective factions clashed again in a desperate attempt to end the life of the other as soon as possible. As the shockwave spread far and wide, and as the sound of thunderous explosions broke under the night cloak that was slowly beginning to light up in the presence of so many magic skills, Shangyuan Bingzu stared into the distance with soft eyes for several seconds before her sharp gaze began to carefully scan the surroundings. If anything out of the ordinary happened, she would be the first to react and act accordingly. //. Bai Zemin had traveled over 100 kilometers, but was still far from stopping. Despite the fact that below him was only water, at a movement speed exceeding 1,000 kilometers per hour by a considerable margin, and with footsteps as light as a feather despite not running with his full self, Bai Zemin raised large waves everywhere he passed, and the wind rushing behind his body made them explode not long after he disappeared into the distance. What he was doing was very dangerous, after all. Bai Zemin had no knowledge of the waters, and sea creatures were undoubtedly the beasts he feared the most, or rather the ones he was most wary of. However, he had few options. After moving approximately 200 kilometers away from the bridge, Bai Zemin looked over his shoulder and noticed that the beast leader was following him at a speed comparable to his own, and even though it had not caught up with him yet, it was clear that if his speed dropped or if a sea enemy appeared in his path, the little ape would immediately launch the huge ball of fiery fire similar to a bright sun rising above its head. Regardless of what reasons the little ape had for hating Bai Zemin so much, and regardless of why it was willing to sacrifice itself if it meant taking Bai Zemin's life with it, Bai Zemin only cared about his survival, and for it, he would do anything. After reaching 250 kilometers away, Bai Zemin opened his left palm and looked at the small circle of ice that Shangyuan Bingzu had handed him. Looking over his shoulder again to make sure nothing went wrong, Bai Zemin let the small magic object fall into the sea. The magic circle glowed slightly before disappearing, blending into the waters, leaving no trace of its presence except for a slight amount of mana that did not belong there. Swoosh! The little ape passed through the area like a raging storm. Everywhere it went, a cloud of steam rose up behind its back as a result of the bright sun it carried. //. On the bridge, a few minutes had passed since Bai Zemin had departed, and the massacre had become more and more intense. Although the Zombie Beast Alliance had overwhelmingly higher numbers than the army of sea creatures, the ferocity of a second-order existence was not something that numbers could resolve so easily. The Shark Man, now free of all restraints, unleashed the Armageddon on the zombies and beasts. Even without activating any extravagant skills, and only using his powerful physical body, each swing of his tail was enough to wipe out dozens of zombies at the same time, and when he activated a skill, the death of a few hundred was nothing strange either. Shangyuan Bingzu was attentive to her surroundings. She would occasionally slash with her sword in a direction and claim the lives of several zombies or beasts that tried to get too close of her position. Her sword had tasted the blood of several different species in a single night, and except for sea creatures, she had managed to kill at least a few tens of thousands of living beings. Suddenly, just as she withdrew her sword back into its sheath after having cut a 15-meter-tall elephant in half, Shangyuan Bingzu felt the rune representing her ice maker skill engraved deep in her soul tremble gently. Her face changed slightly as she remembered Bai Zemin's words, and after closing her eyes, she focused in such a way that she even cut off all connection with the outside world. Cutting off her senses with the outside world while standing in the middle of such a dangerous, deadly battlefield. It was no different from suicide. However, Shangyuan Bingzu would rather endanger her life than fail and endanger the life of someone precious to her. Therefore, regardless of the possible consequences, she did what she did. 1, 2, 3. When 3 seconds had passed, her eyes opened abruptly and flashed brightly under the moonlight. Just as Bai Zemin had instructed her, after 3 seconds elapsed, she immediately activated the second activation of her ice maker skill. //. Stop, the little ape roared furiously. What more would it want than to throw its magic skill and turn the human it hated the most into ashes? But the beast leader was smart, and despite its hate, it did not underestimate Bai Zemin. Even though the huge sun of blazing fire it had conjured up thanks to the boost of magic power that magic ignition provided, Bai Zemin's agility was so fast that in no time he would be able to leave the area of effect of the fire skill, even more so considering that they were in the middle of the sea. Therefore, the little ape could only keep chasing. But the problem was that at this rate its mana would be depleted before the effect of magic ignition was over. By the time that happened and the side effects came, the little ape knew that Bai Zemin could easily end its life. Boom! Suddenly, the little ape felt an explosion behind it and also noticed a giant object rising 10 meters behind its back. However, the beast leader ignored the object, as when it looked over its shoulder it saw that the object was a pillar of ice which, although composed of large amounts of mana, did not possess any real magic power and therefore posed no danger whatsoever. In fact, the ice pillar was so useless that, after rising 1,500 meters and despite having much more mana, inside it began to stop its growth as the heat from the magic burning sun that the little ape had conjured was so powerful that it suppressed the growth of more ice. However, what to some was useless to others was a treasure, and what to some was a waste of time to others could be an opportunity. Now, Bai Zemin's eyes lit up, and with a sudden movement he forcefully planted his right foot on the water he was walking on. At the same time, he moved his body sideways agilely as if he was riding a skateboard. The speed at which Bai Zemin was moving was so high that his body continued moving forward very fast. Bai Zemin roared and turned his body to look directly at the little ape. As he completed the turn, he swung his spear, and the swing was so fierce that a wave of more than 20 meters in the shape of a fan rose, creating a curtain that for a split second separated him and the little ape. As the wave hit the water, the little ape's pupils twitched fiercely and contracted to the size of a needle as a flash of dread shone in its increasingly terrified gaze. Shit, he screwed me. Such a thought was naturally born in the heart of the beast leader as it felt a slight surge of magic power from behind its back. The little ape had been observing Bai Zemin carefully for a long time, therefore the creature naturally knew him well. Habits, main skills, personality, combat style, etc. How could the beast leader not know of Shadow Blink's existence? In fact, the little ape even knew that in order to use Shadow Blink, Bai Zemin needed to have a foreign shadow to blink onto. However, the little ape had dismissed the possibility that such a skill could be used given the circumstances. After all, in the middle of the sea, there were no obstacles, and the only possible shadow that Bai Zemin could use here was the shadow of the little ape. However, since the artificial sun was just behind the little ape, the shadow would always be cast to the front. Therefore, if Bai Zemin used Shadow Blink, he would be moved to the shadow in front of the little ape, and the beast leader could finish him off by detonating its magic attack right there. But the appearance of the giant ice pillar had changed everything. Prodigy. The beast leader felt its back being pierced, and at the same time a sharp pain enveloped it. Its heart was pierced from side to side. The creature stiffly turned its head, and with eyes full of anger and surprise, met two eyes as black as the night that had no emotion other than indifference in them. You are indeed clever, you have my admiration for that, but at the end of the day, your power seemed to blind you for a moment, he said in a cold voice before pushing forward strongly. Boom! The beast leader's chest was crushed before it could respond, and all its internal organs were turned into slime. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 536, No One is Wrong. What is wrong is this world. Bai Zemin waved his spear and watched with cold eyes as the body of the little ape fell into the sea. Then, he looked up and noticed that the overwhelming magic power of the huge blazing fire sun that covered his entire range of vision was slowly beginning to decline after having lost the sustenance that kept it in condition. However, he noticed that while the blazing fire sun was fading, now that the air currents were no longer under the beast leader's partial control, the magic skill was beginning to fall more and more. It's a good thing we're in the middle of the sea. Bai Zemin breathed coldly as the gravity of the earth drew him into the water slowly after he activated gravity manipulation and reduced the gravity around him, and the gravity just below the huge burning sun to the minimum possible. While this was happening, the little ape was now floating above the sea which slowly but surely began to evaporate in the surroundings, and, as a consequence, a new whirlpool of water began to form due to the abrupt absence of water in the area and the influx of more water coming from the immediate surroundings. Blood was gushing out of its body, but the little ape did not seem to feel any physical pain. Its brown eyes were looking up at the sky. More specifically, its eyes were looking at the human rising in the sky with a golden background behind him. He really looked like a true god descending over the mortal world. Tears filled the little ape's eyes as memories began to fill its mind. A little over a month and a half ago, when the apocalypse had just begun, it was during this time that the little ape met Bai Zemin, even though Bai Zemin did not know the little ape. It was during the time when Bai Zemin, Shengyu and Bingzu, and all the others were still in college. In fact, at that time Bai Zemin had not even completed the evolution requirements to become a blood berserker. At that time, while humans were doing their best to survive, many beasts had managed to come to a kind of agreement in which no one attacked anyone around them. This was possible only thanks to the existence of an anomaly that rarely appears, let alone in the first weeks of the apocalypse. With the existence of an anomaly known as mana embryo, which despite having no attack or defensive skills, and which despite being an extremely slow creature, the small botanical garden at Beijing University began to mutate rapidly at speeds that put any other green place to shame. And in just a week of time, that small botanical garden ended up turning into a mutated forest, where the animals that were previously in the laboratory or in the recreational area of the grounds were reunited. Among these animals, there were two apes who supported each other as much as they could, and just formed an excellent team where no other creature really gave them too much trouble. These two apes simply lay around resting or sleeping, while their bodies absorbed the mana released by the mana embryo. And although the strength of both of them was inferior to that of a first-order creature evolved normally by absorbing soul power, and thus improving their stats and overall power, the mana stat of the two apes were really high, and the magic power of both of them was especially high. These two apes were mother and son. They were both pets before, and the students often fed and played with them. But after the soul record arrived on Earth, one of them and the larger one went mad, losing all sense of sanity except her affection for the other smaller ape. Meanwhile, the smaller ape seemed to be more special. The smaller ape not only managed to maintain his sanity, but his intelligence grew rapidly day by day to the point where by the time he reached first order level 26, his natural intelligence was already comparable to that of an adult before it stagnated. However, the peaceful times did not last long. One day, when the little ape returned to the mutated forest of the university after having gone out to hunt something to eat and to make his soul stronger in a more equal way, he noticed that his mother was not there. The little ape immediately realized that something was wrong since his mother would never leave without him, so he began to search around. However, to the little ape's horror, what he found after searching around was blood. Blood which, after sniffing, the little ape correctly identified as blood that belonged to his mother. The little ape followed the trails of blood and destruction that was left in the way, feeling relieved to discover that the enemy his mother was facing was clearly weaker, as it was simply fleeing from her furious attacks. However, at some point the little ape was forced to hide when in the distance he heard a roar full of anger but at the same time pain. It was the sound of his mother. With his intelligence being so high, the feeling of fear naturally arose accordingly. Being aware of how dangerous the world was now, the little ape cowered behind a building while watching as a thick crimson chains glowed brightly and clung to his mother's limbs in such a way that even when she shook her big body she could not free herself. The little ape felt an urge to go help his loved one, but his rational mind won out. After all, his mother was far more powerful than he was, and if there was someone powerful enough to restrain her, then what else would he be? He would probably just get in the way. When the little ape saw the blood chains breaking, he almost jumped for joy. However, a moment later, the blood chains shimmered and became even harder than before after repairing the cracks that covered them. Then, something that was still etched deep in the memories and soul of the little ape occurred. A male human dressed in a black coat as black as the night stepped forward, while holding a large spear of the same color as the chains that clung to his mother. The human had a slight sneer on his face, and the coldness in his gaze carried a hint of natural pride that seemed to come from deep within his soul. Then, the little ape watched as the human threw his spear directly at his defenseless mother. The little ape thought his mother would be fine, since he knew she had a skill that allowed her to regenerate from almost any wound. However, what the little ape didn't know was that his mother had already been forced to use her regeneration skill. Not to mention that even if the little ape's mother still had her skill available, it was unlikely that she could do anything about it when the crimson spear pierced her head and blew it off. The little ape could still remember how fear and hatred mingled with pain and shock as he watched his mother's body fall heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dirt in the process. He could also remember the excited looks on the humans' faces as they gathered the treasures they had obtained after hunting his mother. However, despite his hatred, the little ape was smart. He knew that if he went out now, he would be killed. That human had even killed his mother, let alone him who had barely broken into the First Order. Therefore, after looking intently at the human who had taken his mother's life in such a way that even if his bones turned to ashes he would still be able to recognize him, the little ape left the scene. From that moment on, the little ape lived with only one goal in mind: revenge. From that moment on, the little ape left the relative safety of the university's mutant forest and began to hunt to the point of exhaustion, absorbing soul power day and night almost without rest, becoming stronger at astonishing speeds, and even hunting existences more powerful than himself using his intelligence and special tactics. However, every day, the little ape took at least 5 minutes out of his day to make sure that human was still in his detection range. Time passed, and soon, the humans left the university. The mutant forest that had been his home for so long had been destroyed. The culprit had been the same human who had taken the life of his mother. The hatred and anger in the little ape's heart grew day by day, driving him to the brink of madness with increasing intensity. But the little ape endured. He knew it was not yet time. His strength was far from enough. He needed more. The days passed and turned into weeks, and the weeks eventually turned into months. However, no matter how much time passed, the little ape would never forget his goal. The pain that still lingered in his heart would not allow it. Such pain could only, maybe, be suppressed by getting revenge. The little ape continued to hunt as much as he could, barely getting any sleep for himself and only eating what he needed when necessary. Moreover, with the constant increase of power, the little ape had also managed to get his own subordinates who kept him abreast of the situation in the human camp, led by that male human he hated so much. The little ape's life was like hell for an intelligent being like him. Hunt, 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 suppress, hunt, 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 and more hunt. However, the little ape not only did not stop but worked harder after seeing how that human ended the life of a second-order existence because he could not rest or he would be left behind, and his revenge could never be carried out. Under his abysmal effort, and thanks to a fortuitous encounter after fighting a battle in which he was almost killed together with his enemy, the little ape managed to evolve in such a way that the confidence he needed finally came to him. Now I can do it, that was what the little ape thought. Then, the little ape, who had now become the leader of practically all the strongest beasts in Yanking District, set up a plan together with the zombie leader with whom he had come to an agreement to share the treasure when the two of them were fighting to the death, as neither of them wanted to suffer too serious wounds. After all, being badly wounded in this world was no different from being dead. Everything was perfect. The little ape was 100% sure that this time he would be able to get his long-awaited and long-desired revenge. But reality was cruel, and life often dealt us such hard blows that it was not easy to get back on our feet. ARGH. Frustrated, angry, grieved, hurt, feeling prejudiced, the little ape tried unsuccessfully to release some of all those compressed emotions in a scream which was soon drowned out by his coughs and blood flowing from his mouth. The little ape watched as the human he hated so much stood above the sea using a thin plate of blood and said without energy, "Bai Zemin, give it back to me." "Give it back." Bai Zemin looked at the beast leader blankly and frowned. "My mother, my life, give it back to me. You took everything from me." The little ape's eyes filled with tears as he screamed again, aggravating his already mortal wounds even more. But the little ape didn't care. He knew this was the end of the road for him anyway. All he was doing now was just letting out frustrations before his time comes. Bai Zemin's mouth opened slightly before he closed it again. The wind howled loudly and his hair blew wildly as 600 meters above him, the fiery sun filled with magic power came closer and closer. Bai Zemin had killed too much in his path. Every step he took forced him to do so. Therefore, it was no surprise that in the process of growing up and becoming stronger, he might have destroyed several families, not only human but of other races as well. After all, it was survival of the fittest. The world was cruel, and if he wanted to continue to advance, then he had to mold himself to it. Otherwise, if he was not cruel to his enemies, he would be being cruel to himself. The little ape could not see what kind of expression Bai Zemin had on his face, as the fringe of his hair partially covered his eyes. All the little ape heard was his voice. "I'm sorry. I'm just trying to survive just like you, just like everyone here." Then Bai Zemin looked up to look the little ape in the eyes and said in a pure voice, "You also know what the world is like now. I have no choice but to do it." Of course, the little ape understood and knew deep in his heart that what Bai Zemin was saying and what he was doing was not really bad. The circumstances of the world were. Like the little ape and his mother in the past, Bai Zemin also had no options from which to choose. It was hunt or be hunted. The little ape laughed curtly as he closed his eyes. Tears streamed down his furry face as his short life sped by at lightning speed, similar to a movie. It all happened in the blink of an eye, and just as the little ape's last memory aligned with the current situation, all pain disappeared. No more emotional pain tearing at his soul and no more physical pain. Only silence and peace, finally peace. You have received the soul power of third-order super, intelligent vengeful ape, beast leader level 101. Bai Zemin retracted his spear after destroying the little ape's brain, and as he watched the corpse of his former enemy slowly being washed away by the waters, he couldn't help but sigh. Backslash 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 537 Elf Queen's Frozen Pride, and close to the end. Hundreds of thoughts flashed at lightning speed and struck Bai Zemin at almost the same time, all at once. However, there were some of them that previously had not been so important, but now Bai Zemin was forced to revisit his own actions for a moment. In the past, just as Lilith had said at the beginning of the apocalypse, humans killed pigs and sheep in order to feed themselves. And even now, after the apocalypse, evolved humans would delve into the mutated forests to hunt beasts in order to eat their meat. Then, for the first time, Bai Zemin pondered a thought which in the past would never have occurred to him. This was a thought that he simply could not think of since his birth limited him just like any other human. After all, Bai Zemin was also human regardless of how strong he was. In the past, this kind of thinking could be seen as foolish or naive, even idealistic. However, with the world evolving non-stop day after day, Bai Zemin felt that for his own growth and for the sake of his own future, he had to consider it. Before, humans killed sheep for food. Now, humans kill mutated beasts for food. However, unlike most cases in the past, if a human today wanted to eat the meat of X creature, they would first have to fight a deadly battle in order to win. If a human killed a tiger for food and strengthening, then that was fine. However, if a human died at the paws of a mutated tiger, that human's family would suffer endless pain for the rest of their lives. Then, what about that tiger's family? Didn't animals have families of their own? In the past, these were two questions that were insignificant to most, but needed to be considered now that animals had mutated and were beginning to awaken intelligence and feelings not beneath those of a human. Now, Bai Zemin felt it was right to assume that cases like that of the little ape might happen more often. This particular case had surprised him greatly, as it was the first time such a thing had happened to him. But who was to say that such a thing would not happen again? Tomorrow, Bai Zemin or any of his subordinates could kill a mutated beast without knowing that the slain beast had a partner or children, without knowing that they would be hurting the feelings of others, and without knowing that they were destroying a family, without knowing that they might have attracted a being that would stop at nothing for revenge. What would I do if someone murdered a member of my family? Bai Zemin took a brief moment to ask himself such a question, but the mere thought of it caused his blood to run cold and the anger in his heart to surge. Of course, he would seek out the culprit or culprits even if he had to go to hell itself. So, why wouldn't other sentient beings do the same as him? It was not only the animals that had mutated into beasts, but any other race that was born from now on in the earth applied for this. But in the end, Bai Zemin found the answer faster than he expected. It was a very simple answer. It was not as difficult as it all seemed. I will simply do what I have to do to survive and for those important to me to survive. Creating enemies in this world is a given. It is simply impossible not to create enmities when there are no firm rules. Not to mention that, in order to grow, I have no choice but to kill. The cold winds of the freezing night blew hard, carrying his voice for miles. His words echoed and resonated for a long time. It was just that the one who had spoken them was no longer in sight, and even the corpse of the creature that had given him an important lesson despite having known it for a couple of minutes also disappeared along with the owner of the male voice. Seconds later, a giant sun brimming with magic power over 1,000 meters in diameter fell into the sea. The water devoured the fire, and when the cloud of steam reached colossal heights, an explosion that would become a catastrophe for mankind happened at a depth of more than 2,000 meters. And so, one of the battles that could very well have become the trigger that destroyed cities and annihilated forests ended. It ended with only one death, and a valuable lesson for the victor. Backslash backslash backslash. Shangyu and Bingzu watched from a distance as the battle between the mermaid princess and the zombie leader unfolded, but there came a time when she even felt bored. Although it was universally surprising that the mermaid princess could face the zombie leader despite being one stage below, in the eyes of existences like Shangyu and Bingzu herself, it was nothing to be praised. After all, both she and Bai Zemin and many others from the Transcendent faction were able to skip levels, and a few were even able to stand up to an existence one stage above. While it was amazing to see the mermaid princess's seemingly endless water summonings, as well as her impressive magical skills to boost the power of such summonings, and while it was truly amazing to see how the zombie leader destroyed purely with physical attacks each of the water-created beasts, Shangyu and Bingzu could not help but feel that the battle was going on for too long. Of course, most of her anxiety stemmed from the fact that she did not know how Bai Zemin had been doing. So far, she heard no explosions from the distance, and even though it had been several minutes since Bai Zemin had left with the beast leader in pursuit, there was still no sign of him in sight. As the mermaid princess and the zombie leader fought, the war between the zombie beast alliance and the sea creatures was in full swing and getting fiercer and fiercer. There were only about 20,000 sea beasts left, but the zombie army had been reduced from 900,000 to less than 400,000. This showed that the sea beasts, despite being infinitely fewer in numbers, made up for it with ferocity and tenacity. Zombies were not at all scary once the fear of infection was removed. Furthermore, this war had served for Shangyu and Bingzu and Bai Zemin to discover that the human body was the only one that seemed to experience problems when scratched or bitten by zombies, as the sea creatures were clearly immune. This opened a door with infinite possibilities that needed to be studied more deeply little by little. Under the ferocious attacks of the Shark Man, the zombie army began to fall, and the beasts present slowly moved into the path of annihilation. However, just then a change occurred. The beasts that were focused on killing sea creatures suddenly stopped dead in their tracks, and their eyes turned blood red. They all let out thunderous roars that shook the bridge and the atmosphere surrounding the area before they began to slaughter the first thing closest to them. Right, left, north, or south. It didn't matter where, it didn't even matter the race, as the beasts slaughtered everything in sight. Fuwake, the lead zombie who had just landed back on the bridge after failing miserably to beat the mermaid princess, shouted in frustration and fury as he watched the beasts begin to attack each other, and even his army of zombies. That stupid ape really died. The lead zombie's disbelieving and furious shout caused Shangyu and Bingzu's eyes to light up as if thousands of star-filled galaxies were dancing inside them. That shameless little bastard really did it again. Shangyu and Bingzu's lips pursed into a slightly happy but mostly proud smile. The battle that Bai Zemin had just won was the first real battle that, from a certain point of view, represented two great powers of the human race and the beast race. A battle in which two great leaders clashed, and in which the human leader won. However, just as Shangyu and Bingzu was happy and proud of Bai Zemin's achievement, her beautiful face turned white as a sheet when a giant beast towered over her out of nowhere. The beast was similar to a huge crocodile, and when her blue eyes met those two big bright yellow reptile eyes, Shangyu and Bingzu felt her blood run cold. The alligator, which was once the beast leader's mount as well as a compliment to his lack of physical ability, jumped up from the bottom of the sea. The first moment a golden opportunity appeared. The beast had been waiting for the moment when one of the main enemies of the opposing side would slip up after its presence had been missing for so long, and that opportunity had come now. This alligator was a second-order level 92 beast that was especially intelligent despite not having the ability to speak. While the alligator knew that its master had died, the beast had decided to take the life of the human woman who was accompanying the culprit of its master's death as punishment before disappearing into the waters and returning to land later. However, even though Shangyu and Bingzu had been caught off guard since she was right at one end of the bridge, and even though her guard was at its lowest point after getting good news, she had already made preparations long ago after Bai Zemin warned her that something might happen because he somehow felt uncomfortable. Boom! Explosion of frozen air burst out in front of Shangyu and Bingzu. Frost and ice fragments flew everywhere, forming a dense frozen cloud over 400 meters high and over 900 meters in diameter. The alligator lashed out with its tail without holding back at all, as it could still faintly see the shadow of the human female in the middle of the frost cloud. However, the beast was shocked when the strength behind its swing was reduced by 40% as soon as it came in contact with the frozen mist, and for every meter forward the power was reduced more and more. HMPH, Shangyuan Bingzu snorted, and a flash of anger shone in her blue eyes. The sapphire on her crown, Elf Queen's frozen pride, suddenly let out a faint warm radiance, and under the terrified eyes of the alligator its tail began to freeze. However, this was no ordinary ice. Looking beyond the fog, the alligator was alarmed when it faintly noticed that behind the human woman was another woman who, although it was impossible to see her appearance due to the frost fog, was definitely a beauty from the human standard judging by her silhouette. Elf Queen's frozen pride, Shangyuan Bingzu sang in a cold voice. Swoosh! The silhouette of the second woman who had just appeared pointed her index finger forward, and all the frost fog suddenly compressed before flying all the way towards the alligator. Swoosh! A large part of the bridge was completely sealed under the ice, and over 2,000 kilometers of the sea in front of Shangyuan Bingzu turned into an ice arena. Sealed in an ice statue that joined perfectly with the bridge, the alligator looked outward with its eyes wide open. It was just that while the alligator's eyes were open, in reality, the beast could no longer see. You have received the soul power of second-order colossal, destructive alligator level 92. Shangyuan Bingzu unconsciously let out a sigh of relief in her heart as the light in the sapphire of her elf queen's frozen pride dimmed. Her treasure lost all luster and even dulled. Having lost all magic power, it needed time to recharge in order to be usable again. If not for the fact that she had taken Bai Zemin's words too seriously and had set a trap beforehand using the second activation of her Ice Maker skill, Shangyuan Bingzu might have encountered severe trouble, and her life might have fallen into mortal danger. Fortunately, Shangyuan Bingzu had learned that Bai Zemin seemed to be not only a tenacious and powerful man, but also seemed to have a sixth sense as his intuition rarely failed. Seeing that things were getting completely out of his control, the zombie leader let out a vicious roar, and a huge sound wave spread across the entire bridge. The zombies that were fighting froze for a moment when the sound wave hit them, and then began to turn around to try to flee in a southerly direction, as it was the closest area to the mainland, despite being more than 45 kilometers away. However, how could the sea creatures let the zombies run away? Seizing the opportunity, the sea creatures not only continued slaughtering the beasts that had lost their leader, but also slaughtered even more ferociously the zombies which, due to their agility now just beginning to be comparable to that of a normal human, could not run too far before being overtaken again. Ha ha ha, zombie leader, looks like the human leader managed to end the beast leader's life. Xian Mayer burst out laughing. Her laughter was extremely beautiful to listen to, similar to a melody sung by the gods, and the joy in her words was so great that it encouraged her subordinates to kill their enemies with even more ferocity than before. The human leader is probably on his way here. How about you stay to greet him? Xian Mayer sneered as she understood the zombie leader's intention, and with a swing of her staff created 3 water dragons at the same time. Roar, roar, roar. The 3 water dragons with ice armor surrounding their bodies roared low, before rushing forward with the same common goal. Fucking bitch! The zombie leader was enraged when his escape routes were obstructed, and without any other choice, he began a fight against the extremely sturdy water dragons. The zombie leader knew that if he did not flee soon, by the time Bai Zemin reached the bridge, his life would be over under the Human Sea Alliance. Backslash 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 backslash. Sorry, second chapy late cause was Valentine's Day and was busy. 2,400 plus words. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 538. End of the First Major War involving 4 races. Although the Sea Princess Xian Mayer tried with all her might to prevent the zombie leader from escaping, it was not an easy if not an impossible task for her to accomplish on her own. Xian Mayer was already having some difficulty in facing the zombie leader as she kept her distance and launched magic attacks from the top of her wave, keeping the zombie leader at bay to prevent it from getting too close to her, as that would probably be her downfall. Therefore, wanting to stop an existence that was already more powerful than her to begin with had become too much of a challenge for her. With Xian Mayer sending out water summoning after water summoning and making use of all her aquatic control over the surrounding area, as well as casting every single magic skill at her disposal, the zombie leader was effectively slowed down. However, the fact that the zombie leader was slightly contained did not mean that Xian Mayer could hold him back forever. Slowly but surely, the zombie leader broke through the defenses imposed by the mermaid princess, until he finally managed to break through the siege between the 10 or so water dragons that coiled around the bridge, creating an apocalyptic image worthy of an Oscar-nominated movie. Damn it, Xian Mayer couldn't help but curse as her last water dragon was smashed into the sea by the fists of the zombie leader. Are you going to run away, zombie leader? Will you abandon your race to their fate? All she could do was try to use offensive words to stop the retreating footsteps of the third-order existence. However, the mermaid princess' efforts were fruitless as far from stopping the zombie leader showed how little he cared for his race when he mercilessly slaughtered all the zombies that came his way, effectively creating a bloody trail. Although the mermaid princess could hold off the zombie leader longer, to accomplish such a thing she would first have to approach the bridge and activate her magic skills from a close range in order to force the zombie leader to stop, unless he wanted to be hit by a deluge of magic attacks. It was just that Xian Mayer had no intention of doing such a thing. After all, one punch from the zombie leader would probably be more than enough to send her back to the bottom of the sea with wounds from which Jade Mayer would not be able to free herself in a day or two. Just as the zombie leader was escaping while swearing to one day take revenge, just like every second-rate villain after being defeated by one of the main characters of countless web novels, a silhouette suddenly appeared in his line of sight. A vicious smile appeared at the corner of the zombie leader's deformed mouth as he recognized the human woman who seemed to be especially close to that odious male human. Before I leave, I'd better drop off a farewell gift or else the humans will think that we, zombies, are an unprincipled race. That was what the zombie leader thought as his body seemed to flash and disappear from his position, only to appear a moment later in front of the beautiful silver-haired human woman. The blue eyes of the woman did not even seem to reflect the silhouette of the zombie leader, as the creature struck viciously using his right tentacle. The smile at the corner of the zombie leader's mouth became even more ferocious when his tentacle finally hit something. Bang! However, the fierce expression on the face of the zombie leader suddenly changed when, after receiving a powerful blow from him, the body of the beautiful silver-haired woman exploded and turned into countless small flashes of blue electricity before disappearing without a trace. The zombie leader quickly realized that he had been tricked, and even though he didn't believe in any way that this human woman could hurt him, he didn't dare to try to take the risk. Therefore, he hurriedly stepped aside. This time, the zombie leader would really leave with no intention of playing any more games. However, 20 meters ahead, the zombie leader's surprised gaze met with two beautiful blue eyes that now glowed with a strange radiance that was clearly unnatural. Such a beautiful gaze. Who wouldn't be willing to die to protect those lovely eyes? Not to mention that face that, despite being masked by a fog of frozen emotions, actually seemed to hide as much fire and energy as that of a burning volcano. Nasty thoughts of all kinds clouded the senses of the zombie leader, but before his mind was further affected, the creature realized that he had fallen under the effect of some kind of mind control skill. Once the zombie leader realized this fact, and not even a second after he fell under the spell of Shangyuan Bingzu's gaze, even though several seconds seemed to have passed inside his mind, the creature managed to shake off her charming eye skill. However, when the zombie leader came back to himself, the first thing he saw was that same woman now less than 10 meters ahead, slashing with her sword towards him. Blizzard, Shangyuan Bingzu said in a clear voice tinged with a tinge of apprehension. From such a close distance, the zombie leader could easily extend one of his tentacles, and considering the difference in power between the two sides, Shangyuan Bingzu knew perfectly well that she would not be able to evade being hit. She would be lucky if her body did not receive serious wounds, but she would definitely become a zombie. It was just that she had no choice. If she didn't take risks, the zombie leader would escape. Just like Bai Zemin always said, to win one needed to take risks. If one wasn't willing to risk one's life in a big way, then one couldn't expect to become big. Swoosh! A dense cloud of frost surrounded by thin crystalline ice particles erupted from the magic circles around Shangyuan Bingzu's sword. Accompanying the horizontal slash of her sword, the dense frost fog exploded powerfully forward, and in less than a split of a second, closed the 10 meters separating the zombie leader from her. While the agility and reaction speed of the zombie leader were praiseworthy, it was naturally an impossible fact for him to move even faster than an attack that not only caught him off guard, but also covered such a large area and advanced towards him from such a close distance. Using charming eyes to contain the zombie leader as much as possible, Shangyuan Bingzu took full advantage of that split second when the creature had been stopped and activated blizzard. The dense frost fog extended over 900 meters along the bridge, and in addition to covering its entire width, also partially froze part of the sea 200 meters below as proof of how low the temperatures were. The dense frost fog was soon swept away by the strong winds, exposing the body of the zombie leader. The zombie leader had naturally not died. It was impossible for Shangyuan Bingzu to claim the zombie leader's life with her current strength, let alone with a mass control skill whose power was dispersed. However, despite not being dead, the zombie leader's body was covered by a faint layer of ice that not only caused the blood in his body to circulate slower, but also caused his limbs to become a little stiff. With the zombie leader's movement speed dropping by more than 30% during the first seconds, Shangyuan Bingzu quickly backed off as blue lightning crackled around her body and illuminated the surrounding area. Moreover, her bold move and bravery was not wasted at all. Roar! A giant beast over 20 meters tall and at least 500 meters long covered the moonlight with an appearance similar to a true oriental dragon, but at the same time different as a series of tentacles covered part of its body, appeared in the seas. The waters shook as the beast let out a thunderous roar that sent zombies, beasts, and sea creatures alike flying off the bridge. The beast was so large that even Shangyuan Bingzu felt a little intimidated under its grotesque appearance. However, it was clear that the beast was at least a temporary ally, as upon closer inspection, she noticed that the dragon-like creature was made of pure water. Leviathan! Xian Mayer's voice broke through the middle of the night, and with her face so pale beyond normal, she pointed forward as she commanded in a cold voice, "Restrain him." Roar! The water Leviathan roared again, and with its large size managed to stop the zombie leader's charge. This was the most powerful active skill of Xian Mayer, and she had to pay a great price to form it. However, with the power of a peak second-order existence, Leviathan would definitely be able to buy some time. Boom! 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 The zombie leader's fists were like nuclear bombs. Each blow destroyed part of Leviathan's body, and he was slowly able to continue his advance in a southerly direction. However, the monster called by the mermaid princess proved that, while it could not compare to the zombie leader in most respects, its tenacity and vitality were especially high as it consumed huge amounts of water and slowly regenerated its lost parts. After destroying the Leviathan's tentacles, the zombie leader was ready to break the lockdown. However, the effect of blizzard was still present, and this ended up taking its toll on him when he least expected it. Boom! The bridge suddenly shook, and a large rock almost 100 meters wide under Shangyuan Bingzu's shocked eyes flew into the sky. Her beautiful eyes reflected as the rock rose over 2,000 meters in an instant, and her heart tightened as she felt the bridge below her crumbling as if it was about to fall. If the bridge collapsed now, then none of this would make any sense. All of Bai Zemin's plans would go down the drain, and all the work he had put in over the past few days would go to waste. Freeze! Shangyuan Bingzu shouted in a high-pitched voice. The dread in her voice was more than clear. The mana burst outwards, and without bothering to delicately control her skill, she simply took advantage of the huge wave of water that had risen to freeze the bottom section in such a way that the bridge was temporarily safe. The mermaid princess did not seem to care at all about Shangyuan Bingzu's troubles. Her deep blue eyes looked up into the night sky, and in her pupils reflected the large rock that had been sent flying by her Leviathan surprise attack. The sea princess only cared about containing the zombie leader, but little did she expect that, under the partial loss of a significant part of his mobility after being affected by that beautiful human woman's frost skill, she would be presented with such a golden opportunity. With the zombie leader completely losing his agility in the sky, the odds that Xian Mayer could suddenly kill him had shot skyward. Therefore, as the sea princess sent a command to Leviathan and watched the silhouette flying uncontrollably into the sky with shining eyes, her body shuddered at the possibility of taking the life of a third-order existence. In the sky, the zombie leader had been sent flying, and with his feet far from the ground, it was difficult for him to control the direction he was moving. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of bangs coming from the distance became clearer and clearer in the zombie leader's head, even though the strong winds at an altitude of over 1,000 meters made it difficult to hear anything distinctly. Then, his eyes twitched as a silhouette appeared 1,000 meters below his body like a ghost, followed by two huge waves opening up in a straight line for over 2,000 meters. The silhouette that had appeared just below the zombie leader was precisely Bai Zemin. His body flashed, and when he saw the situation on the bridge, his heart went cold. Taking advantage of the sliding momentum caused by his high movement speed, Bai Zemin planted his feet in the water, and while moving without a surfboard, he stomped hard and shot into the sky like a rocket. Boom! An explosion followed by a huge wave of water surged up, covering the spot where Bai Zemin had been a moment ago. It only took a split second for him to reach the zombie leader's height. Human, the zombie leader roared in anger, and with fear mixed amidst all his rage, he slammed his hardened tentacle downward. Bai Zemin extended both hands towards his waist, as if he was unsheathing a sword, and the purple storage ring on his finger let out a faint glow. In the next instant, a giant sword that was almost as tall as Bai Zemin himself appeared between the grasp of his two hands. As if time had slowed down, the zombie leader's red pupils reflected the appearance of the greatsword, and his eyes trembled fiercely as he realized that this greatsword was the weapon that had appeared in the human's hands momentarily when the beast leader had managed to imprison him with his wind magic skill. Remembering what happened when the human in front of him struck with that weapon, the zombie leader roared downward as he used every ounce of strength he had in his body to power up his attack. The surrounding air exploded noisily, and the wind seemed to be cut into two halves as the zombie leader's tentacle passed by. Bai Zemin also let out his own war cry, and with his eyes bloodshot after not having rested for more than 2 days, and after having taken the lives of so many living beings, he fiercely swung his greatsword from below upwards. This was the final confrontation that closed the curtain on the first great war fought by 4 different races under 2 alliances. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 539 Atlantis, the legendary lost city. For a moment, it seemed as if time had stopped. At the contact of the greatsword and the most powerful weapon in Bai Zemin's possession, with the rampaging tentacle and empowered by every active skill that increased the physical attack power of the zombie leader, the world fell silent. Eyes as black as the night met eyes as red as the blood. Both gazes were bloodthirsty, and the only emotion visible in the other's eyes was murderous intent born from the depths of the soul. The wind stopped blowing, gravity stopped working, the sounds coming from the bridge and its surroundings no longer could be heard, and with the moon as a witness high in the sky, the world surrounding the area seemed to enter under a strange pause effect. However, that strange pause did not last more than a second because, as Bai Zemin and the zombie leader stared into each other's eyes, the awaiting hell that was ready to be unleashed finally broke all restraints that held it back. Shangyuan Bingzhu had never seen or heard the explosion of a nuclear bomb in her entire life. Furthermore, since she had not been present at the battle to the death between Bai Zemin and Glynera, or the short confrontation between Bai Zemin and Emperor Thanath when they invaded Oblong World, she also did not know how powerful a swing of Bai Zemin's sword at full power could be. However, this had been by far the most terrifying sound of explosion she had ever experienced in her life. The clash between Bai Zemin's greatsword and the zombie leader's tentacles not only caused a thunderous explosion, but the expansive shockwave spread far enough that even someone like the Sea Princess could not see the limit of its growth. Waves of colossal size rose more than 5,000 meters high and the sea below the bridge shook, with such force that the land more than 50 kilometers away in a northerly direction opened up, as cracks more than 200 meters in diameter covered the ground. The bridge rumbled, and one of the columns collapsed, causing many more zombies to fall into the sea. Had it not been for Shangyuan Bingzhu's quick action, what would have collapsed would have been not just a secondary pillar, but the entire bridge. In the sky, as if gravity could no longer affect them, Bai Zemin and the zombie leader seemed to freeze as a huge bubble of vacuum in which even the air had been expelled enveloped them. The red flashes of lightning from the greatsword sizzled furiously inside the vacuum bubble, as more and more black lightning, with golden edges, threatened to sneak into the world from the thin spatial rift that had opened up above their heads. The face of the zombie leader distorted into a hideous grimace filled with hatred, and his eyes widened to the maximum extent possible as he let out a choked roar. However, in the next instant, his expression of hatred froze as his tentacled body blasted into a mist of purple-blackish blood that partially blocked the inner view of the vacuum bubble from the outside world. Boo-oh-oh-um. Another terrifying explosion rumbled as the vacuum bubble was shattered once Bai Zemin's greatsword lost whatever was obstructing its path. The large blade of the giant sword quickly widened before the frightened but mostly disbelieving pupils of the zombie leader, and before his body was sent flying by the ferocious shockwave brought by the weapon, his head was firmly struck. Boom! Like a watermelon falling from a 10th floor, the head of the zombie leader not only exploded but was practically pulverized. Black-tinged blood along with brain matter and small pieces of shattered skull flew everywhere and rained down on the sea waters once the world's gravity pulled them in. You have received the soul power of Apocalyptic Power Zombie Zun Shin Level 101. While the records of the Apocalyptic Power Zombie were stored deep within the soul of Bai Zemin, waiting to be absorbed when he completed his mission to advance to the Second Order, his arms went horribly numb after facing the unrestrained attack of the now-dead zombie leader. The Apocalyptic Power Zombie was truly worthy of the name. Even someone as powerful as Bai Zemin felt his chest tightening along with the blood inside his body stirring disorderly. He barely managed to restrain the urge to spit out blood thanks to his skilled blood manipulation. While it was true that the Apocalyptic Power Zombie had the advantage in the previous clash, as he was in a more elevated position, when attacking while Bai Zemin had to strike from a disadvantageous position, at the same time lifting horrendous weight from his weapon. Considering all the passive buff Bai Zemin received from his various skills was proof of how terrifying the zombie leader had been while he was alive. Bai Zemin. A loud call filled with urgency forced Bai Zemin back to reality, despite the terrifying pain that overwhelmed his senses, not only attacking him from the physical side, but also from the spiritual side. With the vacuum bubble bursting and disappearing, the Earth's gravity pulled Bai Zemin back onto the bridge. However, in his free fall, Bai Zemin noticed a flash of purple light thanks to the shine of the bright moon. Soul Stone. Bai Zemin's eyes lit up with excitement at the realization that the Apocalyptic Power Zombie had formed a third-order soul stone in his head. However, in the midst of the pain and excitement, Bai Zemin spotted a shadow swiftly charging towards the soul stone. A giant monster stretched across the sky, and an extremely long tentacle charged like lightning towards the soul stone. The expression of Bai Zemin changed dreadfully, as he realized that it would be difficult for him to reach the soul stone before the giant monster. In a flash of inspiration, and with his heart burning with anxiety, he opened his mouth wide, and his throat moved strangely. Bai Zemin did not even realize that he had unconsciously activated one of his newly learned skills. Roar! The sound wave traveled swiftly, striking the Leviathan of the Sea Princess and hitting its spirit on the spot. The sky-blue eyes of the creature clouded over, and as if it had suddenly fainted in mid-flight, its body began to plummet towards the sea. Boom! The massive body of the Leviathan hit the sea, and a great wave of more than 500 meters rose into the sky at the same time that the creature momentarily disappeared from sight under the cover of the waters that swayed uncontrollably over its body. Under the anxious eyes of the Sea Princess, Bai Zemin extended his hand forward, and taking advantage of the drops of blood from the corpse of the Apocalyptic Power Zombie that still fell next to the corpse itself, he activated blood manipulation. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The small purple-blackish drops quickly coalesced into a large blood string, and under Bai Zemin's control the string coiled around the third-order soul stone. With a strong pulling and a few meters before hitting the bridge, Bai Zemin forcefully pulled the blood string and caught the soul stone before quickly activating gravity manipulation in reverse to reduce his falling speed. When Bai Zemin's feet touched the bridge again, Shangyuan Bingzu hurriedly charged forward and approached him. "Are you okay?" was the first thing she asked. "I'm fine," Bai Zemin replied dryly. He waved his hand casually and put into his storage ring the corpse of the Apocalyptic Power Zombie that landed next to him. Then he looked at Shangyuan Bingzu and said this time more softly, "Thank you for everything, Bingzu. If not for you, I'm afraid tonight my plans would have failed terribly." While it was true that Shangyuan Bingzu had not obeyed his command to stay at the base, the distance between the Baekwon camp and the bridge center was just over 300 kilometers. With her movement speed, she could close that distance in a matter of minutes. In fact, so far it had been perhaps 40-50 minutes since Shangyuan Bingzu had arrived. Moreover, even though Bai Zemin could have won this battle with or without Shangyuan Bingzu, his main objective, which was to prevent the bridge from falling definitely, could not have been completed. It was thanks to Shangyuan Bingzu that the concrete bridge withstood so many physical, magic, and shockwave attacks capable of bringing down buildings. However, who knew that instead of feeling praised by Bai Zemin's words, Shangyuan Bingzu would shake her head. She looked into his eyes with a pale face and said softly, "Don't thank me yet." Bai Zemin looked at her blankly. However, Shangyuan Bingzu's next words chilled his blood. "I am running out of mana. Although right now the ice I created after freezing the waves is holding this bridge, that ice only has a little over 10 points of mana in it, and I've been holding it up until now barely as the wind here is blowing too hard and the sea waters are too wild." Shangyuan Bingzu made a pause and whispered in a voice that only both of them could hear, "If we are lucky, only part of it will fall and we can make up for that with our skills. But if not, I'm afraid the bridge might break in half and sink into the sea forever." The expression on the face of Bai Zemin sank when he heard this, and unconsciously his gaze went to the place where practically 70% of the width of the bridge that had frozen under Shangyuan Bingzu's prompt reaction was missing. If when the ice disappeared what fell was the remaining 30% of that part, then Bai Zemin didn't have to worry, since when it came time to let those following him cross, he simply had to activate blood manipulation to prepare a short platform for everyone to go through. Even Shangyuan Bingzu could do this. However, if the entire bridge collapsed after losing the remaining 30% of that part, then Bai Zemin really wouldn't know what to do. After all, even though he was powerful, his blood manipulation skill was not powerful enough to stretch 100 kilometers across and build a new temporary bridge. Bai Zemin would either run out of mana before achieving such a thing or lose contact with the blood due to his low magic stat. Just at that moment, the voice of the Sea Princess reached Bai Zemin. "Human leader, you really succeeded in killing the beast leader." Bai Zemin turned his body to look in the direction of the Sea Princess, and his eyes flashed with a hint of coldness that soon disappeared without a trace. Xian Mayer looked at the human on the bridge, and for obvious reasons controlled the sea waters to stay away. Furthermore, she forced the Leviathan to stand between her and the bridge as a primary protective measure. After all, although she and Bai Zemin were in an alliance, it was an alliance born out of common interests. Now that the enemies had been practically annihilated, it was hard to know what would happen next. "Not just the beast leader. You even managed to kill the zombie leader with a single blow. I must admit, you surprised me. This is the first time in my life that I don't feel disgusted for a human," she said. Her clear voice was extremely pleasing to the ears in itself, and hearing her speak words of praise was like casting a love spell on a normal man. However, Bai Zemin was not a normal man. Even without the skill Stone Heart, it was unlikely that something as simple as the voice of the mermaid princess could affect his reasoning. "You praise me, Princess of the Sea," Bai Zemin replied with a slight polite smile on his face. "Had it not been for the fact that the zombie leader was in full flight, it would have been impossible for me to use my strongest weapon like that, and thus it would not have been possible to end his life so easily." The mermaid princess looked at the bridge before looking back at Bai Zemin and saying in a strange voice, "I've noticed it before, but it seems that you and that human woman next to you have interest in this bridge." With the intelligence of Xian Mayer, it was naturally impossible to hide Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu's desperate attempts to protect the bridge. Therefore, Bai Zemin did not try to hide it when he realized that the obvious had been exposed. "Indeed, this bridge is important to me. I need it to move my troops to the other side, or otherwise it will take me months to go around 2 whole districts to get to the place I need to reach," he said honestly, but without giving too much detail about it. The eyes of Xian Mayer flashed strangely, and after a moment of silence, she said with a beautiful smile, "Since that's the case, how about I help you hold this bridge steady while you and your troops walk over?" A flash of coldness as quick as lightning flashed in the gaze of Bai Zemin. With no change of expression, he said with a smile, "Oh, since it is like this, then I'll have to thank the Sea Princess beforehand." Bai Zemin already found it strange that the Sea Princess did not say anything about the third-order soul stone that he obtained after turning the zombie leader's head into tomato pulp. However, now that he heard her kind proposal, things became more than clear. Xian Mayer chuckled at Bai Zemin's clear attempt to play dumb. She waved her staff and moved a little closer to the bridge, but not too close, just enough so that everyone could see each other more clearly. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Xian Mayer, 7th Princess of the Eastern Sea and 10th contender for the throne of Lost City, daughter of King Xian Ziu, current temporary ruler of the place you humans know as Atlantis." And so, Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu learned that apparently, this legendary place known among humans was actually not just a legend. //////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 540 Sea Race and Princess Difficulties. Atlantis. The expressions on the faces of Shangyuan Bingzu and Bai Zemin froze when they heard that word. No, more than a word, a name. There were many legends and all kinds of theories, as well as countless myths running through each letter of the name Atlantis. Some said that Atlantis had once been an island with great military might. Others said that, in reality, Atlantis, or also known as Lost City, had once been the city where the gods dwelled, because it was rich with divine treasures and high technology. No one knew what the reality of Atlantis was. However, it was true that over the years the mystery behind this name had withstood the erosion of time, and generation after generation, it made itself known. Despite being only a myth, despite being supposedly just a city or island that had sunk into the bottom of the ocean, Atlantis was undoubtedly a place that many had tried to find throughout the ages. But at the end of their lives, all these adventurers left empty-handed, carrying nothing but disappointment in their hearts. Little did two young adults who had not even finished their studies like Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu expect to hear from the mouth of a mermaid princess that the legendary Atlantis was actually not just a false myth, but a reality that existed into the seas. Still feeling stupefied, Bai Zemin nodded towards the mermaid princess and said in a flat voice, "It is a pleasure to meet you, 7th princess. My name is Bai Zemin, a medical student and formerly an employee of a mechanic shop. My father used to work as a truck driver and my mother as an English teacher in primary-level education. My birthplace is China, 20 years old, blood type A positive." Shangyuan Bingzu and Xian Meier looked at Bai Zemin with wide eyes without saying a word. The first one was so dumbfounded that she had to use every bit of willpower she had not to laugh out loud, not out of mockery, but because of how Bai Zemin was able to say such words with a serious face. Meanwhile, the second one had no idea what the human on the bridge was even saying. "I understand about a medical student, but what is a mechanic shop?" Xian Meier tilted her head, extremely confused. She looked at Bai Zemin and asked, "Also, although I know that English is a language you humans know, I don't know what a truck is. About the blood type, my blood is pure royal blood, but I don't know more than that." This time it was Bai Zemin's turn to be a bit speechless. Could it be that this mermaid princess is secretly an airhead? Such a thought was naturally born in Bai Zemin's heart before he dismissed it. Sea creatures and humans lived different lives since forever and were only now beginning to gradually connect under the influence of constant evolution. Therefore, regardless of how intelligent the sea princess might be, it was only natural that she did not know basic and unimportant things about mankind. In fact, Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu could see how the deep blue pearl that was embedded in the forehead of the mermaid princess Xian Meier would light up every time she said a word. It was clear from the constant flow of mana from the surroundings and the circulation of magic power that the reason they were able to communicate with her was thanks to that pearl. "Oh, curious about this." Xian Meier touched her forehead and said casually, "This is a treasure which sea creatures with intelligence can receive from the Lost City Vault. It's just that in the past, there was only an intelligent being born among our sea race once every 100 years, so when the evolution process began, everything turned a bit messy." It was as if the sea princess had suddenly dropped her caution against the two humans on the bridge. However, it was clear from the way she kept her physical distance with the giant leviathan near her that she was actually not as unguarded as she might appear at first glance. Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu looked at each other, and both saw the same sparkle in the other's gaze. However, just when the two were hoping to get more information from the princess's mouth, Xian Meier suddenly decided to stop the conversation there. Instead, she looked at Bai Zemin and said with a smile, "Human leader, how about an exchange for holding this bridge steady for you and preventing the sea creatures in the area from attacking your troops in the moving process? You hand over that soul stone you obtained earlier to me." The expression on the face of Bai Zemin changed slightly when he heard this, and his voice turned a tone colder as he slowly said, "7th princess, don't make jokes. I think you should be aware of the value that a soul stone coming from a third-order living being has in this stage. Hand over the third-order soul stone. If someone wanted to take a treasure of such magnitude and importance out of his hands, then they would first have to meet face to face with Bai Zemin's greatsword. He was definitely not willing to give up the soul stone. He had countless uses for it, and this was only the second third-order soul stone he obtained so far. Xian Mayer frowned slightly and said softly, "I thought the bridge was important to you. I guess it's not so much if you're not willing to hand over that soul stone." "Are you threatening me?" Bai Zemin's voice turned dangerously cold as he said those words, and unconsciously tightened his grip on his weapon. Shangyuan Bingzu reached out her hand and placed it over his as she frowned tightly. She was fully aware that, although Bai Zemin might appear kind in many situations and even fairly just and cruel to others, and to himself in reality, he was tremendously proud. If there was one thing that a man whose heart was filled to the brim with pride would never allow, it was threats, and Bai Zemin was precisely that kind of man. However, in this kind of circumstance, it was true that Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu were at a disadvantage. After all, the sea princess could simply sink underwater and destroy the bridge from below. If something like that were to happen, then both Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu could only find a place to cry, since they would not only lose the bridge, but it would also be impossible for them to take revenge on Xian Mayer, unless they were both willing to take the risk of being devoured by some creature under the unknown waters after submerging and losing a great deal of their overall strength. "Threaten? Of course not. Why do you utter such an unpleasant word?" Xian Mayer smiled slightly, seemingly oblivious to the slight murderous intent in Bai Zemin's gaze. She looked him straight in the eyes and said in an honest voice, "Human leader. No, Bai Zemin. Bai Zemin, just like your human race, my sea race is also experiencing difficulties at this moment. In fact, it could be said that the situation of the sea race is even worse than that of the human race from a certain point of view." Although Bai Zemin had no idea what Xian Mayer was going for, he listened to her as he took a deep breath and calmed down. He gently touched with his other hand the top of Shangyuan Bingzu's hand that was still resting on his right hand to indicate to her that he was fine now. "Our sea race is separated into several kingdoms, and within those kingdoms, there are many princes and princesses. In addition, unlike you humans, the lowest soldiers of the sea race have no sense of intelligence, so they are difficult to control. Even within my family's realm, I'm no more than Princess number 7, and often get attacked by my brothers and sisters in an attempt to eliminate a possible competitor. As much as I try to explain to them that I am not interested in the throne of Lost City, none of them believe me." Xian Mayer shook her head and sighed. The princess looked tired as she said in a soft voice, "Unlike the other princes and princesses, my only goal is to try to find a way to stop my people from killing each other just for food. But such a thing is not at all easy when I only control a small portion of water that compared to the vast sea is no different than a small pond." "Is that why you formed an alliance with the zombie leader and the beast leader? For food?" Bai Zemin suddenly felt that he had caught something big, but just as he was about to catch it, it disappeared. It was a rare flash of inspiration that appeared out of nowhere, and just as quickly as it appeared, it disappeared, leaving him extremely frustrated in his heart. "That's right." The mermaid princess did not hide anything as she nodded. "With 20 million zombies, I thought I could feed my 500,000 subordinates without a problem for at least 2-3 months. But it turned out I was naive." At the end of her monologue, Xian Mayer had a bitter smile on her face which made her look pitiful, and gave her another kind of beauty that encouraged men to hug and comfort her. At first, the 7th princess, who had been branded as a fool by everyone, and was even pushed aside by her father, thought she had found an opportunity to let her subordinates not have to kill each other. However, instead of getting what was expected, what Xian Mayer ended up getting in return for forming an alliance with the zombies and beasts was the loss of just under 490,000 of her initial 500,000 or so soldiers. One needed to know that those 500,000 soldiers were all that Xian Mayer had as the 7th princess. Now, she had basically lost everything, and this, coupled with the pain of losing so many of her people in just one night, naturally devastated her, even though she did not show it on the surface. Bai Zemin fell into deep contemplation after hearing the words of the mermaid princess. No one knew what he was thinking. Shangyuan Bingzu seized the opportunity and interjected, "My name is Shangyuan Bingzu, second in command of the Transcendent faction under the leadership of the man beside me. Regarding the bridge, since what you want is only the zombie corpses, then how about we hand over all the corpses that belong to us according to the previous agreement, except for the soul stones?" Bai Zemin raised his head slightly and noticed that the gaze of Xian Mayer lit up slightly when she heard Shangyuan Bingzu's proposal. Indeed, the mermaid princess nodded without hesitation and said quickly, "You got a deal. I will see to it that this bridge stands at least until the time you pass along with your people, and I will also make sure that the surrounding sea creatures do not attack during that time. In return, the corpses of the 20 million zombies from blood to the smallest of fingernails belong to my race. Then we have a deal, Shangyu and Bingzu smiled faintly. Although there were some second-order zombies among the zombies, and their bodies could be considered treasures, the truth was that neither Bai Zemin nor anyone in their faction had a high enough level of blacksmithing to create some kind of weaponry using corpses that did not differ much from those of a human. Therefore, keeping those with them was a waste anyway. However, to the mermaid princess and her race, those corpses were a valuable food treasure. It was a win-win situation, no matter which way you looked at it, since the soul stones of the corpses that were within the limit of the previous agreement would still belong to Bai Zemin's faction. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 540, One Partner and Cute Shangyu and Bingzu, Part 1-2. After reaching an agreement with the 7th Princess Xian Mare, Shangyu, Bingzu, and Bai Zemin set to work together with the other sea creatures that were still alive to eliminate the slightly more than 300,000 zombies that remained on the bridge. With the intervention of 3 such powerful existences, among which one of them possessed the power of a maximum second-order existence, and 2 of them possessed the ability to fight and even defeat third-order existences, the remaining zombies and few beasts were unable to put up any kind of resistance. The death of the apocalyptic power zombie had caused the overall strength of the zombie army to plummet, as they now did not attack in waves, but attacked in small groups. So, it didn't even take 30 minutes for all the zombies and beasts to be completely annihilated. While the Sea Princess, together with her subordinates, was in charge of taking all the blood of the zombies, as well as their share of the beast army, Shangyu, Bingzu, and Bai Zemin were in charge of taking the 70% of zombies that belonged to them, according to the agreement formed before joining in alliance with Xian Mare. The Sea Princess was generous enough to control the waters and bring back the lifeless bodies of the zombies that had been swallowed by the sea once they fell into the deeps, as a result of the powerful shockwaves and stray magic attacks from the main battlefields. Although Bai Zemin and Shangyu, Bingzu had no one to help them, the speed of the 2 was fast enough to check dozens of corpses in just a second. However, when the idea that they didn't have to worry about the destruction of the soul stone struck them, the speed at which the 2 of them checked for the existence of a soul stone in a zombie's head increased explosively. Now, for every second that passed, at least 1,000 zombie heads were exploding. Only the smallest portion left a beautiful glowing stone behind amidst the bloody mess, while the other heads just exploded without doing more than spewing out blood and broken bones. Unfortunately, even though the 2 were very fast, the number of zombie corpses they needed to check was simply colossal. 70% of 20 million zombies was a number high enough to scare anyone after all. Needing to check 14 million bodies at an approximate speed of 1,000 zombies per second, Bai Zemin and Shangyu, Bingzu would need about 4 hours before finishing the whole process. However, it was not as if they both had any other choice considering the circumstances, so after dividing the bridge into 2 lines, they both set to work. With him on the north and her on the south of the bridge, blood blocks and ice blocks fell from the sky continuously. The heads of the zombies exploded one after another at thunderous speeds, and the terrifying sound of skulls being crushed was spread by the strong winds blowing across the sea. Time passed quickly, and as humans and sea creatures worked without disturbing each other, it was only another hour before the sun would rise again. When the clock ticked 5 o'clock in the morning, Bai Zemin and Shangyu, Bingzu met again in the central part of the bridge. From the shine in your eyes, I guess the result on your side has left you satisfied, Bai Zemin said with a slight smile of amusement as he saw the excited look in Shangyu, Bingzu's beautiful eyes. Of course it has, Shangyu, Bingzu nodded vigorously. The corner of her lips lifted upwards to give birth to a heavenly smile on her charming face as she said in a dreamy voice, I found over 1 million unclassified soul stones. Now everyone in our faction will be able to evolve their skills smoothly to at least level 5 unclassified. Many will even be able to upgrade their main skills to first order. Unclassified soul stones had long since ceased to be indispensable resources in the eyes of Bai Zemin and Shangyu, Bingzu. However, this only applied as far as the monstrous skills of monsters like them were concerned. For normal soul evolvers, Unclassified soul stones were treasures as they were the quickest way to become stronger. I found just over 1,500,000 on my side. Bai Zemin chuckled. Even though he was terribly tired, Bai Zemin couldn't help but feel that at least all his effort and the danger he had experienced in these past few days had paid something in return. Over 2,600,000 unclassified soul stones, approximately 600 first-order soul stones, 3 second-order soul stones, and 1 third-order soul stone. This was all the loot that Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzhu managed to gather after taking care of the corpses of beasts and zombies alike. With all this meat, even if 5 years pass, it will be enough to feed 500,000 people with ease. Bai Zemin sighed gratefully as he realized that with the corpses of the giant beasts his faction would no longer need to worry about food for a long period of time. Even if our population grows to several million, it shouldn't be a problem. Now, one of the major concerns of ruling has basically disappeared in the short run. Shangyuan Bingzhu's eyes flashed with a glint of coldness as she looked in a southerly direction. Although the coldness in the gaze of Shangyuan Bingzhu only lasted for an instant, this did not manage to go unnoticed from the sharp eyes of Bai Zemin. He and she had experienced many things together over the past 2 months, from good times to bad times, from times when they felt dislike for each other to times when they put their lives in each other's hands. Therefore, it was impossible for her to hide anything from him once she unconsciously showed some agitation in her soul's windows. Therefore, after a few moments of consideration, Bai Zemin looked her in the eyes and said in a slow voice, "It will be soon. Once we cross this bridge, except for the northern area, we will be connected to all the districts and sub-districts of China. 80% of Beijing will be conquered by us very fast. Do you know what that means?" The current Bai Zemin was basically unrivaled on Earth. This was a fact that both he and Shangyuan Bingzhu had accepted as fact, even though it was impossible to know with 100% accuracy. With food no longer being a problem, and with the now enormous number of unclassified soul stones, as well as the considerable amount of first order at their disposal, not only did the transcendent faction led by Bai Zemin not need to stop worrying about feeding citizens and troops, but the overall strength of the current and future army of soul evolvers would skyrocket to a great extent. It was no longer necessary to be so careful. Once the important things were settled, the speed of Bai Zemin's conquest would soar like a rocket bursting beyond the Earth's atmosphere. "Once we start to conquer Beijing, we will have to face that man," Shangyuan Bingzhu said calmly. She looked Bai Zemin in the eyes and nodded. "Don't worry, I'll take care of that when the time comes." Bai Zemin looked at her without saying anything for several seconds before nodding slowly. And she understood, then there was no need to say more. Shangyuan Bingzhu would soon be forced to decide what to do about her father. It would be solely up to her whether she wanted the man to live or die, and regardless of whether the person called Xuanyuan Wenchen was a saint who had saved the lives of countless during the apocalypse, Bai Zemin would not hesitate to help Shangyuan Bingzhu fulfill whatever her wish might be. Even though the rules said that they could not murder just for the sake of murder, Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzhu were basically the 2 central pillars of the entire faction. It was simply nonsense to try to compare them to normal citizens who needed to obey to the letter. They were the ones who made the rules. The sun slowly began to ascend over the distant horizon, and as the black cloak that covered the sky began to tinge crimson red, the darkness that reigned supreme soon became a thing of the past as the bright light took over. Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzhu watched in silence as the dawn rose soundlessly, and enjoyed the slightly warmer sea breeze. As the sea creatures finished doing the job, both of them were silently lost within their own minds. But if he and she decided to expose their thoughts, they would probably be surprised as they were both thinking almost the same thing. Shangyuan Bingzhu was thinking about her mother, silently praying and pleading for her well-being. Bai Zemin was not much different. He hoped that all of his family members were alive and well, despite knowing that the odds of both of those things being met were not particularly high. Just a short time more, a week at most, and they would finally be forced to face reality, light or dark, life or death. Bai Zemin, Shangyuan Bingzhu. A soft voice sounded from the sea as both he and she looked at the setting sun, and when they both turned in that direction, they saw the 7th princess still riding her wave slowly approaching the bridge. The giant Leviathan had long since disappeared, but the sea princess clearly hadn't completely given up her vigilance as she still kept some distance from the 2 humans, which was perfectly normal considering they were not only of different races but barely knew each other. As per our agreement, My race will take 50% of the defeated beast corpses and 100% of the zombie corpses, Xian Mayer said with a bittersweet smile. She seemed to be experiencing both joy and sadness at the same time. With the loss of over 90% of her troops, the Sea Princess would experience hard times once she submerged into the waters again. However, obtaining several million bodies with which to feed her race, it was certain that the Mermaid Princess's problems had been alleviated to a great extent. Bai Zemin looked at the Mermaid Princess, and after a few seconds' consideration seemed to have made up his mind. He waved his hand into the air and his storage ring flashed. A small body with a shattered heart and crushed internal organs floated in the air before slowly falling to the ground. That's, Xian Mayer's eyes sparkled powerfully, and her heart pounded fiercely inside her chest. While the Mermaid Princess was excited about the corpse, Shangyuan Bingzu was shocked by the sudden magic act of Bai Zemin. Where on earth had he gotten that body from? She simply didn't understand what was going on. This is the corpse of the beast leader, Bai Zemin said calmly. Before I left, I took it with me, and according to our agreement it would belong to you, but my human race has no use for the zombie leader's corpse even though it is a third-order treasure. Therefore, I would like to exchange this beast body for the body of the third-order zombie. What do you have in mind? The seventh princess did not immediately get angry at Bai Zemin's words and instead tried to reason. After all, if Bai Zemin wanted to harm her, he could simply say that the beast leader's body was destroyed when he killed him, and the mermaid princess would not be able to disprove it. Since I kept the third-order soul stone from the zombie leader's corpse, then the untouched and unexplored body of the beast leader should be yours. Honestly, I could have kept both of them, but since we had a deal, I'd like to hold up my end. Bai Zemin said in a deep voice. Xian Mayer, I will hand over the skull of the beast leader to you. I don't know if it is soul stone or not, I haven't checked yet and it will depend on your luck. Xian Mayer finally understood what Bai Zemin meant. Since humans couldn't make use of the zombie's corpse but the sea race had no problem eating it, Bai Zemin wanted to exchange the zombie leader's corpse for the beast leader's corpse. But since he had taken the soul stone from the zombie leader's corpse, and to avoid conflicts, he decided to give the beast leader's head to Xian Mayer. Again, it was a win-win situation, no matter which way one looked at it. Okay, Xian Mayer nodded easily, and the way she looked at Bai Zemin was now much friendlier. You really are different from the rest of the humans I've met in the past. Even though you could have kept the beast leader's corpse to yourself without saying anything, you kept your end of the deal. You have my respect. Bai Zemin felt a little embarrassed to hear the words filled with honest praise from the mermaid princess. After all, even though he was keeping his word, it was also true that he had other motives for doing what he was doing. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 542, Partner and Cute Shangyuan Bingzu, Part 2. After cutting off the head of the beast leader and handing it to the shark man of before, Bai Zemin watched as the creature knelt at the edge of the bridge and respectfully handed it to the mermaid princess. Damn, this kind of scene really should be recorded for posterity to see, Bai Zemin muttered under his breath. The corner of Shangyuan Bingzu's mouth twitched a couple of times as she said without looking at him to the face, I'm afraid posterity might see more amazing things than a bipedal shark walking on a bridge with an ape head in its hands and handing it to a mermaid with eyes full of adoration. Xian Meier seemed oblivious to the conversation Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu were having. She waved her magic staff and said a few words in a language that no human could understand. Swoosh! A new giant wave rose from the sea under the mermaid princess's control, slowly approaching closer to the wave she was using as a surfing table. Under the dumbfounded gaze of Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu, Xian Meier picked up the approximately 40 cm long small animal on top of the wave and patted it a couple of times while she looked at it with loving eyes. Damn, this kind of scene really. Yeah, whatever. Shangyuan Bingzu cut off Bai Zemin's words on the fly as she stared at the little animal in the arms of the mermaid princess. The little animal was actually a beautiful dolphin. However, unlike the normal dolphins that everyone knew before the world changed, this dolphin was light warm pink in color, and its eyes were the same pink as its body but in a slightly deeper shade. Every time the mermaid princess stroked its little head, the little creature let out cute sounds and looked like it was smiling tenderly by the way it moved its mouth. This little one's name is Zio, and she's a second-order spirit dolphin," Xian Mayer said as she continued stroking the little dolphin. Her words almost caused Bai Zemin to choke to death as he stared at the harmless-looking little beast. That little dolphin less than half a meter long was a second-order beast. Somehow it looked so weak that a normal dog could bite it to death. Looks can really fool you. Bai Zemin sighed and shook his head as if a new world had opened up in front of his eyes. Shangyuan Bingzu gave him a sidelong glance and said in a flat voice, "Look who's talking." Xian Mayer looked at Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu steadily, pausing her caresses on the little dolphin for a moment. Then, she said somewhat puzzled, "I understand that you two are partners, but could you please listen carefully to what I'm saying?" This time it was Shangyuan Bingzu and Bai Zemin's turn to stare at Xian Mayer. The two stood silently with their eyes fixed on the mermaid princess, as if they had been hypnotized by some kind of black magic. Then, as if by prior agreement, he and she stared into each other's eyes for a couple of seconds before turning their faces and saying as if they had practiced it several thousand times, "Partners, isn't it?" Xian Mayer tilted her head, and even the little dolphin in her embrace inclined her head as she looked with her cute eyes at the two humans, looking really confused. "How odd, I can smell her scent on you and his scent on you," Xian Mayer muttered as her eyes darted back and forth between the two. At first, Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu didn't quite understand the meaning behind the mermaid princess words. However, when they both thought of a certain event that happened a little over 3 days ago, their expressions froze. While Bai Zemin seemed to feel somewhat guilty, Shangyuan Bingzu looked extremely embarrassed. Her usually indifferent face devoid of visible emotions suddenly changed to an expression filled with panic, and her perfect white skin suddenly acquired a slight blush that seemed to slowly grow deeper. If any member of the Transcendent faction were to see the expression on the current Shangyuan Bingzu's face, their mouths would probably fall open, and their eyes would explode out of their sockets, as it would be extremely difficult for them to associate the feminine expression on her face with the deathly cold expression she always carried. Even her closest friends would probably not be able to believe that Shangyuan Bingzu could put on this kind of expression. Seeing the expression on Shangyuan Bingzu's face, Xian Mayer realized that something must have happened between the two of them. However, since for some reason they both seemed to feel awkward about it, she decided not to mention anything about it. "Oh well, I guess whatever happened between you two is none of my business," she said before returning to the main topic. "As I was saying earlier, this little girl here is a second-order spirit dolphin. However, she is not a specifically combat-oriented creature despite not being weak at all. Her main ability is communication." Communication. Bai Zemin looked at the little dolphin doubtfully. He didn't linger too much on the matter from before. After all, he believed Shangyuan Bingzu understood the reason why he had no choice but to put his lips on hers back then during the invasion of Oblong World. As for the matter of their tongues going a little crazy in the process, Bai Zemin blamed the lag. On the other hand, Shangyuan Bingzu looked lost as she gently bit her lower lip. She had barely heard whatever the mermaid princess had said. Regardless of what thoughts Shangyuan Bingzu had, or how crazy the emotions running in her heart were, the mermaid princess continued to explain. "Right, this little girl can communicate with anyone she considers an ally, regardless of distance, by sending out a spiritual wavelength." Xian Mayer put the little pink dolphin on the wave that carried her before, and after saying something to her, the little creature nodded prettily towards the princess. Then Xian Mayer waved her staff, and under her practically perfect control, the wave soared over the bridge and stopped just a meter away from Bai Zemin. Bai Zemin's black eyes met the pink eyes of the little dolphin, and the two stared at each other for more than 10 seconds amidst blinking. Then the little dolphin let out a small low sound as she wiggled. "What are you doing? Get her," Xian Mayer said with a frown. Bai Zemin for some reason could not feel malice towards the little animal. Perhaps it was because he didn't sense any threat coming from the little pink dolphin's body, but not caring about the fact that he was allowing a second-order existence to come so close to his body, he stretched both arms forward as if to grab a baby. The little dolphin by the name of Zio squirmed a couple of times in Bai Zemin's embrace until she finally found a comfortable position and lay still. Not even 5 seconds passed when the little creature closed her eyes in a comfortable way as if she was going to fall asleep. "Oh," Xian Mayer looked surprised to see the little pink dolphin's behavior. She looked Bai Zemin up and down for a couple of seconds before saying quietly, "That's weird. Usually, Zio doesn't feel comfortable in the arms of someone else other than me. Even though I already thought it was weird that she didn't complain when I told her she'd go with you for a few days, seeing her feel comfortable enough to sleep in your arms is really something else. Bai Zemin was dumbfounded. He seemed to ignore everything the mermaid princess said and instead focused on one thing. What do you mean she'll have to come with me for a few days? He said with wide eyes. Xian Mayer rolled her eyes and said as if it was obvious. If we don't have some method of contacting each other, how am I supposed to know when I need to show up to hold up my end of the deal? You couldn't be expecting me to stay here until your side finishes setting up to cross this bridge, could you? I have too much work to do to stay in this area idling. Bai Zemin's eyes lit up as realization hit him. When the time is right, just tell Zio and she will relay the message to me. Xian Mayer pointed to the little pink dolphin in Bai Zemin's arms and calmly explained, remember to do that a day before to give me enough time to prepare myself. All right. Bai Zemin nodded as he unconsciously cuddled the little beast in his embrace, thus causing the pink dolphin to shrink a little before relaxing even more than before. Then I'll take my leave here. Xian Mayer nodded with a smile. I'm really glad to have met nice people like you too. Same here, Bai Zemin said with a faint smile. I hope we can cooperate in the future again. We surely can, Xian Mayer replied politely before turning and beginning to hum some tune. The sound of her humming was extremely beautiful, and the melody born from it was soft enough to put a baby to sleep in a matter of seconds. The sea creatures responded immediately, and like an army that had undergone countless years of fierce training, jumped into the sea, raising waves of varying sizes and disappearing into the deep water not long after. See you soon, Bai Zemin, Shangyuan Bingzu. Xian Mayer waved goodbye once her people disappeared. She herself jumped from the wave she controlled and created a beautiful rainbow-shaped curve. The sun's rays shone over the blue scales of her tail, reflecting extremely beautiful sapphire-colored sparkles. Her hair danced in the wind softly and like a work of art. She crashed on the surface of the sea, creating soft ripples. A moment later, the sea regained its calm. With the disappearance of the sea race and the annihilation of the zombie beast alliance, there were only 2 living beings remaining in the area, now so silent that only the sound of the wind could be heard, even though 6 hours ago it was a roaring hell where death lurked in every corner. The bridge had lost several parts, however. With the magic of Xian Mayer, it was no longer in danger of collapsing. She had activated some skill that had raised the sea level around the bridge a little less than 200 meters. The waters had stopped just below the bridge, holding it tight and not letting it sink. The blood, corpses, fragments of broken bones, and shattered organs that had previously covered the surface of the bridge had disappeared without a trace. No one would think that a few hours earlier this very place had been hell to the eyes. Bai Zemin sighed and turned to look at the woman beside him. Bingzu, let's. His words got stuck in his throat, and he unconsciously took a step back as he looked at Shangyuan Bingzu. What's wrong? Bai Zemin asked somewhat apprehensively. Shangyuan Bingzu had the glowing eyes of a predator as she looked in his direction. She truly looked like a wild beast as she took a step forward, and for a moment Bai Zemin even went so far as to think that she was so enraged by the words of Xian Mayer that she would finally vent the anger she had been holding back over what had happened on him. However, nothing could be further from the truth. Hand her over, she said suddenly. What? That pink dolphin, hand her over. Shangyuan Bingzu stretched her arms forward as she said in a deep voice. She looked into Bai Zemin's eyes and said earnestly, I will take care of her for you. AN. Sorry for the delay of the chapters. Personal problems in real life that I didn't expect happened and kept me busy all day. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 543, Lilith's Return. That pink dolphin, hand her over. Shangyuan Bingzu stretched her arms forward as she said in a deep voice. She looked into Bai Zemin's eyes and said earnestly, I will take care of her for you. Bai Zemin unconsciously pulled the little pink dolphin closer to his body, hugging the little creature tightly. The little dolphin gently wiggled in his embrace, and her slippery, soft back helped her find a position to her liking again. The eyes of Shangyuan Bingzu twinkled slightly as she watched the cute movements of the little animal in the embrace of Bai Zemin. She, like most girls in the world, loved cute things, and added to the affection Shangyuan Bingzu had for small pet-like animals. The little pink dolphin met all her criteria for a cuddly animal begging to be hugged. Bai Zemin coughed to clear his throat when he finally came to his senses and realized that he had misunderstood the reason behind the fiery gaze of the ice princess. But then again, this was not his fault either. After all, this was a side of Shangyuan Bingzu that Bai Zemin didn't know about until now. He looked at the little pink dolphin that had her eyes closed, and then looked at Shangyuan Bingzu, who still held her arms outstretched forward and looked at him as if she was asking him when he was going to hand the little animal over to her. With a resigned sigh, Bai Zemin loosened his embrace around the little pink dolphin, and while holding onto her tiny body with both hands from the sides, began to move her towards Shangyuan Bingzu slowly. Just like in a movie when an incredible scene was about to happen, time seemed to slow down as Shangyuan Bingzu looked at the little dolphin closer and closer to her, and her eager gaze revealed that she could not wait to have the dolphin in her embrace. Possibly sensing the movement around her, or perhaps as a consequence of losing the warmth that was surrounding her, the pink dolphin named Zio Zio opened her eyes in slow motion and looked forward while blinking a couple of times as if she was confused about something. Then, in that strange feeling that everything was moving in slow motion, the sky-blue eyes of Shangyuan Bingzu met the deep pink eyes of little Zio Zio. The hands of Shangyuan Bingzu had barely reached out to touch the body of the little pink dolphin when the animal suddenly began to go crazy. First, the little pink dolphin let out a cry that was not different from a baby's cry, and then immediately opened her mouth and splashed out a jet of cold water. Of course, with Shangyuan Bingzu standing only half a meter distant, the sudden attack of the little pink dolphin caught her off guard, and she could not avoid it in any way. Splash! The jet of cold water hit the face of Shangyuan Bingzu, creating a splashing sound identical to that of a water-filled balloon hitting the ground. The water soaked her beautiful face and forced her to close her eyes as the aftershocks of the attack drenched all of her hair and the top of her leather armor. The sound of the transparent water droplets running down the curves of her seductive body, gently dripping onto the concrete ground, was the only thing that could be heard in conjunction with the light sound of the sea breeze. Shangyuan Bingzu slowly opened her eyes, and her gaze met the pink eyes of the little pink dolphin, who seemed to be looking at her as if she had done something evil. The little pink dolphin let out intangible sounds similar to any other normal dolphin as she squirmed in Bai Zemin's grip. It sounded as if she was scolding Shangyuan Bingzu, or as if she was telling her not to do it again, or else she would throw another jet of cold water at her again. The little creature went so far as to puff out her soft cheeks, as if she was showing that she had more where the previous one came from. Bai Zemin looked at Shangyuan Bingzu's completely wet face, and noticing her dumbfounded look, something inside him finally burst. For the first time since the apocalypse broke out 2 months and a week ago, Bai Zemin laughed out loud without worrying at all that it was anything other than releasing all the urge to laugh that overwhelmed him inside. While it might not be that long compared to Shangyuan Bingzu, it was true that Bai Zemin also could not remember precisely when the last time someone or something had made him laugh the way he was laughing right now. His laughter was carried away by the winds blowing from different directions, but before it could get far enough away, another new one came. The little pink dolphin squirmed in Bai Zemin's grip and let out more cute sounds as she turned her head slightly and stared at him. Weirdly, and even though he did not understand what Zio Zio was saying to him, Bai Zemin somehow felt that he could understand what she wanted him to do. So, he retracted his arms, and with the little pink dolphin in his hands, he hugged her close to his chest again, much to the delight of the little animal, who soon closed her eyes again, as if relieved after returning home after a long and dangerous trip. Shangyuan Bingzu stared at Bai Zemin as drops of water fell down her face. She seemed to be waiting for him to stop laughing, and when he finally stopped, she slowly said, "Funny." Between laughter and tears, Bai Zemin didn't hesitate to nod with a big smile. "I'm sorry, Bingzu, but I couldn't help it. It was stronger than me." "Yeah, so I see," Shangyuan Bingzu said as she nodded and looked at the little pink dolphin resentfully. "This treacherous little beast really doesn't know what's good." Shangyuan Bingzu snorted, and without giving the little dolphin another glance, pointed at the pile of soul stones beside her. "What are we going to do with these?" "So you're overlooking what just happened," Bai Zemin said with a teasing smile. "What are we going to do with these? You got mad at the little dolphin just because she splashed a jet of water in your face. What are we going to do with these?" Maybe it's because the little dolphin is female and I'm male. Do you want to die? Yes. As they chatted, mainly with Bai Zemin joking about what had happened to Shangyu and Bingzu, he waved his right hand and easily absorbed all the soul stones inside his spatial storage ring. The soul stones, despite being in the millions, were so small that they only took up 1/3 of the total space in the ring. With the remaining 2/3, Bai Zemin had no problem storing the corpses of several thousand beasts before he had no choice but to stop. After filling his ring to the brim, Bai Zemin walked towards Shangyu and Bingzu and took off his ring as he said, "Bingzu, I will give you my storage ring to carry these things to the base. Leave 1,000,000 soul stones in the ring and the rest leave it in the vault. As for the beast corpses, take them all." "All right, I'll be back as soon as I can." Shangyu and Bingzu nodded calmly, now completely dry. Despite what had happened, Shangyu and Bingzu occasionally stole glances at the little pink dolphin. Her blue eyes shone with tenderness, but at the same time with hatred, complex emotions that battled in her heart. Bai Zemin tried his best to restrain the urge to laugh again, as it was really funny to see the proud and arrogant Shangyu and Bingzu being scolded by a small dolphin less than half a meter long that was not unlike a baby. He cut the blood connection with his storage ring and handed it to Shangyu and Bingzu, explaining how it worked. Then, she nodded without saying a word, and after giving one last glance at the little pink dolphin sleeping in his arms, she turned into a silver shadow that disappeared in a southerly direction seconds later. Once Shangyu and Bingzu left to free up space in the storage ring, Bai Zemin lifted the little pink dolphin to the level of his face to take a closer look. The little dolphin Zio seemed to notice something and slowly opened her two beautiful eyes. The little creature blinked a couple of times and looked around as if searching for someone, but finding no one she nodded as if satisfied with something before looking back at Bai Zemin with her clear eyes. Bai Zemin didn't know whether to laugh or cry, seeing the attitude of the little beast in his arms. Zio, could it be that you don't like Bingzu? Poo-poo. Zio made some cute but incomprehensible sounds in reply to Bai Zemin's question. No, it's not Ling Long, v Samsara Online's readers understand it. She is a good person, besides she likes you a lot. Poo-poo. What do you mean you don't like humans? Pooh. I'm human too, you know. Poo-poo. Excuse me. The craziest scene of all unfolded on top of the bridge that a few hours ago had been the battlefield chosen to fight one of the fiercest wars with 4 races as participants. A human and a little pink dolphin casually chatted, while the sun was slowly rising and the temperature was climbing. In the end, Bai Zemin could find no response from Zio. It seemed that the little animal simply did not like the idea of being hugged by Shangyu and Bingzu, as strange as it seemed, but she did not seem to have a problem with Bai Zemin. In fact, Zio was comfortable enough in his embrace to sleep like a baby. Although the little pink dolphin did not like the idea of being hugged by others, it was clear that Zio was smart enough to not hurt Shangyu and Bingzu. After all, Zio was, at the end of the day, a second-order existence. Regardless of whether she was not a creature fully focused on combat, her strength was more than enough to crush the head of Shangyu and Bingzu, considering the distance and how sudden the surprise attack had been. "By the way, don't you need water or something?" Bai Zemin asked as he sat on the edge of the bridge and swung his legs freely. The little Zio in his embrace looked away as she rested on his lap and let out a series of low sounds for a couple of seconds in reply. She seemed quite agitated for some reason. "Sorry about that, friend, no offense." Bai Zemin apologized as he sensed that Zio seemed to feel offended, as if someone had touched her pride. Zio accepted the apology from Bai Zemin easily, and the two continued chatting casually. Bai Zemin understood the reason why the mermaid princess had told him earlier that the most remarkable ability of Zio was communication. This little pink dolphin seemed to be able to understand human speech, and even had the ability to imply her intention through those strange sounds she made when she spoke. Suddenly, Bai Zemin felt that he had discovered something, but before he could investigate further about it, that flash of inspiration disappeared. He frowned as he somehow felt that what he had lost was so important that if he didn't remember it soon, he would probably regret it for a long time. However, despite thinking deeply about it for more than half an hour, he failed to figure out what it was that had slipped his mind. Bang! Suddenly, the ocean water exploded as a huge swordfish over 10 meters long and almost 3 meters high jumped mightily. Its bright eyes were focused on Bai Zemin, as if it was watching a good meal, and the teeth inside its mouth reflected danger under the rays of the sun. Bai Zemin noticed that this swordfish was a first-order beast and was about to casually kill it, but suddenly he felt Zio stirring in his lap. Before he could even look down, a huge jet of water flew out of his lap area and struck the approaching swordfish in mid-flight. Boom! The body of the swordfish exploded into a mist of blood, and fragments of broken organs fell noisily into the water, staining the surface with a light blue that was soon washed away by the churning waves. A small rainbow formed in the sky as the sun pierced the water particles floating in the air, and silence once again reigned supreme over the area. The first-order swordfish didn't even have time or the opportunity to cry out in pain, or much less demonstrate its might, before it turned into a pile of meat paste under the seemingly casual attack of the little pink dolphin. A second-order existence is a second-order existence no matter what. Bai Zemin patted Zio, while in his heart he sighed for Shangyuan Bingzu. Fortunately, and the little dolphin was smart or otherwise. Just as he was thinking of the possible consequences of what might have been, a familiar rose scent that he hadn't felt in over a month assaulted his nostrils, being swept away by the strong breeze of the wind in an instant as if it had never been there in the first place. Bai Zemin froze for a moment before shaking his head and smiling bitterly in his heart, feeling that it was just an illusion of his mind. Then a slightly mocking voice sounded from behind him. "It's been a month since I left, and I expected to see something amazing at our reunion, but I didn't expect to see such a powerful spurt from your crotch as welcome. Little brother Zemin, did you miss this big sister so much?" /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 544, Lilith v. Shengyuan Bingzhu, Part 1. How would you feel if the first thing you saw after seeing a person you longed to see so much was casually chatting with a strange pink dolphin? You probably couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. After staying in the castle of Lucifer in Cram World for 2 days, Lilith found a way to use space magic and sneak out without anyone noticing her. Probably by the time the Lord of the Demonic Army or any other higher existence noticed her missing, she would surely have reached her goal. And with Earth being a planet full of mysteries and irregularities that, for some strange reason, was out of reach of the higher existences, Lilith did not need to fear being found. After arriving on Earth and reaching China, Lilith immediately felt the aura she was looking for. It was just that it was hard for her to believe that this aura belonged to the same Bai Zemin that she had not seen for a little over a month. When she arrived at the location of the bridge, instead of immediately approaching Bai Zemin, Lilith floated in the distance as she watched him from afar with complicated eyes. She could still remember how a little over 30 days ago, Bai Zemin was a first-order existence that could barely kill second-order existences by launching his most powerful attack, taking his enemies by surprise. She could still remember the death of 2 second-order existences after being hit by the crimson blood judgment of Bai Zemin as they both fought each other, and another second-order existence, which ended up being wounded by the said magic attack. Therefore, after hearing all the impressive things he had accomplished in Oblong World, she found it hard to believe, even though she knew that everything she heard was the truth. However, Lilith did not expect that when she came back to see Bai Zemin a month after leaving Earth, what she would find would be an existence whose sole power was so brilliant as that of any other second-order existence, despite being only a first-order existence. In fact, Lilith could faintly tell just from the aura surrounding Bai Zemin that a third-order existence would possibly succumb before him if he was fully unleashed. The ruby-colored eyes of Lilith shone like flashlights in the middle of the night, even though the sky was clear. In her gaze, she could see the soul of Bai Zemin, so powerful and terrifying that even she feared for what he would end up turning into in the seemingly not-so-distant future. What kind of things had he experienced during this short time? Why had his strength taken such a terrifying leap in such a short time? How many times had his life been in danger of ending? How strong were the winds that the flame of his soul had to endure to avoid being extinguished? Lilith could not stop her eyes from softening, and a tender look appeared on her face as she stared at the young human that was innocently kicking at the edge of the bridge. What was Bai Zemin like before the soul record forced him to change? What was he like before the apocalypse? For the first time, Lilith pondered such questions. She wished she could meet him before every single being went to hell, but she knew that such a wish was an impossible one. A wish that would not be fulfilled in this life or any other. And to think that I, A higher existence honored by hundreds of thousands, feared by countless. The one who received the title of Bloody Succubus would actually be apprehensive and worried about what to say in the presence of a first-order male. Lilith could not help but smile bitterly as she secretly thought such a thing. Just when she was having difficulties about how to approach Bai Zemin, or announce her arrival for fear of meeting someone completely different from the one she knew a month ago, a considerably sized swordfish broke through the sea and jumped towards the bridge with its mouth wide open. When the small pink dolphin spewed out a huge jet of water that did not match in any way with her size, and the first-order swordfish's body was turned into a bloody mess, Lilith wondered at what point Bai Zemin had befriended a strange second-order sea creature. However, she decided that this was a golden opportunity for her to make her appearance. After all, what better way to break the ice than a slightly naughty joke that perfectly suited the way she had always teased Bai Zemin before leaving to Cram World? Since from the back it really did look like the giant water jet was shot out of Bai Zemin's crotch, the words she would say next naturally came to Lilith's mind. It's been a month since I left and I expected to see something amazing at our reunion, but I didn't expect to see such a powerful spurt from your crotch as welcome. Little brother Zemin, did you miss this big sister so much? Nervous and anxiously waiting for the response she would receive, Lilith noticed how Bai Zemin's body froze when he heard her voice. Although he had yet to see her, the voice of Lilith and her natural essence was something that Bai Zemin would probably have difficulty to forget in his entire life, no matter how many years might pass. For him, Lilith was by far the existence that had left the biggest impact on his life. Surely he could never forget this little succubus, who loved to make naughty jokes and tease him sexually whenever the opportunity arose. Without turning around yet, as if afraid that this was all a dirty trick played by his anxious and craving mind, Bai Zemin slowly stood up with his hands in front of his body. Little Zio in his embrace naturally felt the abrupt change in the settled emotions of Bai Zemin. The little pink dolphin did not struggle even though her body was being squeezed tightly, without Bai Zemin noticing, as she could feel his erratic heart pounding hard against his chest. The sun was high in the sky, and a beautiful rainbow accompanied the gorgeous cloudless blue sky. The choppy waters were now calm, and the sea breeze carried a scent of purity and freshness that helped to calm the anxiety. However, the anxiety Bai Zemin felt at this moment was on another level. He, who had technically slaughtered enough to annihilate 1/7 of mankind, feared that after turning around what would greet him would be an empty bridge. But it wasn't as if he could stand there forever, or could he? Gathering courage, and without much expectation, even though the scent of roses that flooded his senses felt as real as the softness of the little dolphin's body in his embrace, Bai Zemin slowly turned to face reality. Red eyes that sparkled like two enchanting rubies under the sun's glare, a tantalizing body capable of taking the breath away from any sentient being carefully wrapped by a midnight black dress that hugged every curve and highlighted every detail of it, a face as innocent as that of a young girl who had not seen the impurities of the world, legs as shiny as ivory that seemed to taunt every time the sea breeze stopped blowing and hid again under the dress that almost touched the ground, red lips as hot as fire, and a smile that, despite looking playful, could not hide the tension she felt. No matter how much time passed, it was impossible for Bai Zemin to forget even the smallest detail about her. The woman standing a few feet away was by far the brightest existence, so much so that there was no darkness that could hide her forever, as memories would always resurface. There were so many things he wanted to tell her when they met again. There were so many jokes that Bai Zemin had carefully planned before going to sleep every night for the entire month they spent away from each other to leave her speechless. What kind of face would she make once she knew about his current strength? What kind of reaction would she show when she found out how great and numerous were the feats he had managed to complete during the time she was not present? Bai Zemin had even planned to act as if he was angry at her sudden disappearance without even having given him time to say goodbye. However, planning was just that, planning. Reality was completely different and was always open to change. When emotions took over, no matter how brief the moment, plans were bound to change. Therefore, the mind of Bai Zemin went blank when his black eyes met again with that beautiful pair of sparkling rubies. Lilith was not much different. She felt with utter clarity how her own heart was beating so hard inside her chest that she even wondered how it was possible for her heart to beat like that after being practically dead for so many years. Lilith felt so nervous and apprehensive that despite her experience she didn't know what to say. She was so lost on how to react when she met the face that had even appeared in her mind, every time she blinked that she couldn't even notice how the heart of Bai Zemin was fluttering. Maybe due to the situation they were in, neither Lilith nor Bai Zemin himself noticed how in his soul that rune, with the engraving of a heart wrapped by a stone armor, was cracking in such a way that it seemed to be hanging by a thread, and made one wonder how long such a thread could endure before collapsing. Time passed, but even after staring at each other for more than a minute, neither of them said a single word. They simply looked into the eyes of the other, perhaps trying to study each other's reaction, or perhaps trying to firmly imprint the opposite's appearance deep in their souls. In fact, Lilith was so tense and unsteady that she couldn't even bother to hide her presence from the little pink dolphin. Little Zio's gaze went back and forth between Bai Zemin's and Lilith's faces in confusion. Even though she was a spirit dolphin and could feel more about the souls of others, Zio was actually a rather young dolphin, and things like feelings were too complex for her yet. After a long time and despite still feeling anxious, Bai Zemin at least managed to calm down enough to say something. "Hey, it's been a while." Far from what he had planned to say or do, all he managed to utter were words that, despite being simple, actually hid longing. Longing which Lilith noticed, despite not being able to comprehend how hard the short month they had been apart was for Bai Zemin. Lilith forced a smile that was a bit bittersweet and said softly, You've become really strong now." Bai Zemin looked into her eyes as hundreds of thousands of memories flashed through his head in a matter of an instant. "A lot of things happened after you left," he said with a smile not very different than Lilith's. His voice sounded somewhat tired after so many wars his body and soul had gone through as he sighed. The number of things that happened during this short period of time made it seem longer than ever. It will probably be hard for you to believe how many things have changed. "I bet it was. I'm sure it was." Lilith nodded without doubting his word. She didn't say that she knew about Oblong World, as she expected him to tell her in detail even if it took a whole day. Regardless of the reasons, regardless of how they felt now, Lilith knew it was inevitable that some of that special connection they had would be lost. After all, she had been away during crucial times for him. Bai Zemin's evolution had begun just over 2 months ago, and she had been absent for the last half. It was very likely that during that time someone else may have taken the place she did. "It will probably take more than." Bai Zemin's words got stuck in his throat as a wave of exhaustion suddenly hit him hard. His eyes got cloudy and his body staggered. The whole world seemed to spin around 1,000,000 times in a second, and before he realized what was wrong, his legs lost their strength and he fell to the ground. Lilith's face changed abruptly when she saw Bai Zemin fall. Her heart clenched as if a pair of divine chains wrapped around it, and with anxiety coursing through her veins, she blinked at his side, even though she was at a close enough distance to be able to close it with a step. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up 3. Chapter 545, Lilith v Shangyuan Bingzhu, Part 2-3. At the speed of light, Lilith reached Bai Zemin's body before his head hit the ground. She hurriedly held him, and with the highest level of gentleness placed him on his back to allow his body to rest in an upright position. Little Zio immediately became a little frenetic as Bai Zemin fell unconscious. This little pink dolphin seemed to really like the human she had just met, as she not only began to squeal noisily like a baby crying at the lack of her closest relative, but also began to move in Bai Zemin's unconscious embrace to reach his face and look him in the face with big eyes brimming with worry. Lilith temporarily ignored the little pink animal as all her attention was focused solely and exclusively on the young man who had just lost his consciousness. She frowned, and the first thing she did was to make sure that Bai Zemin's pulse was stable, something she confirmed in a second and was relieved that his heartbeat was as powerful as that of a wild bull. Although Lilith was a sixth-order existence, she was somewhat useless when it came to healing or alleviating negative status effects, as her skills were mainly focused more on mass control, be it physical, magical, or spiritual. But even if she could do anything about it, unless she wanted to receive the punishment of the soul record for breaking the rules, she couldn't do much about it either. The only thing that relieved Lilith tremendously was the fact that except for the slightly labored breathing and sweat running down his face, Bai Zemin did not show any strange signs that were in any way indicative of harm to his well-being. This little scoundrel probably forced himself again, Lilith whispered softly as she stroked Bai Zemin's face with one hand. She reached so far as to slightly cool the breeze blowing from the 4 cardinal directions, to help Bai Zemin's high body temperature fall within normal parameters. Even without having been by his side, Lilith could clearly figure out what had probably happened. Considering that she was fully aware of the large number of zombies on the bridge between the two districts, and considering that in the past Bai Zemin had chatted with her about what to do with the 20 million zombies that were likely to congregate there due to the two large cities north and south of the bridge, it was more than clear that he had pushed himself harder than he should have in order to wipe them all out as quickly as possible. Moreover, considering the rather miserable condition of the bridge, Lilith could accurately judge that the battle that had been fought here had probably been a lot more challenging than Bai Zemin thought it would be when he arrived for the first time. Otherwise, it would be impossible for 20 million unclassified zombies to force an existence capable of facing third-order existences like him into this miserable state. Lilith's gaze was lost on Bai Zemin's face, and even she didn't know how to feel about it as dozens of thoughts flashed through her mind. Bai Zemin was undoubtedly handsome, but Lilith had seen higher existences like Lucifer, Medes, Nicolay, etc., existences that basically represented the peak of perfection in the universe as far as appearance was concerned. Therefore, it was obvious that even though she was staring at his face as if she was in a trance, what was keeping her in that state of hypnosis was something else. This little scoundrel really is dangerous to any woman, Lilith sighed as she caressed his face. Bai Zemin's personality was like a magic drug. Once discovered, no woman would be able to let him go. To women who didn't know his personality too well, he could be just a tremendously handsome but tyrannical and selfish young man. But to those women who fought at his side and knew his true self after spending hours upon hours beside him, Bai Zemin's personality was no different than nectar for the bees. Even Lilith noticed that she was slowly starting to fall. But the most ironic thing of all was that despite being aware of this fact, one would expect her to be able to avoid falling now that she knew. Nothing could be further from the truth. Despite knowing this, Lilith could do nothing about it. No, it wasn't that she couldn't do anything about it, rather it was that. I don't even have the will or the courage to refuse to let such a thing happen, Lilith muttered, not knowing whether she should laugh or cry. Suddenly, Lilith felt an extremely familiar aura approaching her from the distance, and approaching swiftly in the direction of the bridge. The speed of the owner of that aura was high enough to close the distance that currently separated them in the next few seconds. After a few moments of consideration, Lilith slowly stood up and walked a couple of steps forward. She stood in such a way that Bai Zemin's unconscious body was behind her as she looked in a southern direction with a faint smile but indifferent eyes. I guess it's better to say hello now, to avoid awkwardness later. Her voice was carried away by the wind and swallowed up by the distance. Instead of hiding her presence, she made herself known for anyone to see. Approximately 10 seconds later, the person Lilith was waiting for finally appeared within her line of sight, and since the bridge was a perfect straight line without any large structures or obstacles, that person also noticed Lilith soon after having approached a few more kilometers that were closed in a matter of 2 or 3 blinks of an eye. This person was none other than Shangyuan Bingzu, who after making some fast work after teaming up with Wu Yijun and Nangong Lingxin had managed to secure over 1,600,000 soul stones in the basement of the mansion currently occupied by Bai Zemin. She had even arranged for several teams to be in charge of moving the corpses of the slain beasts that after being struck by infinite reductions lightning again, regained their colossal size. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for so many corpses to fall into the spatial storage ring despite having quite a considerable size inside. After organizing everything and giving Wu Yijun a brief explanation of what was taking place, Shangyuan Bingzu hurriedly left the base to head south at full speed. Like everyone else, Shangyuan Bingzu was very clear that the sooner she finished her job, the sooner Bai Zemin could return to the base to get the rest he definitely deserved after all he had done. But little did she expect that, after approaching to the central area of the bridge where Bai Zemin said he would wait for her, what awaited Shangyuan Bingzu was the sight of a woman so beautiful that even someone proud like her, who had been praised as the most beautiful woman on countless occasions, was forced to admit her own inferiority. Shangyuan Bingzu subconsciously stopped her steps when she was 50 meters away, and for a moment was stunned looking at the lady in front of her. However, there was not much she had to look at to realize that regardless of whether it was figure, appearance, demeanor, aura, charm, etc., Shangyuan Bingzu could not hold a candle before the black-haired woman. Even the natural coldness that Shangyuan Bingzu had formed in her character throughout her life was incomparable to the chilling coldness that appeared and disappeared in the woman's red eyes in front of her, like a snake hiding waiting for the moment to strike at its prey. "Who are you?" Shang Yuanbingzu asked as she reached for her sword from the scabbard at her waist. She frowned tightly as she noticed Bai Zemin lying unconscious behind the unknown woman. Although she felt relieved internally as she could tell that Bai Zemin seemed to be out of danger and did not even appear to be injured, Shang Yuanbingzu did not understand the current situation. It had only been approximately 50-60 minutes since she had left for the base and returned, but for some reason, the mighty Bai Zemin was now passed out on the ground, and a woman she had never seen in her life was standing beside him. Lilith stared at Shang Yuanbingzu for a couple of seconds, and her eyes flashed peculiarly. Her red lips pursed into a beautiful smile that contained a hint of mockery as she slowly said, "As arrogant as ever, eh? I'm pretty sure your education should be good enough to know that before you ask someone's identity, you should first introduce yourself." As arrogant as ever, Shang Yuanbingzu frowned and a flash of confusion shone in her blue eyes. "Do you know me?" "You ask if do I know you?" Lilith actually looked surprised at Shang Yuanbingzu's question. It was as if among all the simulated conversations she had expected to have, such a question never existed. She chuckled and shook her head before slowly saying, "Let's just say I know you. Since you are indeed still an arrogant brat, Shang Yuanbingzu, let me introduce myself first." Shang Yuanbingzu's expression changed slightly as she realized that the woman 50 meters ahead of her seemed to know more than just her name. However, she didn't have too much time to be surprised when the next words from the said woman forcefully shook her core. "My name is Lilith. Let's just say I'm something like the wife of the little scoundrel behind me, and now I'm taking care of him. As for my power scale," Lilith looked at Shang Yuanbingzu with a scornful smile and said coldly, "Well, let's leave it at that. Even if you were 100 times stronger than your current one, you still couldn't do anything against me." Shang Yuanbingzu did not seem to hear Lilith's last sentence at all, as her brain somehow froze somewhere in the first part. She looked at the woman who introduced herself as Lilith and said with disbelieving eyes, "You, what did you say?" "I said my name is Lilith." Shang Yuanbingzu unsheathed her sword as a wave of irritation began to rise in her heart. She didn't understand why. She just knew and felt that just like a bull seeing something red, the more she looked at the woman in front of her, the more Shang Yuanbingzu became angry. "I don't care about your name. Dare to repeat what you said after that." Shang Yuanbingzu's beautiful voice slowly became tinged with chilling coldness capable of freezing one's bones. "I said that regarding my power scale, even if you were 100 times stronger than your current one, you still couldn't do anything against me." Lilith smiled derisively as she looked at Shang Yuanbingzu with disdain. "This bitch, she clearly knows what I mean, but she keeps taunting me." Shang Yuanbingzu gritted her teeth and muttered in such a low voice that it was even hard to hear her own. Then, she looked at Lilith in a way that even spirits could be scared, but all she got in return was the same smile that she was slowly beginning to hate more and more. As if all sense of intelligence had left her, Shang Yuanbingzu turned into a creature that was only guided by her instinct, and with a mighty stomp, her body disappeared from its previous position, closing the 50-meter distance that separated her from Lilith in an instant. Shang Yuanbingzu was undoubtedly fast not only because of all the pure soul power she had absorbed after defeating enemies above her league, but also because she had invested half of her gained status points in agility. With almost 600 points of agility, 50 meters of distance was nothing in his eyes. It was just that in Lilith's eyes, Shang Yuanbingzu was not much different from a turtle. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 546, Lilith v Shang Yuanbingzu, Part 3. "This bitch, she clearly knows what I mean, but she keeps taunting me." When Lilith heard the low murmur from Shang Yuanbingzu, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly in surprise. Although the silver-haired beauty's voice had been low enough to go unnoticed, it was impossible for it to slip past the senses of an existence at Lilith's level. It was just that even Lilith herself doubted her ears for the first time, as she somehow could not believe that this Shang Yuanbingzu was cursing so casually. Maybe her personality is different from what she shows in public. Maybe Shang Yuanbingzu's personality is different from what Lilith thought. Or could it be that this is the real personality of the existence known as Shang Yuanbingzu when she... A thought popped into Lilith's head and quickly took root, causing a complicated look to flash in her eyes. From the very beginning, what Lilith had been trying to do by teasing Shangyu and Bingzu in such ways was to try to get clues about how far the relationship between the Ice Princess and Bai Zemin had gone. After all, Lilith clearly remembered how that night when she told Bai Zemin about the existence of the firmament fragments, she also warned him about his attitude towards women. She even told him that his show of care and special kindness could be misunderstood, which in the future could give him a lot of problems. However, since at the time of her departure both Bai Zemin and Shangyu and Bingzu had grown considerably closer, Lilith did not believe that more than a month later the relationship between them would not become even closer. After all, Shangyu and Bingzu was possibly the only existence capable of actually helping Bai Zemin. Even Lilith could not compare in this aspect since all she could do was give him information, unlike Shangyu and Bingzu who could fight side by side with him. I didn't expect things to turn out like this in such a short time. Lilith didn't know how to feel as she watched Shangyu and Bingzu drawing her sword and rushing towards her, glaring at her like an enraged lioness. It's all that little shameless man's fault. Lilith clenched her teeth secretly as she raised her left hand calmly. In the ruby-colored eyes of the charming succubus, the silver radiance of Shangyu and Bingzu's sword covered by some kind of skill was reflected. It was as if the world was slowing down for her, but in reality, it was just that Lilith was moving too fast compared to the laws of the earth, let alone compared to Shangyu and Bingzu. Boom! An explosion of frost covered the area in fog as the sword of Shangyu and Bingzu met Lilith's hand. The temperature of the area immediately plummeted, and the entire width of the bridge for 500 meters long obtained a thin layer of ice on the surface. It was only when the frozen air particles reflected in the eyes of Shangyu and Bingzu under the glare of the sun that she realized what she had just done, and was immediately hit by a wave of guilt. What did I just do? Shangyu and Bingzu whispered with her eyes wide open. Her entire body shuddered in fear as she took 2 steps back, realizing that she had lost her sanity for a moment and attacked a living being who, despite taunting her, had not committed any crime worthy of the death penalty. Shangyu and Bingzu was immediately overcome with regret. She naturally did not believe that a woman who appeared casually would have the strength she claimed to have. Shangyu and Bingzu knew better than anyone how powerful she was and how lethal her attacks were. Even a second-order peak beast would be cut into 2 pieces if it did not fight back, let alone the frail body of a human woman. Soon, however, Shangyu and Bingzu realized that her regret was unnecessary, and that perhaps the one she should be worrying about was herself instead of others. That from now was frost rebuff in conjunction with a bit of blizzard. You really do grow up fast. As expected, I guess I should say. Lilith's slightly lazy voice reached Shangyu and Bingzu, and out of pure instinct, she leaped back as she raised her sword in a defensive stance. Swoosh! The blue eyes of Shangyu and Bingzu widened as shock knocked her. Under her disbelieving gaze, the frost fog was swept away by forces outside of nature, and what was hidden within was immediately revealed. Standing there, Lilith had her left hand extended forward at shoulder height. Her index finger pointed upward, and her red eyes were looking appreciatively at her. Shangyu and Bingzu's natural sense of danger was triggered as never before when the realization of what had actually happened during that brief second came upon her. This woman, had stopped her physical attack powered by 2 magic skills just by using 1 finger. When this question was born inside Shangyu and Bingzu's head, the very brain that gave birth to such a thought refused to believe it. Shangyu and Bingzu was 100% sure that even Bai Zemin could not take that attack of before with his bare hands so casually, and refused to believe that someone more abnormal than him would appear in China. Perhaps out of instinct or perhaps feeling overwhelmed and embarrassed, Shangyu and Bingzu pointed her sword towards the sky and called out, "I swords." Her angelic voice was not different from the song of a seraphim, and surrounded by the sea, as the sunlight hovered over her, made her look like a true goddess who had descended upon the world to eradicate evil. Lilith felt the mana inside Shangyu and Bingzu's body stir, and her magical power exploded into the sky. Forget it, it's pointless. Lilith shook her head as she watched tens and then hundreds of silver-transparent swords taking form in the sky. Go! Shangyu and Bingzu ignored Lilith's words and swung down her sword fiercely as she gave the verbal command. However, something Shangyu and Bingzu did not expect happened. I told you, it's pointless. Lilith looked at Shangyu and Bingzu with indifferent eyes and said in a cold voice, "Don't you ever listen to the words of others." At the end of the day, you are still an arrogant brat who after gaining some strength thinks she can do as she pleases. Shang Yuan Bingzu looked up to the sky in disbelief, and her eyes twitched due to the shock. The ice swords that she had invested over 90+ mana points into, far from obeying her previous command, were no longer even pointing towards the enemy. They were now pointing towards the ground directly over the position she was standing on. Her magic attack was stolen and was now being used against her. Shang Yuan Bingzu lowered her gaze from the sky and looked at Lilith in shock and disbelief. What kind of force was this? It was completely beyond anything Shang Yuan Bingzu could comprehend. But the strangest thing of all was that unlike the fear she felt when the emperor of the Usra race appeared before her and Bai Zemin in Oblong World, Shang Yuan Bingzu could not feel the slightest danger or fear towards the woman who called herself Lilith. Seeing that Shang Yuan Bingzu was looking at her with surprise but there was no fear in her eyes, Lilith could not help but feel a little upset. Therefore, she decided that scaring this woman a little to make her be more cautious from now on would not be a bad step to take. Since you attacked first, I can now attack with complete freedom. Lilith's cold voice resounded as if it was the only truth in the universe. The entire world fell silent, and the warm winds blowing in the sea stopped flowing as if the reality had frozen. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. Plant skill, Shang Yuan Bingzu muttered as suddenly hundreds, and soon thousands of sea plants broke out of the sea and jumped onto the bridge. These aquatic plants were clearly beings without intelligence, as the magic power around them did not belong to them. Shang Yuan Bingzu was certain of this fact, because if that terrifying magic power was from the aquatic plants, then they would probably be the rulers of the sea with ease. As Shang Yuan Bingzu watched as half of the aquatic plants stood behind Lilith, several tens of the ones behind her soon made their move. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Dozens of plants used whip-like limbs and slashed towards Shang Yuan Bingzu, to which she immediately responded by slashing with her sword at lightning speed. Clang, 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 clang. To further increase Shang Yuan Bingzu's shock, those weak-looking plants were actually covered in layers of mana that had transformed their bodies into creatures terrifying enough to completely ignore the edge of her sword. All she could do was fight futilely and drain more and more stamina and mana, relying solely on her spectacular sword skill to keep her afloat. Then Shang Yuan Bingzu realized that before she realized when, her body had been forced back so far that she could now feel a hand right behind her neck. You see, no matter how hard you try, the current you single-handedly is capable of this much. Lilith's voice was lazy and slightly derisive. Shang Yuan Bingzu lowered her sword and did not panic. She didn't look back or make another move as she said coldly, "Even if I can't beat you now, I definitely will in the future." Oh, Lilith raised an eyebrow, and her lips curved slightly upwards. That confidence of yours is even higher than my confidence when I started to evolve. Lilith could feel how high Shang Yuan Bingzu's pride was. The pride of the woman whose life was in her hands was so high that only those who had never in their lives known defeat after experiencing countless battles for centuries, millennia, and even millions of years possessed. But Lilith's voice turned slightly cold, and the murderous intent she released was enough to make Shang Yuan Bingzu's legs waver for a brief moment. What makes you think you'll get out of here alive after you attack me? Call it instinct or whatever you want. I know you won't kill me no matter what. Shang Yuan Bingzu replied calmly. She did not feel nervous at all despite the situation she was in. Smiling teasingly, she said indifferently, "If you hurt me, I wonder how you will explain that to Bai Zemin when he wakes up." Lilith was a bit tongue-tied at Shang Yuan Bingzu's shamelessness. "You know, you're quite shameless. Where's all that pride from before? If you want to blame someone, then blame that little bastard lying on the ground behind you." Shang Yuan Bingzu snorted, and for some reason, her voice sounded irritated now that she was talking about Bai Zemin. He always says that the real winner is the one who survives regardless of what needs to be done. Besides, 10 years is not too late for a maiden to have her revenge. I will definitely make you pay for this humiliation today, Lilith. Or maybe I should call you Lily. Lilith's red eyes widened slightly and a flash of surprise shone in her gaze. She let go of Shang Yuan Bingzu and subconsciously asked, "How do you know?" Shang Yuan Bingzu turned around to look at her face, noticing that they were both the same height. In response to Lilith, she snorted again and sneered. "Even if we put aside the weird similarity in both names, from the beginning it has always seemed suspicious to me how it is possible for Bai Zemin to trust in an unknown woman so much. But now many things are starting to make sense to me. Backslash 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3.